पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there.
Greetings and welcome. This is the Sale Guru Show. Now remember, we have great stuff today, but oh boy, do we go into overgear starting next week. Why? The Mobile World Congress is just around the corner. Yes, the world's biggest mobile event about to get started off in Barcelona. I'm going to be there. I'm going to bring you some of the most amazing things from there. But what do we have on the show for you today? Well, we've got the Samsung S23 series, their Ultra, and their base one is out. We'll tell you a little bit about the two phones, but the real thing is that for the first time ever, world first, the Corning Gorilla Glass Victus 2 glass has now been put front and back on these phones. We'll have a conversation with Aditya Babbar and John Bain from Corning. And then we'll move on to our very famous Qualcomm segment, and we'll talk to game developer Juego Studios. Now, they develop games for Androids. And earlier, they used to test games, they used to make games on smartphones, which is maybe 20 MB or so. Now they are hitting games that are more than 1 GB. How did they do it? The processing power. How are smartphone games becoming as good as PC and console games? We'll talk to him about all of that. Then we'll move on to our accessory review, the Stuff Cool wireless charger. Now this is a great charger. You stack a 3-in-1 foldable magnetic wireless charger. You can carry it with you anywhere. It's portable, can charge 3 devices in a go. Really great stuff, and it's priced really well too. Let's get started with today's show. And we'll start off, of course, with all the news coming in from the world of mobiles.
MWC starts on Monday. The biggest mobile technology event of the year is starting on Monday in Barcelona and will be fully offline since the start of the pandemic. The Mobile World Congress is an event where all the leading smartphone companies show what they have been spending all their R&D on. The annual trade show will be held between February 27th and March 2nd, so you do not want to miss any coverage from it. Several companies have already teased what they will be showcasing at the event.
Our top story today is the Samsung Galaxy S23, both the base and the Ultra version. But that's just a very small tip of the story. You already know we've done some part of it. We're going to go into more deep a review right now. But when we come back, what I want to show you is a very, very interesting test. So first, the Samsung Galaxy S23, the base and the Ultra version.
Samsung launched brand new additions to the Galaxy S series this year, and the phones were truly a technological marvel. As usual, Samsung released different models at different price points, so let's quickly get you acquainted with the S23 and the S23 Ultra. The S23 comes with a 6.1-inch AMOLED display, while the Ultra has a slightly bigger screen measuring 6.8 inches. Both are powered by the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 processor, specially made for the S23 series, which means performance-wise both pack a punch. Where the Ultra differentiates itself from the base model, however, is the camera. since the Ultra houses a 200 MP main camera, while the S23 has a 50 MP main camera. Also, the Ultra comes with the S Pen inside the box, while you need to purchase it separately for the S23. Both models have been made with sustainable materials and both have the extremely durable Gorilla Glass Victus 2. Finally, coming to the price, the S23 is priced at Rs 79,999, while the S23 Ultra is priced at Rs 1,24,999. No matter which phone you choose, you will not be disappointed as all the new devices launched in the S series are technological game changers.
All right, so that's done. Now it's time to torture test that glass that has been so spoken about, the Corning Gorilla Glass Victus 2. So first I'm going to show you the slapper test. John Bain, who flew in all the way from the US, and he was here in Delhi, took me through this incredible test. They start off with competitor glass. Very interesting experiment. You've heard about Corning Gorilla Glass Victus 2. John, thank you so much for coming in all the way from the US just to do this for us, right? And Aditya, are you excited? Because it's happening on the same glass you've used on your Samsung S23. All right, I'm not going to talk. We're just going to show. John, all yours.
We test it many different ways. This is called a slapper demo. We have a competing glass here. And the energy in this rotational experiment called the slapper is about dropping from knee height. And we want to replicate a surface such as asphalt, so we use 180 grit sandpaper, so you can feel that, the coarseness there.
Okay.
So this replicates dropping a phone from about knee height onto asphalt. And nothing you want to see on your phone, you don't want it to break. Now, so Victus 2 is so good, not only do we go higher with the rotation on the slapper.
So this is what is on the Samsung S23, right? So you've gone what, 3 times, 5 times higher?
This replicate a drop from maybe hip height. Okay, so more energy, but also we went to a more aggressive surface. This 80 grit sandpaper is meant to replicate concrete. Which is much more demanding than asphalt. You can feel the difference there, right?
Absolutely.
So we'll go ahead and see how Victus 2 performs. Nobody wants to hear that sound.
Yeah, no one.
And it survived.
But everyone wants to see that after that sound,
Yes.
Huh? It's epic. Yes. Thank you so much for joining me. This is an absolute pleasure to have both of you here. But John, I'm going to start off with you. So finally, after so many different invites and many asks, you're here finally in India, which is great, though I keep hearing that you haven't really yet had the India experience, which we'll talk about, right? But the main reason to come down to India now?
Well, the last trip I made before COVID was actually February 2020 to India before COVID hit. And I've been waiting, watching the calendar, when can I get back out on the road? And luckily, as things started to mitigate, I want to come over here, 1, to see our employees. We have a great team over here, but 2, to talk to our partners like Samsung. That relationship is so special to us, but we want to be on the road talking to those people in region.
Okay. So this exactly what he said, this very important relationship, and especially between Corning and Samsung, because it's become almost like a given that you're going to have Gorilla Glass on your phones, right? This collaboration, this partnership, how important is it to Samsung?
Well, extremely important, Rajiv. I think both the organization goes long back, and have been always at the forefront of solving consumer problem and delivering some meaningful innovation where they are empowered to live fear-free with at least from a glass problem. So I think both the organizations are extremely important, collaborating to solve bigger problem for the consumers.
But John, there's so much more that you actually take care of now. Especially, I was fascinated by the demonstrations you gave me when I was at Corning with you last time. And the semiconductor part of it. Is that something which, what are the macroeconomics out there? How is that business looking? Is this still that same growth? Because you were saying that this is a very important factor now that you'll be taking into many X in the future. Oh, sure. How is that working out?
So we're seeing ongoing strength in the semiconductor field. We're seeing some countries trying to onshore some of their semiconductor manufacturing. So very strong demand for our products. And as I mentioned when we were together in Corning, we make some of the key optical components for photolithography equipment and inspection equipment. So you think about this device, the chip in here has billions of transistors. And yes, we make the Gorilla Glass to protect the device, but we also make the optics that enable those transistors to be made on the latest cutting edge chips. So we talked about, we have a quiet confidence. We play a big role, a small role, but very important role in helping customers like Samsung, not only with the core material, but enabling the chips that power the device as well.
Okay, great. And you have to go and see the labs. It's like you're entering a whole different world. So that's something I would recommend anytime close to Corning, go and take a look at that. It's just brilliant. Now coming down to the important last parts of products like the S23 and what it does for Samsung as a brand and everything else. A lot of what you're doing now is something that we haven't seen from Samsung before, the different pillars that you're building on. Is this something we're going to see now? The focus on sustainability, the focus on environment, the focus on bringing in greater protection for your devices through Victus 2 and whatever else comes in the future. Is this now an ongoing path?
So, Rajiv, again, consumer experience and consumer adoption is very, very important. The way we have crafted S23, it's been the epic camera, which today solves a lot of problem of nightography with the new camera. With the epic performance, which is a custom chipset which is built for Galaxy, or epic sustainability, which is built for today and tomorrow. It's been a great shining example of how the tech should be. What we've also done in India, we understand a great tech as a company, we need to make it more affordable. So we have worked on a lot of custom affordable platform also for the consumer to make it available for the consumer. So today a consumer can buy it over an upgrade, over an old device trade-in, or can get up to 24 months EMI, which is as low as owning it at 50 to 100 rupees per month. So, getting it out there and making it available for the consumer has been our great mission, and we will continue to work around that path to make it more sustainable and available for the consumers.
All right, then, that was great fun. Really came to know a lot more about how glass is built, what our future is going to be, and the fact that there is now recyclable glass. Let's move on now to our very, very famous Qualcomm segment. And today I'm going to actually introduce you to a game developer. You do remember that games and a processor are absolutely integrated with each other. The better the processor, the better the gameplay. And gameplay and devices are two such important parameters that while checking the game, a slow processor can affect the gameplay. Audiences have matured, games have become even better now, graphic-heavy games that are as good as on consoles and even on PCs. How have we reached this? How have we reached this stage where smartphone games are so good? Here's our story. The mobile gaming industry has witnessed unprecedented growth in the last couple of years. According to a report, India is now home to nearly 420 million online gamers. Wow, that is really something. Think of that number. So gaming in India became popular because of better internet penetration, the rise of mobile phones, and I think the pandemic. According to another report, the average time spent now on mobile gaming post-COVID rose to 4.6 hours per week. Thank God it's not per day. 4.6 hours per week is compared to 3.5 hours pre-COVID. Now, it might seem that converting a gaming idea to reality is a very complex process, but the truth is now, because of technological advancements, it's no longer hard to design and develop a game. Mobile game development has become very popular lately because almost anyone can now create and design their own mobile game. With low-cost development and app stores that made publishing apps very easy, game development is no longer a far-flung dream. The ease of accessibility has facilitated a push for developers to be able to meet their potential for creativity. This has now further allowed the mobile app industry to leapfrog ahead in ways no one expected. We meet Karthik to know more about how smartphones have helped developers like him.
India is accelerating at a pace where the gaming industry is going to see a threefold increase in value at about $3.9 billion by 2025. Among the gaming development companies that are catapulting the market to the top and taking the world by storm is Juego Studios, a prime player in 2D and 3D art and design outsourcing services. Ruling the gaming space for nearly 10 plus years and having built around 50 plus games, out of which 15 of those have reported over 5 million plus downloads, Juego Studios is a gaming studio today with over 300 people in-house.
We are the biggest market in terms of downloads. Yes, we are not the biggest in terms of revenue, but we are the number one in terms of the downloads trend.
Going back to the roots of how it all began, it was a business opportunity from a client who wanted to develop an online game. The extensive use of the Coco's 2D game engine post-delivery of the game, it was then the founders of Juego Studios realized the potential in the gaming market.
People were not okay to download a game which is more than 20 MB. I have did games which are less than 20 MB. I worked with certain messenger apps where our intention is to build a game which are in less than 5 MB. So that sort of a game was something that we were doing it earlier. Now what you see is the average user consumption of data is around 7 GB per month. Okay, that's a huge spike in terms of what you're seeing earlier. Now the users are open to download a game which has 100 MB of file or maybe 1 GB of file as well.
Juego Studios is creating magic in the gaming horizon, traversing through areas like art, design, animation, 2D and 3D. In fact, the team is adopting newer technologies and frameworks so that they can produce newer games.
As a game developing company, Juego Studios has seen a shift in customer demands for the kind of games that were downloaded initially and the kind of games that are being downloaded now.
It comes down like this. Like if you look into China market, they are mostly driven by these are PC gamers who are transitioned into mobile space. Whereas if you look into Indian market, these are hardcore mobile gamers, right? In the West, they won't call mobile gamers as a hardcore gamers, but that's the fact in India because what the mass market got adopted to gaming is through mobile platform. So that's the 101 for us. Second comes in terms of process support. That is very important because I'm getting exposed to an ecosystem which has some fun elements in it or some entertainment elements in it, which has to support me in terms of whatever elements I want to do within that ecosystem. And now the process plays a huge role. Again, if you look into earlier when we were collaborating with MPL kind of folks for some game development, these times we have been building some games like runner games, bubble shooter games, fruit chop kind of games. These are something that we are focused earlier. But what we are currently collaborating, right, with not just MPL, I would say with other folks as well, where we have been pushed towards a market where people have been used to these set of games, like these set of simple games. Now they have matured from that stage, and their preference has also matured. So they are expecting something to be played like a battle royale game where multiplayers are there. They are going to fight against each other. Fist fighting game, probably a tradable card game. So these are something that they are expecting. So that's also is a healthy sign for an Indian audience.
Karthik says that the processor plays an extremely important role while they are developing the games. It is, after all, the processor that helps in the smooth running of the games.
What Snapdragon has helped us is, it gives us more benchmark, I would say more lead time in terms of having this moment where the user or the phone gets heated up and it starts reducing the performance to an extent. I guess even a device with say 10 to 15K have better performances now. So it gives me as a developer to build a game where I can give a visual to the user, like in the graphics and on the renders, that they can play for a longer time, like 2x compared to the older versions, right, or 3 to 4 years before. And for the gamer, it's also happy. He's also happy, like he's having fun in an environment which is supposed to be the environment he's supposed to be playing, right? So that's a win-win for all.
So after the game has been developed, they test all the games on the phones to see how they perform. The games are tested under various parameters.
We pay very close attention to these two primary parameters, gameplay and device. Sometimes performance issue can affect the gameplay. In a way, it also because of the battery drain, right? Or it can drain the battery. So what happens if a battery drains? When a battery drains, it generates heats. We call it as thermal throttling, and in a way, a processor or the device triggers this event and it reduces the game performance. You might see some latency issues, some lagging in the game, and it tend to cool down the system. Like the main objective is to cool down the heat the device had.
Having studios in India and USA as the two main headquarters and branches in Kuwait, Miami, London and Mangaluru in Karnataka. With the emerging technologies, the team has worked on over 500 projects for their clients in India and across the globe.
While artificial intelligence and robots are taking the world by storm and also threatening to slash jobs, the gaming sector is something that you might want to look at, because what we see is the growth trajectory that's going to rise as far as the gaming sector is concerned to nearly 14.59%. In Bengaluru, with Kumar Shrija for NDTV.
Welcome to the show, Karthik, and congratulations. So Karthik, how did you think of starting to develop games?
Yes, so it was almost 11 years before. At the time, Facebook gaming was the biggest thing, like not mobile was not in the scene. So we got an opportunity to collaborate with a Singapore-based company who wants to publish a train-based educational game. So we developed that. So that was my first exposure to games. As in Juego, my studio now. So we got into games through two publishers. One is Bacchus, another is Chris Miller. These folks are from US. They both are veterans in gaming space. So they were building kids educational games or kids entertainment games, like Old McDonald had the form, kind of drag and drops, single gesture games. So we collaborated with them and built probably around 10-15 games for them, exclusively for kids market. And that's how we got into gaming industry.
Now tell me, how important is the processor of the phone to handle graphic heavy games and to help exactly what you do?
Almost 5 years before, right? So these are the times where we build games which are like 2D side-scrolling games. I worked with Chota Beam IPs and other IPs, but these games are very minimalistic games. These games had 20 MB of size because the user didn't have a matured hardware to process these games. So we tend to work on games which are less process driven. Whereas if you look into it now, the users are mature. Like some of the folks have, phones which are powerful than laptops there, right? It has 8 to 16 gigs of RAM that can process things. So now we are looking into games which are multiplayer, which has synchronous gameplay, which has chat system in it, probably an audio chat in it, and these. So processor plays a immense role in terms of attracting Gen Z and the new set of audience.
Thank you, Karthik. Once again, congratulations. Great job. Snapdragon is calling all you Cell Guru fans to join their global community called Snapdragon Insiders. Now, this gives you access to the latest scoop on Snapdragon tech, a chance to connect with the experts behind the scenes, premium experiences, exclusive contests, and much, much more. See, I've been a Snapdragon Insider for a very long time, and you can become one too. Simply follow them on Twitter or Instagram. I'm giving you the handles right in front of me. And you also have a chance to win a OnePlus smartphone by participating in the NDTV Snapdragon contest. All you have to do right now is to go to ndtv.com/unleash your dreams. Let's take a quick break right now, and we come back, lots more.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites.
The big breaking news right now, Manish Sisodia has left his residence to go in for the questioning by the CBI. In fact, before he goes in for the questioning, he will be visiting the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial at Rajghat before he goes to the CBI offices at 11 a.m. So there you can see Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia making a roadshow of sorts out of it. AAP supporters surrounding him, AAP workers surrounding his car as he makes his way to Rajghat first before he will go in for the questioning by the CBI. Now, Manish Sisodia has been summoned for this questioning for a second time. He had first been called on the 19th of February, and at that time he had asked for more time as he's also the finance minister of Delhi and that he needed more time to prepare the budget, etc. And the CBI then sent him a second summons, which was for today. The BJP has been hitting out at Manish Sisodia, saying he used excuses to avoid being questioned earlier. Though today Manish Sisodia tweeted that he is not afraid, that he is ready to be arrested. Aam Aadmi party too has said that they expect him to be arrested. Manish Sisodia earlier today tweeted, going to CBI again today, will cooperate fully in the entire investigation. The love of lakhs of children and blessings of crores of countrymen are with us. I don't care if I have to stay in jail for a few months. He is a follower of Bhagat Singh. Bhagat Singh was hanged for the country. It's a small thing to go to jail because of such false allegations. Mr. Sisodia summoned by the CBI in the Delhi liquor policy case. This is the second time that he's been called in for questioning. Remember, he's also been raided earlier. His bank was also searched by the CBI and they called him, and he had been questioned earlier. But now the CBI probe is focusing on this South group that they're calling, this group from the South who allegedly paid huge kickbacks to AAP to get certain liquor licenses and certain liquor license connected favors is the allegation. Recently, a former CA of KCR's daughter Kavita was arrested by the CBI, and they claim that through his questioning, more information has emerged for which they want to now question Manish Sisodia. So there you can see Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister has left his house ahead of that questioning by the CBI and made it a show of strength. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Sharad now, who's there as Manish Sisodia has left his residence. Let's just listen, take a look at that report.
हम आपसे एक बात कहना चाहेंगे, मनीष जी के ऊपर जो सारे आरोप हैं सब ये फर्जी हैं। ये बीजेपी वाली नेता जो हैं इनको फंसाना चाह रहे हैं और आखिरी में जो जीत है मनीष जी की ही होगी। ठीक है, हम ये कहना चाहते हैं इनको सब फर्जी फंसाया जा रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, कुछ घोटाला नहीं है। ये बीजेपी वाले नेता,
हमें अपने शिक्षा मंत्री पे पूरा भरोसा है, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता है, पूरा विश्वास है कि आम आदमी पार्टी ऐसे भ्रष्ट काम नहीं कर सकती। इन पे गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं और
यही तो बात है कि भ्रष्टाचार खत्म करने के नाम पे पार्टी बनी और भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे हुए हैं।
नहीं, ये सरासर विपक्षी की चाल है, उनके आरोप है, ये गलत आरोप लगा रही है क्योंकि इनको पता है दिल्ली में इतने अच्छे काम किए हैं शिक्षा को लेके, तो इसलिए मनीष जी के पीछे पड़े। ये नहीं चाहते कि शिक्षा पे।
ठीक है, एक मिनट रहे हैं। अब मनीष सिसोदिया जो एक शक्ति प्रदर्शन था वो शायद अब नहीं कर रहे हैं। गाड़ी के अंदर बैठ गए हैं मनीष सिसोदिया और अब यहाँ से सीधा राजघाट के लिए जा रहे हैं और वी का साइन दिखा रहे हैं। कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाने की कोशिश है खुद को आज और मुस्कुराते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं जैसे कि हमेशा वो नजर आते हैं। और ये एक पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रैटेजी भी होती है कि अगर लड़ना है या तो ये कहें कि ठीक है जो आरोप लगे हैं चुपचाप से सामना करेंगे, या ये कहें कि खुल के फ्रंट पे खेलेंगे। तो मनीष सिसोदिया का ये मैसेज है कि इसके खिलाफ खुलकर फ्रंट पे रहेंगे और इसी के तहत अब जो है पूछताछ के लिए जाते हुए और ये गाड़ी निकल गई है मनीष सिसोदिया की राजघाट के लिए।
All right, so there, Sharad getting us that report from the ground. As you know, the cars are moving. Manish Sisodia is going to Rajghat ahead of his questioning by the CBI. There you can see Manish Sisodia waving, to the supporters of Aam Aadmi Party, the workers of Aam Aadmi Party. This was earlier as he exited his residence. He is now on his way to Rajghat. And after that, he will go in for the questioning. He'll visit Mahatma Gandhi's memorial ahead of the questioning. AAP leaders have also claimed that many of their prominent leaders in Delhi have been put under house arrest, and the police have been posted in large numbers to arrest Mr. Sisodia after the questioning, is what they've claimed. Let's just listen into what Aam Aadmi Party leaders Atishi had to say just a little while ago.
पुलिस कह रही है, सीबीआई कह रही है कि उन्होंने 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला किया है। 10,000 करोड़ का अगर उन्होंने घोटाला किया है तो कौन सा 1 रुपए के भी भ्रष्टाचार का सबूत सीबीआई, ईडी पूरे देश के सामने रख सकी है? नहीं रख पाई। तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि जिस प्रकार से मनीष जी को सीबीआई बुलाया जा रहा है, ये साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आम आदमी पार्टी से डर लगता है। जो काम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कर रहे हैं उससे डर लगता है, जो मनीष सिसोदिया जी कर रहे हैं उससे डर लगता है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये कहना चाहूंगी, आप एक मनीष सिसोदिया को अरेस्ट करोगे, 100 मनीष सिसोदिया खड़े होंगे जो कहेंगे कि हम इस देश में बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं।
अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी की पेशी सीबीआई के आगे होने जा रही है, लेकिन अभी से जो जिस प्रकार का एक डर का माहौल मनीष सिसोदिया जी और आम आदमी पार्टी के अंदर साफ दिखा रहा है कि बहुत कुछ उस पार्टी ने किया है। अपने आप को बेचारा दिखाने के लिए आप राजघाट जा रहे हैं, अपने आप को अभी से ट्वीट आ रहे हैं कि आज गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा, बहुत अच्छा काम किया है मनीष सिसोदिया जी। इस प्रकार से वेंडेटा पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है। अभी से आप जो माहौल बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये दिखाता है कि आपको पता है कि आपने घोटाला किया है, इसलिए शायद उस जांच की आंच आप तक पहुंच गई है।
Well, let's go across to Tanushree now, who joins us from outside Manish Sisodia's residence. And Tanushree, Manish Sisodia has now left. He's gone to Rajghat, and from there he will go on for the questioning at 11. However, Aam Aadmi Party claiming many of their leaders are under house arrest, claiming that there's a lot of police deployment outside their homes.
Absolutely, Gargi. In fact, just a short while back, entire area outside Manish Sisodia's residence was turned into a fortress by the Delhi police. There were paramilitary forces, there were male and female Delhi police corps as well, and tens of them. And just a short while back, Manish Sisodia left. He was atop a car from the sunroof. He was waving to the people, to the crowd who gathered here to show their support, to show their solidarity with Manish Sisodia. He was also showing victory signs. So Manish Sisodia, at least in his body language, completely, giving signs of confidence and not letting, this case or his is being summoned to the CBI for the second time, not let that phase him out. And he was. It was almost like he was campaigning for some election. So there, Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister and an Aam Aadmi Party leader, exuberating confidence in his body language and clearly maybe sending out a message to the agencies or to their political rivals that the Aam Aadmi Party is not going to be scared of these kind of political tactics. Now, this is what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying, that this entire case is a political witch hunt, is a political vendetta against them by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP has been using the agencies at their behest to put their political rivals down, and that is what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying, though the federal agencies are maintaining that it's going to be an unbiased, thorough investigation. And Manish Sisodia has just left. It's just 10 a.m. We are expecting that his questioning is going to go on for hours, at least till the evening, 6 p.m. And let's see if there is any development after that as well. And coming back to your question of Aam Aadmi Party claiming that many of their leaders are on house arrest, that is what Sanjay Singh also said. That's what Manish Sisodia also, the supporters who were here were also saying that many of the big leaders of the Aam Aadmi
I'm going to have to go across to Arvind also, who's joining us from the CBI headquarters. Arvind, if you could, Manish Sisodia has now left the residence and he's on his way to Rajghat and he'll be arriving there at around 11 a.m. But tell us about, the CBI's focus now. This is not the first time Manish Sisodia has been questioned in the liquor scam, but now the focus on this South lobby, this South group, and that CA who was arrested and what has been revealed in his questioning. That is the focus of the CBI now.
Yeah, Gagi, before answering that question, we are the only channel. We are just standing right outside CBI office. Both the side of this particular road that leads to CBI office has been heavily barricaded by Delhi police. Let me put this in context. This is CBI office. Just outside CBI office we are standing. Look at the lane on both the sides. This is a busy road. Like, it's heavily barricaded here. Buses have been parked. Almost 5 buses have been parked on this side of the road, like in an alternate position to ensure that no one enters this particular place. No one enters in any of the vehicle enter this place. And there is also 2 levels of barricades, like behind this or the start of this road. After, there are 2 layers of barricade, and then there are almost 5 buses parked here to ensure that no person without permission enter this particular lane. Similar kind of barricades have also been placed here also, right outside CBI office also, 2 layers of barricades. Again, On the other side of the road, similar kind of placements of vehicles, also the water cannon vehicles here, and also same barricades. So almost 5 layers of barricades here, plus all these vehicles to ensure no person enters this particular lane. So this has been turned into a heavy security zone. A huge number of police personnel are deployed here to ensure that no Aam Aadmi protester, no Aam Aadmi worker reaches here for any kind of protest. So what we are being told is that at around as close to 11 a.m. Manish Sisodia will be reaching here. Only Manish Sisodia will be allowed to come here. There won't be any other Aam Aadmi Party leader who will be allowed to anywhere come near this particular place. So at around 11 a.m. the questioning will begin, and our sources in CBI say that the questioning will go on at least till 6 p.m. Coming to your question, Gargi, regarding the content or the merit of this particular case, CBI registered the case sometime at around August 17th, and then they conducted searches at the premises of Manish Sisodia and others on August 19th. Manish Sisodia is named as accused number 1 in the FIR that has been registered by CBI, and during the course of the investigation, CBI has arrested several people, including Vijay Nair, who according to the agency played a very important role in this particular Delhi liquor policy, who is also the Aam Aadmi Party functionary. Not just Vijay Nair, several other people like Abhishek Boyanapalli, also Arun Pillai and several other people have also been arrested by CBI. And also very importantly, in the recent development, Buchi Babu, who is the auditor of Kavita, has also been arrested by CBI. So our sources say during the course of the investigation, the agency has also recorded the statements of several officers of Delhi bureaucracy, including one Danix officer whose statement has been recorded under section 164 CRPC. That is a statement that has been recorded before a magistrate, and our sources say in that particular statement, the officer has given in detail the role of Manish Sisodia in tailoring this Delhi liquor policy to suit or to benefit some of the private companies. And based on that particular statement, now the agency wants to question Manish Sisodia. A detailed questionnaire has been prepared for Manish Sisodia, and our sources say the questioning is likely to go on at least till 6 p.m. Mainly, the agency will be asking him why wasn't there any pre-approval for this particular Delhi liquor policy? Why was it placed for a post-facto approval before the Delhi cabinet, etc.? Are the questions that the agency wants to ask Manish Sisodia. So at around 6 p.m. we'll get to know whether the agency wants to take this investigation forward, or whether Manish Sisodia will be summoned again is something that we'll get to know at around 6 p.m. But the Delhi police, along with CBI, not taking any chances, heavy barricades, huge deployment of police force here to ensure that no untoward incident happens here. So only Manish Sisodia will be allowed to enter CBI office at around 11 a.m. and the questioning is expected to go on at least till 6 p.m.
All right, Arvind, so Manish Sisodia, and as we can see, preparations made to ensure the kind of, crowd that's surrounding Manish Sisodia. He's left his residence, and, a huge number of followers there with him, supporters there with him. So trying to ensure that doesn't happen here, Arvind. The fear now is that in the Aam Aadmi Party is that Manish Sisodia will be arrested. They're claiming that this summoning or this action against Manish Sisodia is a payback after the Lieutenant Governor and through him the BJP didn't get their way in the MCD election. That's what AAP is claiming, that after the nominated members weren't allowed to vote and AAP got its way with the right. I'm just going to go across to Sharad Sharma.
देखिए फिलहाल मीडिया को रोक दिया गया है। अकेले मनीष सिसोदिया, केवल मनीष सिसोदिया इस बैरिकेड के अंदर गए हैं। कारण क्या है मीडिया को रोकने का ये नहीं पता। खुद जब घर पे मनीष सिसोदिया के हम थे वहां पर भी रोका हुआ था, बाद में अलाउ कर दिया। लेकिन अब जब राजघाट पे हम लोग आए हैं तो यहाँ बैरिकेडिंग लगा दी गई है और इसके आगे मीडिया को जाने की इजाजत नहीं है। शारिक,
Right, so Sharad, they're reporting, from the place where Manish Sisodia's car has moved on, but it seems the media has all been stopped there and stopped from going further. Manish Sisodia going to Rajghat, from where he will then go to the CBI headquarters. Let's just listen to what Sharad is saying.
देखिए शारिक, हुआ ये कि दिल्ली में जो केजरीवाल सरकार है वो नई लिकर पॉलिसी, नई शराब नीति लाई और उसके अंदर कहा यह गया कि जो दिल्ली के अंदर शराब की दुकानें हैं उनका स्वरूप बदलेगा और सरकार को ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू प्राप्त होगा शराब से, क्योंकि सरकार को अपने रेवेन्यू के सोर्स बढ़ाने थे। तो एक नई शराब नीति दिल्ली के अंदर लागू हुई, लेकिन इसके अंदर कुछ लोगों ने शिकायत की जब दिल्ली के नए उपराज्यपाल आए। पुराने उपराज्यपाल के पास शिकायत थी नहीं थी इसकी कोई जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन जब नए उपराज्यपाल दिल्ली के अंदर आए विनय कुमार सक्सेना, तब ये आरोप लगा, कुछ लोगों ने आरोप लगाया कि इसके अंदर घोटाला हुआ है। तो फिर इसकी जांच के लिए जो उपराज्यपाल हैं उन्होंने सीएस से कहा कि इसमें देखिए क्या गड़बड़ियां हैं। तो सीएस ने जो रिपोर्ट दी, मुख्य सचिव ने जो रिपोर्ट दी वो ये थी कि एक तो जो लाइसेंस धारक हैं जिनको लाइसेंस मिला शराब का, उनको
आप लोग राजघाट आए थे, क्या चाह रहे हैं आप लोग? देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी सच्चाई की लड़ाई लड़ रही है। महात्मा गांधी सच्चाई के संघर्ष का प्रतीक हैं। इसीलिए आज महात्मा गांधी को नमन करते हुए मनीष सिसोदिया जी सीबीआई की तरफ जाएंगे। ये सच्चाई की लड़ाई हम लड़ते रहेंगे। आज एक मनीष सिसोदिया को अरेस्ट करेंगे तो 100 मनीष सिसोदिया खड़े होंगे। और मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये भी कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप जितना सच्चाई को दबाओगे उतना ही सच्चाई को ताकत मिलेगी। आज आप दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री को अरेस्ट करने वाले हो, यही मनीष सिसोदिया इस देश के शिक्षा मंत्री होने वाले हैं। कार्यकर्ता भी सीबीआई दफ्तर जाएंगे? पहले नहीं, सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया जी सीबीआई दफ्तर जाएंगे। कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर आए हैं, राजघाट में रहेंगे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी अब कार्यकर्ताओं को एड्रेस करेंगे और उसके आगे जाएंगे।
So there you can see Manish Sisodia has now gone towards Rajghat. However, the police barricades there stopping the media and others from going forward along with him. You can see these visuals of earlier when he left his residence. He was surrounded, his car was surrounded by supporters. Let's go across to Sharad now.
तो अरविंद जी ने कह दिया कि जेल के ताले टूटेंगे, मनीष सिसोदिया छूटेंगे। कोई गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई और उन्होंने ये कहना शुरू कर दिया। और आज भी जो है पहले से ही आपने कहना शुरू कर दिया कि गिरफ्तारी हो रही है।
हर तरफ से खबर मिल रही है। हाँ। आप भी जानते हैं, हम भी जानते हैं कि पुलिस के सारे सूत्र बता रहे हैं, केंद्र सरकार के सारे सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि आज मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा। लेकिन हम जेल जाने से नहीं डरते। हम अगर हम गांधी जी के अनुयायी हैं तो हम भगत सिंह के भी अनुयायी हैं। हम जेल से नहीं डरते हैं। और आज अगर एक मनीष सिसोदिया को अरेस्ट करेंगे तो 100 मनीष सिसोदिया खड़े होंगे देश के बच्चों को अच्छा भविष्य देने के लिए।
लोगों को ये कैसे समझाएंगे कि आप एंटी करप्शन के नाम पे आपका जन्म हुआ और करप्शन के आरोप में ही मनीष सिसोदिया से पूछताछ हो रही है और हो सकता है गिरफ्तारी भी हो जाए।
लेकिन पिछले 1 साल की जांच के बाद 1 रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार का भी सबूत भारतीय जनता पार्टी सामने नहीं रखेगी। एक भी पैसे के भ्रष्टाचार का सबूत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक भी एजेंसी सामने नहीं रख पाई है।
बीजेपी ये कह रही है कि अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो डर किस बात का है, जांच हो जाए। हम
कहाँ डर रहे हैं? हम तो बिल्कुल लाव लश्कर के साथ, पूरे कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर जा रहे हैं। हम तो जेल जाने से नहीं डरते। किसको डराएंगे ये? हम सत्य के साथ खड़े हैं, सत्य के साथ खड़े रहेंगे और सच्चाई के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लाव लश्कर की बात की आतिशी ने, तो लाव लश्कर तो पूरा लेके चली है आम आदमी पार्टी। ये देखिए अभी मेरे पीछे तो जो पार्टी कार्यकर्ता आ ही रहे हैं वो तो आ ही रहे हैं। राजघाट पर ये देखिए बड़ी संख्या में आम आदमी पार्टी के समर्थक, आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पहले से ही मनीष सिसोदिया का यहां पर इंतजार कर रहे हैं। केवल इसी तरफ मीडिया को रहने की, जाने की इजाजत दी गई है, दूसरी तरफ मीडिया को अलाउ नहीं किया गया है। तो ये देखिए एक बार आपको दिखा दूं, ये बिल्कुल फ्रंट फेस है राजघाट का। रिंग रोड पर जो है बड़ी संख्या में आम आदमी पार्टी के यहां पर कार्यकर्ता जुट गए हैं और जाहिर सी बात है होगा भी, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी के दूसरे नंबर के नेता हैं मनीष सिसोदिया। दिल्ली सरकार में सबसे अहम मंत्री, मुख्यमंत्री तो सबसे अहम होते ही हैं, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री के अलावा कोई सबसे अहम है तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया ही हैं। तो उनसे पूछताछ की बात है, उनकी गिरफ्तारी की अटकलें हैं। तो बड़ी संख्या में जो पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता हैं वो तो जुटेंगे ही। प्रवीण कुमार है हमारे साथ, आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक हैं। क्या ये जो माहौल बनाया आप लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ता सारे इकट्ठे हो गए, एक तरह का दबाव बना रहे हैं बीजेपी पर? भले ही कार्रवाई सीबीआई कर रही है, पर बीजेपी पे दबाव बना रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, हम जिस देश को सच्चाई बताना चाहते हैं, जिस तरीके से अडानी के ऊपर करोड़ रुपए का घोटाले का आरोप लगाए, उसके ईडी और सीबीआई नहीं जाती। एक शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने देश को नई राह दिखाई, जिनका डंका शिक्षा नीति का डंका जो है देश में नहीं विदेशों में भी बजता है, उनके ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई जो है डर के कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी भेज देती है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको गिरफ्तार कर ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोक सके, आम आदमी पार्टी के बढ़ते वर्चस्व को रोक सके। आम आदमी पार्टी ने 10 साल में जिस तरीके से अलग अलग राज्यों में अपनी सरकारें बनाई, अलग अलग राज्यों में अपने विधायक जिताए, इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी तरह डर गई है और मनीष सिसोदिया को रोकना चाहती है।
ये लोगों को आप कैसे समझाएंगे, आप विधायक हैं पार्टी के, ये लोगों को कैसे समझाएंगे कि आप एंटी करप्शन के नाम पे जन्मे हैं और करप्शन के ये आरोप आपके ऊपर लग रहे हैं, नंबर 2 पे आरोप लग गए हैं?
देखिए,
कुछ तो होगा सीबीआई के पास तभी केस दर्ज कर रही है।
दिल्ली की जनता बहुत समझदार है, उनको पता है कि ईडी और इनकम टैक्स जितने सीबीआई हैं सारे के सारे जो है तोता है मोदी जी के, पालतू तोते की तरह उनको यूज किया जा रहा है और जबरदस्ती लोगों पे केस थोपे जा रहे हैं। आप ही देख लीजिए, सितेंद्र जैन जी को आज तक बंद करके रखा है, कोई केस फाइल नहीं हुआ, कोई कुछ बना नहीं, आगे कुछ कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही। ये तो टोटल गुंडागर्दी है मोदी सरकार की। ये केवल चाहती है कि विपक्ष को हम खत्म कर दें ताकि कोई हमारे खिलाफ बोलने वाला ना हो, अच्छा काम करने वाला ना हो। आज मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने शिक्षा में जो परिवर्तन किया है पूरी दुनिया दिख रही है। आज मेरी जनकपुरी में इतना आलीशान स्कूल बना के दिया, लोग खुद कह रहे हैं कि हाँ काम करने वाली सरकार है तो आम आदमी पार्टी की। इसको रोकने के लिए ये कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं सारे।
कुलदीप कुमार है हमारे साथ, आम आदमी पार्टी के लगातार ये भी कह रही है कि भाई एक तो कुछ किया नहीं तो डर किस बात का, दूसरा आप कहते हैं कि कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया है और देखिए सब छूट के आ जाएंगे। अगर भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो सत्येंद्र जैन को क्यों नहीं छोड़ा जा रहा है, ये बीजेपी कह रही है।
देखिए, आज अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और मोदी जी को इस देश में किसी डर है तो वो आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की बढ़ती हुई लोकप्रियता है और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने इस देश के लाखों बच्चों के दिल्ली का एक मॉडल ऐसा दिया है, एजुकेशन का मॉडल, जिसका डंका आज पूरे विश्व में बज रहा है। लेकिन आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी तरह से परेशान हो चुकी है और ये ईडी सीबीआई वगैरह जो भी है, आपको जो जांच करनी है कर लो, लेकिन मिलेगा आपको कुछ नहीं। आपने सब जांच कर ली, आपने बेडरूम भी जांच लिया, मंदिर भी जांच लिया, गाँव में जांच लिया। 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला बता रहे हैं लोग, 10,000 करोड़ रुपए कहीं रखे तो होंगे, कुछ खरीदा तो होगा, कुछ नहीं मिला इनको, ना इनके हाथ कुछ लगा। ये केवल घबराए हुए डरे हुए लोग हैं और केवल डरने का काम कर रहे हैं।
अगर कुछ नहीं मिला इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि कुछ हुआ ही नहीं होगा। बहुत से लोगों में कुछ नहीं मिलता है, पर जो जांच तो होनी चाहिए।
अभी तक ये पिछले 8 साल से जांच ही कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये बीजेपी सत्ता में बैठ के सिर्फ इनका काम है कि लोगों को डराना धमकाने। उन्होंने एक काम नहीं किया और एक भी जांच में आज तक ये सिद्ध नहीं हुआ कि आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी भी नेता पे, इवन किसी कार्यकर्ता पे किसी तरीके का कोई आरोप लगे। ये तो सिर्फ दमन की
आरोप तो लगे हुए हैं, आरोप तो लगे हुए हैं,
नहीं कोई सिद्ध नहीं कर पाए ना। और ये क्योंकि 2024 के ये पहले दिल्ली में एमसीडी हार गए, इसलिए 2024 में भी हारने वाले, इसी डर से ये दमन की नीतियां कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी और मनीष सिसोदिया केजरीवाल जी डरने वाले में से नहीं है। दिल्ली का विकास चलता रहेगा, करते रहेंगे।
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो शारिक, जैसा कि मैं बता रहा था कि बड़ी संख्या में आम आदमी पार्टी के समर्थक यहाँ पर हैं, तो अभी मनीष सिसोदिया राजघाट के अंदर ही हैं।
Well, there you can see Manish Sisodia at Rajghat. Ahead of his questioning, he has gone to Rajghat and he will then go on at Mahatma Gandhi's memorial, and he's sitting there. So Manish Sisodia sitting at Mahatma Gandhi's memorial at Rajghat before he will go to the CBI for questioning. He has been summoned for questioning today. And so far the media has been stopped from entering Rajghat. Our reporter Sharad Sharma was there, and there are police barricades, and most of the supporters and media have been stopped there. This is a feed that we're getting from Aam Aadmi Party itself, and you can see Manish Sisodia there sitting at Mahatma Gandhi's memorial at Rajghat ahead of the questioning at 11 o'clock. Sanjay Singh also there with him, and Manish Sisodia will go in for questioning by the CBI shortly after this in the liquor policy case. Remember, it's been alleged that there was a massive scam in the new liquor policy that was brought about by Aam Aadmi Party under Manish Sisodia, that there were kickbacks and there were many favors that were given, etc. And the LG had given the nod for the CBI to investigate this matter last year. And after that, the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, scrapped the new liquor policy for Delhi and reverted to the old liquor policy, which is what the BJP claims, questions and says, why did you scrap it then if you were so confident of the new liquor policy? Manish Sisodia tweeted, he's been questioned before by the CBI, but now the CBI has asked him for questioning again as their focus is on the South group. This alleged influence of a South lobby of businessmen and politicians, which also, according to the investigation so far, though she's not an accused, include KCR's daughter Kavita. And the CBI had recently arrested Bucci Babu Gorantla. He was the former chartered accountant of Kavita, and they claim that through that they have received a lot of information. Kavita, who is KCR's daughter, the Telangana Chief Minister, and they claim that a lot of information that they have managed to get out from that questioning, and also according to the claims of a former bureaucrat. There's a former bureaucrat who also was involved with the liquor policy, whose account has been recorded by the CBI. So based on all that is why the CBI says they need to question Manish Sisodia again. And that is why he's been called for questioning. Remember, he'd been called for questioning last Sunday, but at that time, Manish Sisodia, fearing his arrest, which today as well is what the Aam Aadmi Party expects, that he'll be arrested. But last Sunday, fearing his arrest, Manish Sisodia had asked for more time, he said, because he needed to finalize the Delhi budget. He's also the finance minister. He is the number 2 in the Delhi government. And he says that, for the sake of the people of Delhi, for the budget to get done, give me more time. The CBI then issued fresh summons to him, which is for today. Well, let's go across to Tanushree, who joins us from outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Manish Sisodia left there a short while ago. He is now at the Gandhi Memorial in Rajghat. Tanushree, let's talk about the claims that AAP is making. On one hand, they're saying that Manish Sisodia has been questioned, and this is a result of, the defeat in the MCD elections, where all sorts of, attempts were made to disturb that election, which finally happened thanks to the Supreme Court, but also that they want to question him about, this South group, about new information that has come up. Currently, Manish Sisodia is at Rajghat. He's sitting in front of the Gandhi Memorial. Our colleague Sharad Sharma and other media were not allowed to enter. They were stopped at the police barricades.
Absolutely. In fact, it's a full action-packed Sunday where Manish Sisodia for the second time is being summoned to the headquarters, to the CBI headquarters. Now, I'll quickly tell you for the benefit of our audience that why Manish Sisodia is on the line of fire, because he heads the excise department of the Delhi government. Now, excise department is the department which formulates and executes the liquor policy. And the liquor policy is the one which is in question. And this was the liquor policy of 2020-2021, where the allegations on Manish Sisodia, the allegations on the Delhi government are that they were in connivance with the liquor lobby, with the liquor traders, some of the South politicians as well as bureaucrats and many middlemen as well. And the South lobby you were talking about is the lobby which the CBI mentioned, saying that there is a South lobby, their hand in this liquor scam, where many politicians from the South, their CAs, their middlemen, and in fact liquor traders as well, liquor firms as well, were given waivers, were given some kind of a leeway so that they can get licenses without paying the due fees. That is what the scam was all about. But the Aam Aadmi Party has been maintaining, entire top brass, including Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and other leaders, that it's a political witch hunt, a political vendetta by the Bharatiya Janata Party against Aam Aadmi Party. But if we talk about CBI and the ED and all the federal agencies, they have been maintaining, Gargi, that it's an investigation for them and there needs to be a thorough probe and an unbiased probe, and they are going to do that. And that's why Manish Sisodia is being questioned, is being summoned to the CBI headquarters for the second time. His questioning is going to be for long hours. That's what we are assuming, because last Sunday he was called in and he wrote to CBI saying that the last week of February is very important because the budget, he's going to work on the budget, and CBI entertained that request and they gave him time for next Sunday, which is today. Now today we are what we are picking up from our sources from the agency, that he's going to be there in the CBI headquarters for questioning for at least till late evening, till at least 6 p.m. and let's see then there is some other development or not. But Aam Aadmi Party, many leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Gargi, are also claiming that they are on house arrest, and the kind of fashion Delhi police, escorted Manish Sisodia to the CBI headquarters looks like that the agencies are going to go after the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, this is about the political side of it. Aam Aadmi Party has been saying to the BJP that it's a political vendetta. BJP has been saying that they have nothing to do with this case. It's an investigation and the agencies will take its own due course. But in the last 1 week, not just the liquor scam, we have been seeing a lot of, on a lot of topics on which BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have been on loggerheads, be it the MCD elections, be it the mayor elections, be it the standing committees election, which has been again halted, and now so High Court had to intervene. So let's see what happens there on Monday. But as of now, Manish Sisodia, a short while back, Gargi, left, and his body language was completely exuberating confidence. He wanted to give out a message to his political rivals as well as perhaps the agencies that he's not going to be scared with this kind of questioning, even if the situation gets worse. That's what we could clearly tell from his body language. He was atop a car from the sunroof and he was waving at people. He was the crowd which gathered here to support Manish Sisodia was cheering at him. There were many workers of the Aam Aadmi Party who were there, and Manish Sisodia was waving at them, also showing victory signs, which clearly shows that Manish Sisodia is taking this as a political messaging which needs to go out, and he's totally exuberating confidence. So the Delhi police is here, and I'll quickly ask camera person Sushil Rathi to show you around and show you the kind of police bandobast, the police deployment which was here. Now, for the time being, since there is no action here, Manish Sisodia has already been taken to the CBI headquarters. For the time being, Delhi police has eased its deployment. They have asked the paramilitary force over here and the female and male cops to take rest because perhaps it's going to take long hours before Manish Sisodia can come back to his residence here at Mathura Road.
Right, in fact, Tanushree, right now we're getting visuals of Manish Sisodia, at Rajghat. He's sitting in front of the Gandhi Memorial and along with Sanjay Singh there, and the media and the other supporters weren't allowed to, enter along with him. So there's just Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia and one other supporter sitting behind him. And this is before, and he's sitting there in prayer or meditation before going to the CBI headquarters. And the rest of the media and supporters are now waiting outside at the police barricades where they have been stopped. But earlier, Sanjay Singh did say that they're using all their powers to arrest Manish Sisodia, and the AAP leaders are being put under house arrest. Why are you so scared of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal? Because AAP has really been, talking about this whole BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party and Modi versus Arvind Kejriwal. That's how they'd like to project it. But let's go across to Arvind now, who joins us from the CBI headquarters, where also there's huge security. Arvind, you're inside, but no one else can get inside except for Mr. Manish Sisodia. Probably now the buses have been put out there, barricades have been put out there to ensure there's not this kind of, show of strength that we saw emerging from Manish Sisodia's residence when he first left.
Yeah, Gargi, Delhi police along with paramilitary forces not taking any chances here. They have deployed huge police personnel here. Let it be the barricades, let it be the vehicles to stop anyone from entering this particular lane. Look at the number of layers that have been deployed on both the sides. Just at this road that leads to CBI, both the sides of the road have been barricaded with first layer of CRPF personnel and then followed by Delhi police personnel, and then just at the gate, both the entry and exit gate of CBI have also been deployed with barricades, along with Delhi police personnel standing here with water cannon vehicle also. On this side of the road, what we can see is that almost 5 buses have been parked in zigzag way to ensure that no unauthorized vehicle enters this particular lane. So this CBI headquarters has been turned into a heavy high security zone now. Only what we are learning is that only Manish Sisodia will be allowed to enter this particular premises. No other Aam Aadmi Party leader, let it be Sanjay Singh or let it be any other Aam Aadmi Party leader, will be allowed anywhere close this particular proximity. So only Manish Sisodia will be let in at this particular barricade, and then he'll be taking the entry gate of CBI. He can go inside the CBI office, and what we are being told is that though Manish Sisodia has been asked to appear at around 11 a.m., CBI officials, that the unit, the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Delhi, which is the investigation unit of this particular case, the senior officials of CBI have already come here. The investigating officer is already here waiting for Manish Sisodia to come and join the investigation. So the CBI officials are expecting that Manish Sisodia will be arriving here sometime post 11 a.m. because he is still at Rajghat. So he can't make it here for 11 a.m. For exactly sharp at 11 a.m. So the CBI officials are expecting that he'll be arriving here post close to 11 a.m. is what they are expecting. So the moment he arrives here, the questioning will begin. So CBI officials have already prepared a long, lengthy detailed questionnaire for Manish Sisodia, and it's expected to go on till late evening. Gargi, it's unlikely that Manish Sisodia will be allowed to go home for lunch. There won't be any lunch break. If at all, if there is anything, everything has been prepared, everything has been arranged here itself. So his lunch, everything has been taken care of by CBI here itself. So somewhere at around 6 p.m, the agency will take a call whether to summon Manish Sisodia again or whether to take him into custody for further questioning. So the important point here is that CBI has made several arrests in this particular case, has already filed the charge sheet here. So what is this case all about? The new liquor policy that was drafted, that was clear, that was implemented by the Excise Department of Delhi, according to CBI, that allegedly benefited one particular group called South Group, through which the Aam Aadmi Party allegedly received somewhere around 20 to 30 crore as advance kickback through several intermediaries, and that was handled by Vijay Nair, Aam Aadmi Party executive. That is CBI's allegation, whereas Enforcement Directorate is saying that they are pegging the advance alleged kickback to somewhere around 100 crores. So that's the difference. But both the agencies are saying that due to this Delhi liquor policy, which has been now scrapped, there were several irregularities, and Aam Aadmi Party benefited through liquor companies, and that seems to be the prima facie allegation based on which CBI is conducting this investigation. Very importantly, our sources have confirmed to us that recently the agency has recorded a 164 statement of a senior Delhi officer who has given a statement allegedly implicating the role of Manish Sisodia, and that's why taking the strength of that particular statement, now the agency wants to question Manish Sisodia in this case.
Right, Arvind, in fact, now we can see Manish Sisodia, he's leaving Rajghat. He was sitting there earlier and, meditating or offering prayers at the Gandhi Memorial, but now he is left and he is walking out of Rajghat. Remember, most of his followers and the media was stopped from following him inside the memorial. However, now he's walking out, and from here he will go on to the CBI headquarters, where he's been summoned for questioning today. Earlier today, he had tweeted saying that he's not worried. He's going to CBI again today. Remember, he's been questioned before, as Arvind was also telling us. Going to CBI again today, will cooperate fully in the entire investigation. The love of lakhs of children and blessings of crores of countrymen are with us. I don't care if I have to stay in jail for a few months. I am a follower of Bhagat Singh, who was hanged for the country. So AAP fears he will be arrested. Remember, AAP already has one of their ministers, Delhi's health minister Satyendra Jain, who was arrested as well and has not come out of jail since then. He continues to be in Tihar, and AAP fears that the same will happen with Manish Sisodia today. He's been summoned for questioning by the CBI for a second time. He's been questioned in the past, but now the CBI wanting to question him after they arrested a CA who was the ex-CA of Kavita, that's KCR's daughter, who's allegedly a part of this whole South group that the CBI is claiming were giving bribes to get some sort of liquor deals, and that is the claim that's been made. KCR though claims that this is another attempt to hit out at the opposition, so his daughter is being targeted. Aam Aadmi Party claims they are being targeted using the CBI and ED and the guise of this liquor scam, though the CBI claims that they have have gotten information out of that CA. They've gotten information also from a former bureaucrat who was closely involved with the liquor license policy. It is the liquor license policy that was brought by the Aam Aadmi Party that is at the heart of this entire matter. It's claimed that it was made in such a way, the liquor policy was created in such a way, and that kickbacks were received and certain licenses were given to favored people and companies who were involved. later when the LG gave the permission for the CBI to go ahead and investigate this. The new liquor policy was scrapped and Delhi reverted to the old liquor policy, which is what the BJP mentions to target the Aam Aadmi Party, questioning that if your liquor policy was fine, then why did you scrap it? So that is one point that they have been raising. Today, Aam Aadmi Party has also claimed that many of their leaders have been put under house arrest, that there is police deployment outside their houses, that they're not being allowed to leave. That's what Mr. Sanjay Singh has also tweeted about and claimed that the police are there, that the police, that they may or may not be able to prevent crimes, but they're using all their power to arrest Manish Sisodia. Our leaders are being put under house arrest. Why are you so scared of the Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal? You can do anything you want, but you will fail. So there you can see Manish Sisodia is now walking out of Rajghat and to the crowd that is, had been stopped from entering. So the crowd of his supporters are waiting for him, and from here he will go on to the CBI headquarters. There you can see and hear the crowd there, the supporters of Manish Sisodia. He is expected at the CBI headquarters at around 11 o'clock. This is in central Delhi's Lodi Road. So if you're, crossing that area, it's best to avoid it because there's huge security. Roads are blocked out around the CBI headquarters as well to prevent this kind of a crowd. You're seeing this crowd outside Rajghat as Manish Sisodia went in. So similarly, huge security arrangements, bandobast has been made around the CBI headquarters, which is near Lodi Road. And so that entire area has been sort of blocked off, so best to avoid it. He will be going in for questioning. As our colleague Arvind was telling us, who is there, he says it's likely to carry on till 6 p.m. Let's go across to NDTV's Sharad Sharma, who's outside Rajghat. Let's listen in.
संबोधित करेंगे। ये देखिए आ गए मनीष सिसोदिया। कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए मनीष सिसोदिया। जरूरी है कि पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं का वो मनोबल बढ़ाएं और कार्यकर्ता उनका मनोबल बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है तो इसी तरीके से चला करती है। नेता कार्यकर्ता का, कार्यकर्ता नेता का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। और इसीलिए क्योंकि मनीष सिसोदिया बड़े लीडर हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी में दूसरे नंबर के सबसे बड़े नेता हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल के खासम खास हैं।
So there you can see Manish Sisodia outside of Rajghat.
धन्यवाद सबसे पहले तो मैं मनीष लिख दिया ना। आप सबके सम्मान बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सबसे पहले। मुश्किल भरा समय, चुनौती भरा समय, ये झूठे आरोपों में तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप लगा के आज मुझे जेल में डालेंगे। मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं। सरदार भगत सिंह जी देश के लिए फांसी पर। ये झूठे आरोपों में तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप लगा के आज मुझे जेल में डालेंगे। मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं। सरदार भगत सिंह जी देश के लिए फांसी पे चढ़ गए थे। इनके झूठे आरोपों के चक्कर में एक आध बार जेल जाना तो छोटी सी बात है। सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, देखना है जोर कितना बाजुए का दिल में है। सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, देखना है जोर कितना बाजुए का दिल में है। साथियों, आज जब ये मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, बोले माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। दोस्तों, आज जब ये लोग मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, झूठे आरोपों में जेल भेज रहे हैं, तो 2-3 चीजें आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ। आप मेरी फैमिली हो, जितने लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, जो लोग टीवी के माध्यम से देख रहे हैं, सब मेरा परिवार है। आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, मैंने जीवन में ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है, और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है। जिंदगी में तरह तरह के उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। इन सारे उतार चढ़ाव में एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा हमेशा साथ दिया। मेरे परिवार ने हमेशा, आपके बड़े परिवार और छोटे से परिवार दोनों ने बहुत साथ दिया है। जब मैं एक टीवी चैनल में नौकरी करता था, आज जब जेल जा रहा हूं तो मुझे लगता है इसकी बात मुझे करनी चाहिए। जब मैं एक टीवी चैनल में नौकरी करता था, अच्छा खासा प्रमोशन मिलता था, अच्छी सैलरी आती थी, मैं भी टीवी पे बैठ के रिपोर्टिंग करता था, एंकरिंग करता था, अच्छी जिंदगी चल रही थी। लेकिन मैं सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आ गया, उनके साथ में जाके झुग्गियों में काम करने लगा। उस वक्त मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा सबसे ज्यादा साथ दिया। आज जब ये जेल भेज रहे हैं मुझको, तो मेरी वाइफ घर पे अकेली रहेगी। हम आपके साथ हैं। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, मेरा एक बेटा है जो यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ता है, और मेरी वाइफ घर पे अकेली रहेगी। वो आजकल बहुत बीमार रहती है। आपको ध्यान रखना है। दूसरी चीज मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ, दिल्ली आज टीवी भी चला रहे हैं, इसको आपको और सबको और दिल्ली के बच्चों को मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। दूसरी चीज, मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूँ, स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे बच्चों से मुझको बहुत प्यार है। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये मत समझना कि आपके शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया, आपके मनीष चाचा अगर जेल चले गए तो बस छुट्टी हो गई। अभी छुट्टी नहीं होने वाली है। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूँ, उतनी मेहनत करना जितनी मैं करने की अपेक्षा रखता हूँ, जितनी जरूरत है। शिक्षा मंत्री संगीत खूब मन लगा के पढ़ना। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूँ जो स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे हैं, खूब मन लगा के पढ़ना। लाखों बच्चों के ऊपर देश का भविष्य है, खूब मन लगा के पढ़ना। माता पिता को परेशान मत करना, पढ़ाई से जी मत चुराना, अच्छे से पास होना। अगर मुझे ये पता चला, देखो मैं भले ही जेल चला जाऊंगा, लेकिन मुझे वहाँ सारी खबर मिलती रहेगी कि बच्चे पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे, स्कूल फीस चल रही है। तो अगर मुझे वहाँ पता चला कि हमारे बच्चों ने पढ़ाई में लापरवाही शुरू कर दी है, मैं बच्चों से कह रहा हूँ कि अगर मुझे पता चला कि मेरे बच्चों ने, स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों ने पढ़ाई में लापरवाही शुरू की है, तो मुझे खराब लगेगा। माँ बाप की बात नहीं मान रहे हैं तो मुझको खराब लगेगा। और अगर मुझे पता चलेगा जेल में रहते हुए कि मेरे बच्चों ने पढ़ाई में लापरवाही शुरू कर दी है, तो अगर मेरे को वहाँ पता चला तो मैं खाना छोड़ दूंगा। उस दिन, जिस दिन मुझे पता चलेगा, मैं खाना नहीं छोड़ूंगा। तो बच्चों, बिल्कुल पढ़ाई मेहनत से करनी है। मेरे जेल जाने पे भी स्कूलों का नाम नीचे नहीं करना, अपने माँ बाप का नाम नीचे नहीं करना, खूब मेहनत से पढ़ाई करना। मैं जानता हूँ आप कभी नहीं चाहोगे कि मुझे ये पता चले कि आपने पढ़ाई ठीक से नहीं की या माँ बाप की बात नहीं मान रहे और मैं खाना छोड़ दूं। मुझे तकलीफ नहीं देना चाहोगे आप लोग, तो ये बात मेरी बच्चों से। एक बात मैं दिल्ली के लोकप्रिय और आप सबके नेता मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से भी कहना चाहता हूं। मेरे मित्र हैं, मेरे भाई हैं, गुरु हैं राजनीति में। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने बहुत प्यार दिया, बहुत स्नेह दिया मुझको, बहुत सेवा करनी है। मैं कहूंगा अरविंद जी लगे रहिए, आपको देश की बहुत सेवा करनी है। हो सकता है 8-10 महीने मुझको जेल में रहना पड़े, लेकिन आप देश की सेवा में लगे रहिए। हमें आपके ऊपर बहुत मान है, हमें आपके ऊपर बहुत मान है। इन जेलों से घबराने वाले नहीं हैं, ये झूठे आरोपों पे जो जेलें भेजने की तैयारी चल रही है, इससे घबराने वाले नहीं। और देखिए, ये लोग जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं, ये मुझको जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं, झूठे आरोप लगा क्यों रहे हैं, ये सीबीआई की ईडी की इंक्वायरी हो क्यों रही है। इनको भी पता है हमने कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं की, लेकिन इसलिए कर रहे हैं। ये सारी जेल की साजिशें, ये सारी सीबीआई और ईडी की साजिशें रची इसलिए जा रही हैं क्योंकि इनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से डर लगता है। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी जी से डर नहीं लगता, देश के किसी और नेता से डर नहीं लगता, उनको केवल और केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर लगता है। उनको आम आदमी पार्टी से डर लगता है, उनको आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से डर लगता है, उनको किसी से डर नहीं लगता। तो जैसे जैसे आपकी पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है, वैसे वैसे आप तैयार रहिए। अभी मेरे ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे और आपके ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे, तैयार रहिए बिल्कुल। बहुत मुकदमे होने वाले हैं सबके ऊपर। जैसे जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे बढ़ेगी, वैसे वैसे बीजेपी डरती रहेगी और डर डर के मुकदमे करवाती रहेगी। आप तय मानो और मुकदमे होंगे। एक लेकिन चीज है, हम नहीं डरते। ये डरते हैं हमसे, हम इनसे नहीं डरते। ना इनकी पुलिस से डरते, ना इनकी सीबीआई से डरते, ना इनकी ईडी से डरते, ना इनकी जेलों से डरते। हम नहीं डरते इनसे। ये हमसे डरते हैं, केजरीवाल जी से डरते हैं, आपसे डरते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से डरते हैं, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, सही बात, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी के अत्याचार से देश को मुक्ति तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही दिलवाएगी। आने वाले समय में देश को नंबर 1 बनाने का काम तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही करेगी। ये सब जीतने वाली पार्टियों से नहीं होगा, आम आदमी पार्टी आगे लेके जाएगी। तो डरना नहीं है, घबराना नहीं है। पिछली बार भी मैं कह के गया था, मैं जेल चला जाऊं तो अफसोस मत करना, गर्व करना इस बात पे। जेल चला जाऊं तो गर्व करना इस बात पे कि हम में से एक जेल गया है, हजारों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे। देखे मोदी जी कितना को रोकते हैं, लाखों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे। देखे ये बीजेपी वाले कितनों को रोकते हैं। भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Manish Sisodia addressing the gathering before he goes to the CBI for questioning. They're raising slogans, which were popularized and immortalized by Bhagat Singh, Inqilab Zindabad, and he even read out the poem that Bhagat Singh had made popular with Sarfaroshi Ki Tamanna. So the Aam Aadmi Party really positioning themselves as being done upon by the CBI, by the Modi government, and now Manish Sisodia is going in for questioning by the CBI. The fear is that he will be arrested. You can see the kind of police presence there. Already the media was not allowed to accompany him into Rajghat, and at the CBI headquarters as well. There's a huge police presence. Manish Sisodia addressing the gathering, also calling himself, because he was the education minister and someone who is credited with improving schools across Delhi and taking a keen interest in the students and the student welfare. So he said, I'm, your Chacha, Manish Sisodia, and, addressing children, saying study well and, do be disciplined, etc. So really the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, claiming that it is because of Manish Sisodia's position in the AAP, he is number 2 after Arvind Kejriwal, that he is being targeted in this manner. This is in the alleged liquor scam case that he's been called in for questioning. There's another snooping case that has also been made out against him that the CBI is currently investigating. So Manish Sisodia en route to the CBI headquarters after he was at Rajghat and at the Gandhi Memorial there, Mahatma Gandhi Memorial, and now he has left. He addressed his followers and he said allegations are all false, that I'm not scared, I'm not frightened about going to jail, and that we will continue to do the good work. We're not scared of the PM Modi or of the BJP. He is now on his way to the CBI headquarters. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360.
Welcome back. The big story we're tracking today. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is now on his way to the CBI headquarters for questioning. He left his house earlier this morning at around 10 and went to Rajghat, where he sat in front of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial for a while, and he has now left from there. He addressed the gathering there and said they will not be able to quieten our voices, that for one Manish Sisodia, who they may put in jail, more will come. He said that we will continue to do our work, and that the Aam Aadmi Party is the only party that's being able to counter the BJP, and that is why these cases are being foisted against leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. So Manish Sisodia, they're going in for questioning to the CBI headquarters in the Delhi liquor policy case. It's alleged that there was a scam in the liquor policy that was brought out by the Aam Aadmi Party, and for that Manish Sisodia has been summoned for questioning once again. Huge police presence and barricades and security at the CBI headquarters as well. We'll slip into a short break and return with the latest. Stay with us.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law. We were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core value...
Hello and welcome. The big story we're tracking right now. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is now on his way to the CBI headquarters for questioning in the liquor scam case. He's been summoned again for questioning today, and he in fact tweeted that he's not afraid of being arrested. These visuals that you see are from earlier at Rajghat when Manish Sisodia left his residence at around 10 this morning. He first went to the Rajghat where he sat in front of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial for a short while, and then emerging from Rajghat, where most of the media and supporters had been stopped from going in. Manish Sisodia then addressed the crowd from the sunroof of his car. He hit out at the BJP and at Prime Minister Modi, and he spoke about these attempts to silence him or to weaken him. But he said that for every Manish Sisodia who they may put in jail, because that is the fear that they have, that he may be put into jail, that more Manish Sisodias will come. And he said we will continue to do our work, and that the CBI and ED, these forces are just being used against us because we are countering the BJP. So that's what Manish Sisodia said. As we wait for him to arrive there at the CBI headquarters, let's just listen into what Manish Sisodia said after emerging from Rajghat.
आज ये झूठे आरोपों में मुझको गिरफ्तार करेंगे, मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। ये झूठे आरोपों में तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप के आज मुझे जेल में डालेंगे। मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं। सरदार भगत सिंह जी देश के लिए फांसी पे चढ़ गए थे। इनके झूठे आरोपों के चक्कर में एक आध बार जेल जाना तो छोटी सी बात है। सरफरोशी की तमन्ना सरफरोशी की तमन्ना देखना है जोर कितना साथियों, आज जब ये मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, बोले माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। दोस्तों, आज जब ये लोग मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, झूठे आरोपों में जेल भेज रहे हैं, तो दो तीन चीजें आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ। आप मेरी फैमिली हो, जितने लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, जो लोग टीवी के माध्यम से देख रहे हैं, सब मेरा परिवार है। आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, मैंने जीवन में ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है, और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है। जिंदगी में तरह तरह के उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। इन सारे उतार चढ़ाव में एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा हमेशा साथ दिया। मेरे परिवार ने हमेशा, आपके बड़े परिवार और छोटे से परिवार दोनों ने बहुत साथ दिया है। जब मैं एक टीवी चैनल में नौकरी करता था, आज जब जेल जा रहा हूं तो मुझे लगता है इसकी बात मुझे करनी चाहिए। जब मैं एक टीवी चैनल में नौकरी करता था, अच्छा खासा प्रमोशन मिलता था, अच्छी सैलरी आती थी, मैं भी टीवी पे बैठ के रिपोर्टिंग करता था, एंकरिंग करता था, अच्छी जिंदगी चल रही थी। लेकिन मैं सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आ गया, उनके साथ में जाके झुग्गियों में काम करने लगा। उस वक्त मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा सबसे ज्यादा साथ दिया। आज जब ये जेल भेज रहे हैं मुझको, तो मेरी वाइफ घर पे अकेली रहेगी। हम आपके साथ हैं।
All right, Manish Sisodia addressing the crowd, also talking about the time that he himself used to be a reporter, and he says, I left all that. I left, my desk, my job, that I had at that time, that regular income that I had at that time, to follow Arvind Kejriwal. And he also said that I will continue to, fight for the people of Delhi. They've also been invoking Bhagat Singh, freedom fighter Bhagat Singh, saying that, he was hanged when he took on the British, and we are also followers of Bhagat Singh, using, his the phrase made famous, the poem made famous by Bhagat Singh, Sarfaroshi ki tamanna. So really invoking this as some sort of, rebellion, revolution that they are doing, and that they're done upon by the powers that be, the BJP and the various forces being used against them, is what they're claiming. But the BJP hitting back and saying, don't do an event management, go in and just answer the questions of the CBI that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to hide behind, this whole event, or this, playing to the cameras with the huge crowds, and going to Rajghat and sitting in front of Mahatma Gandhi Memorial. So BJP hitting back, saying that don't do an event, or, this is all event management. The fact of the matter is the allegations of the liquor scam. Well, let's go across to Tanushree now for more. And Tanushree, another claim by the Aam Aadmi Party today has been that many of their leaders are under house arrest, that they've not been allowed to leave their residence. Manish Sisodia has now left Rajghat and is on his way to the CBI headquarters.
Absolutely, and Gargi, I was hearing what you were saying, and I think that's absolutely correct. Manish Sisodia, in fact, the entire Aam Aadmi Party have made a proper event out of CBI summon. Because when Manish Sisodia left, he was atop a car from the sunroof. He was waving at people. He was showing victory signs. He was surrounded by Aam Aadmi Party workers, and clearly, Aam Aadmi Party is not leaving any stone unturned to give out a message, and a strong one, to not just their political rivals, but also to the public in general that Aam Aadmi Party leaders are not going to be scared of these, these cases, or because they have been saying that it's a political witch hunt, it's a political vendetta by the BJP. They're using the agencies against the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. So definitely, it's a good PR by the Aam Aadmi Party, who have turned a summon of a CBI into a very important investigation of a liquor scam, into this entire whole event where now people are hailing Manish Sisodia as some kind of hero, and with the continuous tweets, and with Manish Sisodia addressing workers and addressing media outside Rajghat, with invoking emotions of, as you were saying, rebellion and revolution, that, these are the people who are working for the national capital, and BJP is the party which is not letting them work. So clearly sending out a message to people that they are not scared and they are going to give it back to the BJP if it at all this is a political battle. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party, since day one, they have been wanting to make it about Arvind Kejriwal versus Modi, or Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP. They have been, in the last 1 week itself, there have been many instances where Aam Aadmi Party, BJP came at loggerheads with each other. But this case, particularly the liquor scam, BJP has not left any stone unturned to corner the Aam Aadmi Party, because Arvind Kejriwal's name also came in the charge sheet in some way, though he has not been named as an accused. But there was a FaceTime call which was allegedly arranged by his former communication in charge, Vijay Nair, between a liquor firm and between a liquor trader and Arvind Kejriwal. That liquor trader is right now in custody. He has been named as one of the prime accused in the case. So definitely the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are now being sucked into this case. This is the second time that Manish Sisodia has been called in. We have been given to understand that he will be kept in the CBI headquarters for longer hours, at least till 6 p.m. in the evening. There is not going to be any lunch. He will not be allowed to go out or take a break in the middle. Everything, whatever he needs, has already been arranged inside the CBI headquarters. And in fact, many Aam Aadmi Party workers and leaders are also claiming that they have been put on house arrest. But the kind of bandobast, the kind of police deployment we saw outside Manish Sisodia's residence, it was almost like that Delhi police decided to turn the entire area into fortress. I'll also tell you, for the benefit of our viewers, that many routes, many important routes in the Lutyens Delhi, in the central Delhi, are completely shut down.
CBI office, he has been escorted here by the
all right, so there you can see, Tanushree, sorry to interrupt you there, but Manish Sisodia has arrived at the CBI headquarters. You can see the huge number of media people there, though there's a lot of security as well, and the media will not be allowed to go in after a particular point. But his car has arrived outside the CBI headquarters for the questioning. Well, let's now go across to Priyanka Kakkar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Mahesh Verma, spokesperson of the BJP. And Priyanka Kakkar, first to you. Manish Sisodia going in for the questioning now. He's entered through the barricades onto the CBI headquarters. Now the BJP is hit out and saying that why are you doing this huge event management, this big event or tamasha out of this entire matter, that he should just go in and answer the questions of the CBI in this entire liquor policy case.
Kargi, it doesn't matter what BJP thinks. The concepts are flawed. Event management is, for example, when people at Morbi died and the PM had to go to visit a hospital and it was renovated during the night. That was event management, for example. Now we have been the CBI, the ED, all the investigation agencies. There was a Shunglu committee report that the BJP had initiated on us. They went through 400 of our files in 2016. All of those files, we were given a clean sheet. There was no allegation, but they made good management of optics out of it. They basically want to project that we are not different. We are like them. We are like the BJP. Now, today, in today's age, anybody will accept that only the Aam Aadmi Party can take on the BJP. Look at this case, look at this very case. In the first charge sheet, there is no name of Manish Sisodia ji. Subsequently, there is no recovery. They are saying 10,000 crores. Bhai, kahan gaya 10,000 crore? Aapne gaon khangal liya unka, aapne zameen, asmaan se lekar patal tak. They have checked everything constantly after us. They couldn't find they couldn't find a single 1 rupee which was unaccounted. Now again, they've started this we will go. We've been going for each date. We've been called for. Only once we couldn't go when we had to present the budget. You know, the problem is Delhi happens to be the only surplus state. Delhi happens to be the only state which is spent on most on HDI, which is spent on education, which is spent on healthcare, and that is what they can't digest. They can't.
All right, well, let me go across to Mahesh Verma. Mahesh Verma, your response to these claims by Aam Aadmi Party, and they're claiming that this is just an attempt to, to silence Manish Sisodia or to put pressure on Aam Aadmi Party, given that Manish Sisodia is the number 2 in the party, and it's because of the AAP success in Delhi, as well as Punjab, as well as the recent MCD elections, that so much action is being taken and agencies are being used against them.
देखिए, एक अपराध छुपाने के लिए इस तरह से मतलब नाटक और नौटंकी किया जाएगा। शहीद आजम भगत सिंह को अपमानित किया जाएगा इस देश में। 3000 करोड़ का नुकसान दिल्ली के खजाने को किया गया, गैर कानूनी तरीके से कानून बदल दिया गया। आखिर उसके लिए जिम्मेवार कौन है? एक अपराधी का हौसला इतना बुलंद किया जाए, 150 लोग नारे लगा के इस तरह से अपराध को कहीं समर्थन करेंगे, इस देश में क्या होगा? लगातार मनीष सिसोदिया जी जो है सीबीआई को एक चुनौती दे रहे हैं। सवाल यह है कि जब सीबीआई ने उनसे पूछा कि आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको क्या अधिकार था इन 4 कानून को बदलने का, इसके पीछे आपका मोटिव क्या था? उन 3000 करोड़ रुपए जो खजाने से लुट गए, इसके वजह से जो लोगों की जिंदगी जो है उस शराब की वजह से जो है लोगों के घर उजड़ गए, आखिर उसके लिए जिम्मेवार कौन है? और 8 लोग उसमें गिरफ्तार हुए और उन 8 लोगों ने कोई तमाशा नहीं किया, और उन लोगों ने जब खुलासा किया तो अब मनीष सिसोदिया जी को ये लग रहा है कि अब कहीं ना कहीं अब वो फंस गए हैं। उन्होंने सीबीआई को चुनौती, वो पहले दिन अगर आके ये स्वीकार कर लिए होते कि हमसे अपराध हुआ है और हम अपराधी हैं, तो ये सब ड्रामा करने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी। आप करना क्या चाहते हैं इस देश में? गैर कानूनी, एक कहावत है कि चोरी भी और सीना चोरी भी, क्या मतलब होता है इस तरह का?
Right, Priyanka Kakkar, I'll give you a chance to respond to that. I'm just going to go across. Mahesh Verma, you're claiming that it's all, drama that is being done. But let's go across to my colleague Arvind, who joins us from the CBI headquarters. And Arvind, Manish Sisodia has gone in now.
Yeah, Gargi, Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, has just entered the CBI headquarters sometime at around 11:10 a.m. So he has just entered the CBI headquarters where he would be. Sorry, Gargi, let me fix the mic and then continue.
All right, so Arvind telling us that Manish Sisodia went in at around 11:10 for questioning. Let's go back to Priyanka Kakkar and Mahesh Verma of the BJP. Priyanka Kakkar, so the BJP calling this, that you're doing drama, this is a nautanki that you are doing. Other people have also been questioned. All right, I'm sorry, we're just for the moment going to go across to the Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat. Let's just listen in.
संदेशन दे चुके हैं। नमस्कार, नमस्कार मदन मणि जी।
जी नमस्कार सर।
मैं नरेंद्र मोदी बोल रहा हूँ।
जी सर।
आप तो बनारस में पढ़े हैं?
जी मैं बनारस में पढ़ा हूँ सर।
आपका मेडिकल एजुकेशन वहीं हुआ?
जी।
तो जब आप बनारस में थे तब का बनारस और आज बदला हुआ बनारस कभी देखने गए कि नहीं गए?
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं जा नहीं पाया हूँ जब से मैं वापस सिक्किम आया हूँ, लेकिन मैंने सुना है कि काफी बदल गया है।
तो कितने साल हो गए आपको बनारस छोड़े?
बनारस 2006 से छोड़ा हुआ हूँ।
ओह, फिर तो आपको जरूर जाना चाहिए।
जी।
अच्छा, मैंने फोन तो इसलिए किया कि आप सिक्किम के अंदर दूर सुदूर पहाड़ों में रह करके वहाँ के लोगों को टेली कंसल्टेशन का बहुत बड़ी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं।
जी।
मैं मन की बात के श्रोताओं को आपका अनुभव सुनाना चाहता हूँ।
जी।
जरा मुझे बताइए कैसा अनुभव रहा है?
अनुभव बहुत बढ़िया रहा प्रधानमंत्री जी। क्या है कि सिक्किम में बहुत नजदीक का जो पीएचसी है, वहाँ जाने के लिए भी लोगों को गाड़ी में चढ़ के कम से कम 100-200 रुपया लेके जाना पड़ता है, और डॉक्टर मिले नहीं मिले ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम है। तो टेली कंसल्टेशन के माध्यम से लोग हम लोग से सीधे जुड़ जाते हैं। दूर दराज के लोग हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर के जो CHOs होते हैं वो लोग हम लोग से कनेक्ट करवा देते हैं। और हम लोग का जो पुराने उनके बीमारी है, उनकी रिपोर्ट्स, उनका अभी का प्रेजेंट कंडीशन, सारी चीजें हम लोग को वो बता देते हैं।
यानी डॉक्यूमेंट ट्रांसफर करते हैं?
जी जी, डॉक्यूमेंट्स ट्रांसफर भी करते हैं और अगर ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सके तो वो पढ़ के हमको बताते हैं।
वहाँ का वेलनेस सेंटर का डॉक्टर बताता है?
जी, वेलनेस सेंटर में जो CHO रहता है, कम्युनिटी हेल्थ ऑफिसर।
और जो पेशेंट है वो अपनी कठिनाइयाँ आपको सीधी बताता है?
जी, पेशेंट भी कठिनाई हमको बताता है, फिर पुराने रिकॉर्ड्स देख के, फिर अगर कोई नई चीजें हम लोग को जानना है, जैसे किसी का चेस्ट ऑस्कल्टेट करना है, अगर उसको पैर सूजा है कि नहीं, अगर CHO ने नहीं देखा है तो हम लोग उसको बोलते हैं कि जाके देखो सूजन है नहीं है, आंख देखो, एनीमिया है कि नहीं है, उसका अगर खांसी है तो चेस्ट को ऑस्कल्टेट करो और पता करो कि वहाँ पे साउंड है कि नहीं।
आप वॉइस कॉल से बात करते हैं या वीडियो कॉल का भी उपयोग करते हैं?
जी, वीडियो कॉल का उपयोग करते हैं।
तो आप पेशेंट को भी आप भी देखते हैं?
पेशेंट को भी देख पाते हैं। जी।
पेशेंट को क्या फीलिंग आता है?
पेशेंट को अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि डॉक्टर को नजदीक से वो देख पाता है। उसको कंफ्यूजन रहता है कि उसका दवा घटाना है, बढ़ाना है, क्योंकि सिक्किम में ज्यादातर जो पेशेंट होते हैं वो डायबिटीज, हाइपरटेंशन के आते हैं और एक डायबिटीज और हाइपरटेंशन के दवा को चेंज करने के लिए उसको डॉक्टर मिलने के लिए कितना दूर जाना पड़ता है, लेकिन टेली कंसल्टेशन के थ्रू वहीं मिल जाता है और दवा भी हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर में फ्री ड्रग्स इनिशिएटिव के थ्रू मिल जाता है, तो वहीं से दवा भी लेके जाता है वो।
अच्छा मदन मणि जी, आप तो जानते ही हैं कि पेशेंट का एक स्वभाव रहता है कि जब तक वो डॉक्टर आता नहीं है, डॉक्टर देखता नहीं है, उसको संतोष नहीं होता है और डॉक्टर को भी लगता है जरा मरीज को देखना पड़ेगा। अब आज सारा ये टेलीकॉम कंसल्टेशन होता है, तो डॉक्टर को क्या फील होता है, पेशेंट को क्या फील होता है?
जी, वो हम लोग को भी लगता है कि अगर पेशेंट को लगता है कि डॉक्टर को देखना चाहिए, तो हम लोग को जो जो चीजें देखना है वो हम लोग CHO को बोल के वीडियो में ही हम लोग देखने के लिए बोलते हैं और कभी कभी तो पेशेंट को वीडियो में ही नजदीक में आके उसकी जो परेशानियां हैं, अगर किसी को चर्म का प्रॉब्लम है, स्किन का प्रॉब्लम है, तो वो हम लोग को वीडियो से ही दिखा देते हैं, तो संतुष्टि रहता है उन लोगों को।
और बाद में उसका उपचार करने के बाद उसको संतोष मिलता है? क्या अनुभव आता है? पेशेंट ठीक हो रहे हैं?
जी, बहुत संतोष मिलता है, हमको भी संतोष मिलता है सर, क्योंकि मैं अभी स्वास्थ्य विभाग में हूँ और साथ साथ में टेली कंसल्टेशन भी करता हूँ, तो फाइल के साथ साथ पेशेंट को भी देखना मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा सुखद अनुभव रहता है।
एवरेज कितने पेशेंट आपको टेली कंसल्टेशन के आते होंगे?
अभी तक मैंने 536 पेशेंट देखे हैं।
ओह, यानी कि आपको काफी इसमें महारत आ गई है।
जी, अच्छा लगता है देखने में।
चलिए, मैं आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। इस टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए आप सिक्किम के दूर सुदूर जंगलों में, पहाड़ों में रहने वाले लोगों की इतनी बड़ी सेवा कर रहे हैं और खुशी की बात है कि हमारे देश के दूर दराज क्षेत्र में भी टेक्नोलॉजी का इतना बढ़िया उपयोग हो रहा है। चलिए, मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई।
थैंक यू।
साथियों, डॉक्टर मदन मणि जी की बातों से साफ है कि ई संजीवनी ऐप किस तरह उनकी मदद कर रहा है। डॉक्टर मदन जी के बाद अब हम एक और मदन जी से जुड़ते हैं। ये उत्तर प्रदेश के चंदौली जिले के रहने वाले मदन मोहनलाल जी हैं। अब ये भी संयोग है कि चंदौली भी बनारस से सटा हुआ है। आइए मदन मोहन जी से जानते हैं कि ई संजीवनी को लेकर एक मरीज के रूप में उनका अनुभव क्या रहा है। मदन मोहन जी प्रणाम।
नमस्कार। नमस्कार साहब।
नमस्कार। अच्छा, मुझे बताया गया है कि आप डायबिटीज के मरीज हैं
जी,
और आप टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके टेली कंसल्टेशन कर करके अपनी बीमारी के संबंध में मदद लेते हैं।
जी।
एक पेशेंट के नाते, एक दर्दी के रूप में मैं आपके अनुभव सुनना चाहता हूं ताकि मैं देशवासियों तक इस बात को पहुंचाना चाहूं कि आज की टेक्नोलॉजी से हमारे गांव में रहने वाले लोग भी किस प्रकार से इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं। जरा बताइए कैसे करते हैं।
ऐसा है सर कि हॉस्पिटलें दूर हैं और जब डायबिटीज हमको हुआ तो हमको जो 5-6 किलोमीटर दूर जाकर इलाज करना पड़ता था, दिखाना पड़ता था। और जब से व्यवस्था आप द्वारा बनाई गई है, इससे है कि मैं जाता हूँ, हमारा जांच होता है, हमको बाहर के डॉक्टरों से बात भी करा देती हैं और दवा भी दे देती हैं। इससे हमको बड़ा लाभ है और लोगों को भी लाभ है इससे।
तो एक ही डॉक्टर हर बार आपको देखते हैं कि डॉक्टर बदलते जाते हैं?
जैसे उनको नहीं समझ डॉक्टर को दिखा देती हैं, वही बात करके दूसरे डॉक्टर से हमसे बात कराती हैं।
और डॉक्टर आपको जो गाइडेंस देते हैं वो आपको पूरा फायदा होता है उससे?
हमको फायदा होता है, हमको उससे बहुत बड़ा फायदा है और गांव के लोगों को भी फायदा उससे है। सभी लोग वहाँ पहुँचते हैं कि भैया हमारा बीपी है, हमारा शुगर है, टेस्ट करो, जांच करो, दवा बताओ। अब पहले तो 5-6 किलोमीटर दूर जाते थे, लंबी लाइन लगी रहती थी, पैथोलॉजी में लाइन लगी रहती थी, एक एक दिन का समय नुकसान होता था।
मतलब आपका समय भी बच जाता है
और पैसा भी व्यय होता था। यहाँ पे निःशुल्क सेवाएं सब हो रही हैं।
अच्छा, जब आप अपने सामने डॉक्टर को मिलते हैं तो एक विश्वास बनता है, चलो भाई डॉक्टर हैं, उन्होंने मेरी नाड़ी देख ली है, मेरी आंखें देख ली है, मेरा जीभ को भी चेक कर लिया है, तो एक अलग फीलिंग आता है। अब ये टेली कंसल्टेशन करते हैं तो वैसा ही संतोष होता है आपको?
हाँ, संतोष होता है कि हमारी नाड़ी पकड़ रहे हैं, आला लगा रहे हैं, ऐसा मुझे महसूस होता है। और हमको बड़ा तबीयत खुश होती है कि भाई इतनी अच्छी व्यवस्था आप द्वारा बनाई गई है, जिससे कि हमको यहाँ परेशानी से जाना पड़ता था, गाड़ी भाड़ा देना पड़ता था, वहाँ लाइन लगाना पड़ता था, और सारी सुविधाएं हमको घर बैठे बैठे मिल रही है।
चलिए मदन मोहन जी, मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। उम्र के इस पड़ाव पर भी आप टेक्नोलॉजी को सीखे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हैं, औरों को भी बताइए ताकि लोगों का समय भी बच जाए, धन भी बच जाए, और उनको जो भी मार्गदर्शन मिलता है उससे दवाइयाँ भी अच्छे ढंग से हो सकती हैं।
हाँ, और क्या।
चलिए, मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं आपको मदन मोहन जी।
बनारस को साहब आपने काशी विश्वनाथ को एकदम बना दिया, डेवलपमेंट कर दिया, ये आपको बधाई हमारे तरफ से।
मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमने क्या बनाया जी, बनारस के लोगों ने बनारस को बनाया है, नहीं तो हम तो माँ गंगा की सेवा के लिए माँ गंगा ने बुलाया है, बस और कुछ नहीं। ठीक है जी, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको। प्रणाम जी।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार जी। साथियों, देश के सामान्य मानवी के लिए, मध्यम वर्ग के लिए, पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में रहने वालों के लिए ई संजीवनी जीवन रक्षा करने वाला ऐप बन रहा है। ये है भारत की डिजिटल क्रांति की शक्ति, और इसका प्रभाव आज हम हर क्षेत्र में देख रहे हैं। भारत के यूपीआई की ताकत भी आप जानते ही हैं। दुनिया के कितने ही देश इसकी तरफ आकर्षित हैं। कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत और सिंगापुर के बीच यूपीआई पे नाउ लिंक लॉन्च किया गया। अब सिंगापुर और भारत के लोग अपने मोबाइल फोन से उसी तरह पैसे ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं जैसे वे अपने अपने देश के अंदर करते हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि लोगों ने इसका लाभ उठाना शुरू कर दिया है। भारत का ई संजीवनी ऐप हो या फिर यूपीआई, ये ईज ऑफ लिविंग को बढ़ाने में बहुत मददगार साबित हुए हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जब किसी देश में विलुप्त हो रहे किसी पक्षी की प्रजाति को, किसी जीव जंतु को बचा लिया जाता है तो उसकी पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा होती है। हमारे देश में ऐसी अनेकों महान परंपराएं भी हैं जो लुप्त हो चुकी थी, लोगों के मन मस्तिष्क से हट चुकी थी, लेकिन अब इन्हें जनभागीदारी की शक्ति से पुनर्जीवित करने का प्रयास हो रहा है। तो इसकी चर्चा के लिए मन की बात से बेहतर मंच और क्या होगा। अब जो मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूं वो जानकर वाकई आपको बहुत प्रसन्नता होगी, विरासत पर गर्व होगा। अमेरिका में रहने वाले श्रीमान कंचन बैनर्जी ने विरासत के संरक्षण से जुड़े ऐसे ही एक अभियान की तरफ मेरा ध्यान आकर्षित किया है। मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल में हुगली जिले के बांसबेरिया में इस महीने त्रिवेणी कुंभो महोत्सव का आयोजन किया गया। इसमें 8 लाख से ज्यादा श्रद्धालु शामिल हुए। लेकिन क्या आप जानते हैं कि ये इतना विशेष क्यों है? विशेष इसलिए क्योंकि इस प्रथा को 700 साल के बाद पुनर्जीवित किया गया है। यूं तो ये परंपरा हजारों वर्ष पुरानी है, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से 700 साल पहले बंगाल के त्रिवेणी में होने वाला ये महोत्सव बंद हो गया था। इसे आजादी के बाद शुरू किया जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन वो भी नहीं हो पाया। 2 वर्ष पहले स्थानीय लोग और त्रिवेणी कुंभो परिचालना समिति के माध्यम से ये महोत्सव फिर शुरू हुआ है। मैं इसके आयोजन से जुड़े सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सिर्फ एक परंपरा को ही जीवित नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि आप भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत की भी रक्षा कर रहे हैं। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल में त्रिवेणी को सदियों से एक पवित्र स्थल के रूप में जाना जाता है। इसका उल्लेख विभिन्न मंगल काव्य, वैष्णव साहित्य, शाक्त साहित्य और अन्य बंगाली साहित्यिक कृतियों में भी मिलता है। विभिन्न ऐतिहासिक दस्तावेजों से यह पता चलता है कि कभी यह क्षेत्र संस्कृत शिक्षा और भारतीय संस्कृति का केंद्र था। कई संत इसे माघ संक्रांति में कुंभ स्नान के लिए पवित्र स्थान मानते हैं। त्रिवेणी में आपको कई गंगा घाट, शिव मंदिर और टेराकोटा वास्तुकला से सजी प्राचीन इमारतें देखने को मिल जाएगी। त्रिवेणी की विरासत को पुनर्स्थापित करने और कुंभ परंपरा के गौरव को पुनर्जीवित करने के लिए यहां पिछले साल कुंभ मेले का आयोजन किया गया था। 7 सदियों बाद 3 दिन के कुंभ महास्नान और मेले ने इस क्षेत्र में एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार किया है। 3 दिनों तक हर रोज होने वाली गंगा आरती, रुद्राभिषेक और यज्ञ में बड़ी संख्या में लोग शामिल हुए। इस बार हुए महोत्सव में विभिन्न आश्रम, मठ और अखाड़े भी शामिल थे। बंगाली परंपराओं से जुड़ी विभिन्न विधाएं जैसे कीर्तन, बाउल, गोडियो नृत्य, श्रीखोल, पोटेर गान, छऊ नाच शाम के कार्यक्रमों में आकर्षण का केंद्र बने थे। हमारे युवाओं को देश के सुनहरे अतीत से जोड़ने का एक बहुत ही सराहनीय प्रयास है। भारत में ऐसी कई और प्रैक्टिसेस हैं जिन्हें रिवाइव करने की जरूरत है। मुझे आशा है कि इनके बारे में होने वाली चर्चा लोगों को इस दिशा में जरूर प्रेरित करेगी। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान ने हमारे देश में जन भागीदारी के मायने ही बदल दिए हैं। देश में कहीं पर भी कुछ स्वच्छता से जुड़ा हुआ होता है तो लोग इसकी जानकारी मुझ तक जरूर पहुंचाते हैं। ऐसे ही मेरा ध्यान गया है हरियाणा के युवाओं के एक स्वच्छता अभियान पर। हरियाणा में एक गांव है दुल्हेड़ी। यहाँ के युवाओं ने तय किया हमें भिवानी शहर को स्वच्छता के मामले में एक मिसाल बनाना है। उन्होंने युवा स्वच्छता एवं जन सेवा समिति नाम से एक संगठन बनाया। इस समिति से जुड़े युवा सुबह 4 बजे भिवानी पहुंच जाते हैं। शहर के अलग अलग स्थलों पर ये मिलकर सफाई अभियान चलाते हैं। ये लोग अब तक शहर के अलग अलग इलाकों से कई टन कूड़ा साफ कर चुके हैं। साथियों, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान का एक महत्वपूर्ण आयाम वेस्ट टू वेल्थ भी है। ओडिशा के केंद्रपाड़ा जिले की एक बहन कमला मोहराना एक स्वयं सहायता समूह चलाती हैं। इस समूह की महिलाएं दूध की थैली और दूसरी प्लास्टिक पैकिंग से टोकरी और मोबाइल स्टैंड जैसी कई चीजें बनाती हैं। ये इनके लिए स्वच्छता के साथ ही आमदनी का भी एक अच्छा जरिया बन रहा है। हम अगर ठान लें तो स्वच्छ भारत में अपना बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे सकते हैं। कम से कम प्लास्टिक बैग की जगह कपड़े के बैग का संकल्प तो हम सबको ही लेना चाहिए। आप देखेंगे आपका ये संकल्प आपको कितना संतोष देगा और दूसरे लोगों को जरूर प्रेरित करेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज हमने और आपने साथ जुड़कर एक बार फिर कई प्रेरणादायी विषयों पर बात की। परिवार के साथ बैठ करके उसे सुना और अब उसे दिन भर गुनगुनाएंगे भी। हम देश की कर्मठता की जितनी चर्चा करते हैं उतनी ही हमें ऊर्जा मिलती है। इसी ऊर्जा प्रवाह के साथ चलते चलते आज हम मन की बात के 98वें एपिसोड के मुकाम तक पहुंच गए हैं। आज से कुछ दिन बाद ही होली का त्योहार है। आप सभी को होली की शुभकामनाएं। हमें हमारे त्योहार वोकल फॉर लोकल के संकल्प के साथ ही मनाने हैं। अपने अनुभव भी मेरे साथ शेयर करना न भूलिएगा। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। अगली बार हम फिर नए विषयों के साथ मिलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, We were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने.
Welcome back. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has gone in for questioning by the CBI. He's been summoned for questioning in the Delhi liquor scam case, the alleged scam, the liquor policy case. And he reached the CBI headquarters at around 11:10 this morning. Before that, he left his residence at 10 this morning and went to Rajghat, where he sat in front of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial. And he then emerged from there and addressed his supporters and Aam Aadmi Party workers who had gathered there outside the CBI office headquarters as well. There was a huge police bandobast and barricade so that the supporters could not follow him towards the headquarters. Now, Manish Sisodia, after on leaving Rajghat, he first addressed the gathering there where he hit out at the Prime Minister. He hit out at the BJP, and he said these are all attempts to scare us, as the BJP is scared of our success. He said that, he left a cushy job. He was a journalist. He left that to follow Arvind Kejriwal, and he will continue to do that work. He addressed the children of Delhi, because remember, Manish Sisodia fears he will be arrested. So he addressed the children of Delhi as well, and said, as he's the education minister, and he told all of the, children and students to continue to do their good work and studying, and that he'll monitor the schools. The expectation is that he will be going to jail. He even said that they will put me in jail on false charges. But he also invoked freedom fighter Bhagat Singh and said, we are not afraid. Bhagat Singh was hanged, and we are also followers of Bhagat Singh. Let's just listen into what Manish Sisodia said earlier.
आज ये झूठे आरोपों में मुझको गिरफ्तार करेंगे। मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। ये झूठे आरोपों में तरह तरह के झूठे आरोप के आज मुझे जेल में डालेंगे। मैं जेल जाने से नहीं डरता। हम लोग भगत सिंह के अनुयायी हैं। सरदार भगत सिंह जी देश के लिए फांसी पर चढ़ गए थे। इनके झूठे आरोपों के चक्कर में एक आध बार जेल जाना तो छोटी सी बात है। सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है। सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है। देखना है जोर कितना साथियों, आज जब ये मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, बोले माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। दोस्तों, आज जब ये लोग मुझको जेल भेज रहे हैं, झूठे आरोपों में जेल भेज रहे हैं, तो दो तीन चीजें आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ। आप मेरी फैमिली हो, जितने लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, जो लोग टीवी के माध्यम से देख रहे हैं, सब मेरा परिवार है। आपसे एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, मैंने जीवन में ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है, और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है। जिंदगी में तरह तरह के उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं। इन सारे उतार चढ़ाव में एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा हमेशा साथ दिया। मेरे परिवार ने हमेशा, आपके बड़े परिवार और छोटे से परिवार दोनों ने बहुत साथ दिया।
भाइयों बहनों, केजरीवाल मंडली की एक और नौटंकी, पंजाब के अंदर जिन्होंने महात्मा गांधी जी की तस्वीर को सरकारी दफ्तरों में से हटा दिया, आज वो चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका राजघाट पर महात्मा गांधी जी की शरण में जा रहे हैं चोरी करने के बाद, कि कहीं ना उनकी गिरफ्तारी ना हो जाए। इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि वो जो बार बार आग लापते हैं, गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा, वो दे नो वेरी वेल कि वो चोर हैं, इन्होंने करप्शन किया है, भ्रष्टाचार किया है। महात्मा गांधी श्रद्धांजलि आज 26 फरवरी, मैंने तो सोचा सुबह उठकर क्या 30 जनवरी आज, 2 अक्टूबर है आज, लेकिन एक तरफ महात्मा गांधी जी को पंजाब से राष्ट्रीय पिता की मूर्ति को हटा दिया गया अवसरवादिता के कारण, और दूसरी तरफ आज महात्मा गांधी जी के शरण में जा रहे हैं। चरित्र देखिए इन लोगों का कैसा है। वारे डिप्टी सीएम मनीष सिसोदिया जी, अब ये देश और दिल्ली आपको जान चुकी है।
Let's go across to Tanushree now for more. And Tanushree, Manish Sisodia has gone in for questioning by the CBI. This is the second time he's being questioned by the CBI in the alleged liquor scam case. Also, the Aam Aadmi Party created this big moment, or, really played it to the cameras with him emerging from his house and all the supporters there, waving to them from the sunroof of his car, then going to the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial, sitting there, and then finally, and giving a bit of a farewell speech, as it were, where he said that I'm now probably going to be arrested and taken away for a few months, but talking about the AAP taking on the BJP. The BJP on its part is hitting out at Aam Aadmi Party, saying, what is this event management, this tamasha?
Absolutely, Gargi, and I think Aam Aadmi Party, as you rightly said, they played to the cameras, and they have now put the ball on the court of the BJP, if at all this is a political battle, and in the court of the federal agencies. When Manish Sisodia left this morning from his house, the entire region outside, the complete area outside his house was turned into a fortress by the Delhi police. There were tens of female and male Delhi police corps. There were paramilitary forces, and Manish Sisodia, like a election campaign, he was waving at people, cheering the crowd. He was showing victory signs from the sunroof of his car, and that's how he traveled from here to Rajghat. Now, mostly political leaders go to Rajghat when it's 2nd October or it's a Republic Day or Independence Day. But Manish Sisodia ensured that he goes to Rajghat on a day when he's being summoned by a federal agency related to an investigation case. And you know that clearly shows that right now Aam Aadmi Party is preempting the moves of the political parties of the BJP, as they have been saying it's a political vendetta, it's a political witch hunt, and now they are preempting and they are one step ahead of any other, the BJP or their spokesperson or the federal agency. So clearly they are giving out a strong message, not just to their political rivals, but also to the people in general, that if it is politics, if it is at all politics, this case and the investigation, then Aam Aadmi Party is not scared of anyone. They are going to give it back in their own turf. That's what, that is what the message seemed like. And Manish Sisodia, when left from his house,
Tanushri, sorry to interrupt you there. We're just going to go across to where Aam Aadmi Party is addressing a press conference. Let's just listen in.
10,000 पन्ने की चार्जशीट फाइल करी है, लेकिन 10,000 पन्ने की चार्जशीट में भी वो 1 रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार का सबूत सामने नहीं रख पाए हैं। पिछले 1 साल से सीबीआई और ईडी के 500 से ज्यादा अफसर इस देश के सारे क्राइम को छोड़ के, इस देश के सारे भ्रष्टाचार को छोड़ के सिर्फ और सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया जी पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हमारे 500 अफसरों की 1 साल की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद भी 1 रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार का सबूत सामने नहीं आया है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चैलेंज करती हूं कि आप आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी भी नेता पर 1 पैसे का।
All right, let's now go across to the Congress's plenary session where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is addressing the gathering.
एक दो अपनी बातें कहना चाहती हूं, खास तौर से उन कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए जो देश भर में हैं लेकिन आज यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं हैं। देखिए, कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता कौन है? वो अनोखे लाल है जो इस झंडे को लेकर कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक चला। वो दिनेश है जो आज दिख नहीं रहा है, जो इसी तरह से देश के ध्वज को लेकर नंगे पांव चला। कल किसी ने नसीब पठान जी का नाम लिया, उत्तर प्रदेश के एक नेता थे, आजीवन कांग्रेस के प्रति उन्होंने निष्ठा दिखाई। उसी तरह से मैं कई नाम ले सकती हूँ। कल जब शोक प्रस्ताव हुआ, ईश्वर चंद्र शुक्ला जी का नाम नहीं लिया, लेकिन ईश्वर चंद्र शुक्ला जी, उनको टिकट नहीं मिला चुनाव में, फिर भी वे प्रचार किए और प्रचार करते करते उनका देहांत हुआ। मैं पच्चू पासी का नाम ले सकती हूँ, जो रोज़ सुबह वही सफ़ेद जूते पहनकर गांव-गांव जाते थे, कांग्रेस के लिए प्रचार करते थे, कांग्रेस का झंडा फहराए रखे। उनका भी देहांत हुआ। यूपी में हम मजाक में कहते हैं कि एक लाइफ लॉन्ग कांग्रेस सफरर होता है। जो यूपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं ये समझेंगे ये बात। जो कार्यकर्ता आजीवन अपने वजूद के लिए संघर्ष करता है, वो मैं आज थोड़ा उसके पक्ष में बोलना चाहती हूँ। और मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब भी हम ऐसे इकट्ठे होते हैं तो हम नए नए प्रस्ताव लाते हैं, और ये सही है। हमने कहा है कि मंडल तक हमें अपना संगठन बनाना है, ब्लॉक तक बनाना है, नए लोगों को जोड़ना है, लेकिन ये कर्मकांड नहीं होना चाहिए। ये प्रस्ताव कागज़ पे नहीं रहना चाहिए। इसको करने के लिए हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि हम गांव-गांव जाएं, ब्लॉक-ब्लॉक जाएं और अपने संगठन को मजबूती से बनाएं। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा निकली, श्री राहुल गांधी जी बैठे हैं, उन्होंने कांग्रेस की विचारधारा की एक लंबी लकीर खींच के दिखाई। जो बहुत समय से नहीं हुआ था, उन्होंने करके दिखाया। पूरे देश ने देखा कि कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता, कांग्रेस का नेता किस लिए खड़ा है, किस विचारधारा के लिए लड़ रहा है, उस विचारधारा का मतलब क्या है। ये काम भारत जोड़ो यात्रा ने किया। देश भर से लोग आए, कन्याकुमारी में आए, केरल में आए, मध्य प्रदेश में आए, हर जगह जहाँ जहाँ यात्रा गई वहाँ आए। जब कश्मीर में थे तो मैं कुछ महिलाओं के साथ खड़ी थी, यात्रा का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे हम। उन महिलाओं ने मुझे कहा कि 3 सालों से उनको घर से निकलने की हिम्मत नहीं थी, लेकिन इस यात्रा ने उन्हें हिम्मत दी, वे बाहर आए। तो ये हिम्मत दिलाना, ये हम कांग्रेस जनों का काम है।
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some gadget love with.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where there's been another killing of a civilian, and once again a Kashmiri a Pandit or Hindu being killed. A man has died after being shot at by terrorists in Pulwama of Jammu and Kashmir. In another targeted attack, terrorists killed a civilian in Pulwama, and police terrorists fired at Sanjay Sharma, a resident of Achan in Pulwama. Well, let's go across to Nazir for more. And Nazir, what is the latest you can tell us? Another targeted killing in the valley.
Well, exactly, and it is after around 4 months we have seen such a killing and targeted attack on Kashmiri Hindu. In Pulwama now, this Sanjay Sharma has been killed. He was working as a bank guard according to reports, and he was critically injured in the firing when terrorists attacked him, and he was shifted to hospital where doctors declared him dead on arrival. Just 2 days back, there was a targeted attack on a local Muslim as well, Asif Ganai in Anantnag, and he was critically injured and shifted to hospital where his life was saved. But in this incident, this person could not survive and he was killed. So we see last year there were a series of attacks on Kashmiri Pandits and non-local
laborers in the valley, and since October there was no such attack. But we see today, this targeted attack in which one Kashmiri Hindu has been killed. Police are saying there was a security deployed in the village, Achan village, for the protection of the minority. But we have seen more often than not that this security has not helped when it comes to the terror attacks on the minorities, whether it was earlier in Shopian last year in October, where a village where there was a large deployment of the paramilitary and the police personnel, but innocent, these Kashmiri Pandits were targeted and killed that time, and the whole village had to migrate in October. And then in this village also there was a security, but it could not save it. But it is clearly when someone goes out, moves around, and security is not around, the attackers clearly must have observed his movement. That exactly happened. These are targeted attacks. They plan these attacks and create a fear among the minorities. We know for last now more than around 10 months, these Kashmiri Pandit employees have been now protesting in Jammu, and some of them though have joined back their duties in the valley. But they have been protesting that they should be relocated to Jammu because they fear such targeted attacks. Because why they are being attacked? Because of who they are, because of their identity. That is the worst thing. Though it's not only, the Kashmiri Pandits who are being targeted or any other faith. Like I said, just 2 days back, there was an attack on a Kashmiri local Muslim, Asif Ganai, and he was, injured, critically injured in that attack. His father was also killed 3 years back. So these attacks, though they have come down, there's a very huge decrease in these attacks. But nevertheless, attacks are taking place. The police have killed, large number of militants. Militancy also appears to be down. But it has shifted to Jammu, also in Jammu areas where we don't know. On 1st January, there was a major attack on the Hindus here and Hindu families where 7 people were killed and several others were injured. Since then, security force launched massive operation, but the attackers could not be tracked down. But here in the valley in Pulwama today, this bank guard, Sanjay Sharma, was targeted, shot. He was critically injured and then was declared dead at hospital by the doctors.
All right. Well, very distressing scenes also at the hospital, where you can see the distraught, I take it, family members after this man was shot and brought to the hospital and where he was declared dead. So after 4 months, another targeted killing of a civilian. Well, let's go across now to where the Prime Minister is speaking on the Rojgar Mela.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यहाँ के कोने कोने में अनेक नए रोजगार ला रहा है। साथियों, आज यूपी में सबसे ज्यादा एक्सप्रेसवे हैं। यहाँ हाईवेज का लगातार विस्तार किया जा रहा था। अभी मुझे एक परिवार मिलने आया था, उनके साथ एक बेटी भी थी। तो मैंने ऐसे ही पूछा, आप उत्तर प्रदेश से हैं? उन्होंने कहा नहीं, मैं तो एक्सप्रेस प्रदेश से हूं। देखिए, ये उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान बनी है। हर शहर से हाईवे को जोड़ने के लिए नई सड़कें भी बनाई जा रही हैं। विकास की ये परियोजनाएं रोजगार के अवसर तो बना ही रही है, दूसरी परियोजनाओं के यूपी आने का रास्ता भी तैयार कर रही है। यूपी सरकार ने जिस तरह अपने यहां टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री को बढ़ावा दिया है, नई सुविधाएं मुहैया कराई है, उससे भी रोजगार की संख्या में बड़ी वृद्धि हुई है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैं पढ़ रहा था कि लोग क्रिसमस के समय गोवा जाते हैं। गोवा पूरी तरह बुक रहता है, लेकिन इस बार आंकड़े आए हैं कि गोवा से ज्यादा बुकिंग काशी में था। काशी के सांसद के नाते मुझे बहुत आनंद आया। साथियों, अब से कुछ दिन पहले ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट में मैंने निवेशकों का उत्साह देखा है। हजारों करोड़ का ये निवेश यहां सरकारी और गैर सरकारी दोनों ही तरह के रोजगार के अवसर बढ़ाने वाला है। साथियों, सुरक्षा और रोजगार की साझा शक्ति से यूपी की अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति मिली है। बिना गारंटी 10 लाख रुपए तक का लोन देने वाली मुद्रा योजना ने यूपी के लाखों युवाओं के सपनों को नए पंख दिए हैं।
Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is at the CBI headquarters for questioning in the liquor policy case. This after an impassioned send-off by AAP supporters. Mr. Sisodia left his residence just before 10 a.m. He was on the sunroof of his car waving to supporters. He then went to Rajghat where he offered prayers and meditated in front of the Mahatma Gandhi memorial at Rajghat. Emerging from Rajghat, he then addressed his followers just outside, and he spoke about the cases. They're saying that these are, these wrong cases being foisted on him, that they're going to send him to jail. He said, but we are followers of Bhagat Singh, so he was hanged, so we have no fear. And even if I'm sent to jail, it will not diminish my resolve. Let's just listen into what he said.
मैंने जीवन में ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है, और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया। अच्छी जिंदगी चल रही थी, लेकिन मैं सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आ गया। उनके साथ में जाके झुग्गियों में काम करने लगा। उस वक्त मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा सबसे ज्यादा साथ दिया। आपको और सबको और दिल्ली के बच्चों को मैं कहना चाहता हूँ दूसरी चीज, स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे बच्चों से मुझको बहुत प्यार है। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये मत समझना कि आपके शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया, आपके मनीष चाचा अगर जेल चले गए तो बस छुट्टी हो गई। अभी छुट्टी नहीं होने वाली। ये लोग जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? ये मुझको जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? झूठे आरोप लगा क्यों रहे हैं? ये सीबीआई की ईडी की इंक्वायरी हो क्यों रही है? इनको भी पता हमने कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं की, लेकिन इसलिए कर रहे हैं। ये सारी जेल की साजिशें, ये सारी सीबीआई और ईडी की साजिशें रची इसलिए जा रही हैं क्योंकि इनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से डर लगता है। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी जी से डर नहीं लगता, देश के किसी और नेता से डर नहीं लगता। उनको केवल और केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर लगता है। उनको आम आदमी पार्टी से डर लगता है, उनको आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से डर लगता है। उनको किसी से डर नहीं लगता। तो जैसे जैसे आपकी पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है, वैसे वैसे आप तैयार रहिए। अभी मेरे ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे और आपके ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे। तैयार रहिए बिल्कुल। बहुत मुकदमे होने वाले हैं सबके ऊपर। जैसे जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे बढ़ेगी, वैसे वैसे बीजेपी डरती रहेगी और डर डर के मुकदमे करवाती रहेगी। आप तय मानो और मुकदमे होंगे। एक लेकिन चीज है, हम नहीं डरते। ये डरते हमसे, हम इनसे नहीं डरते। ना इनकी पुलिस से डरते, ना इनकी सीबीआई से डरते, ना इनकी ईडी से डरते, ना इनकी जेलों से डरते। हम नहीं डरते इनसे। ये हमसे डरते हैं, केजरीवाल जी से डरते हैं, आपसे डरते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से डरते हैं, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, सही बात, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी के अत्याचार से देश को मुक्ति तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही दिलवाएगी। आने वाले समय में देश को नंबर 1 बनाने का काम तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही करेगी।
Let's now go across to where Rahul Gandhi is addressing the Congress plenary in Raipur. Let's listen in.
बहुत बहुत स्वागत। और जो लोग इस अधिवेशन को टेलीविजन पे अलग अलग स्टेट्स में देख रहे हैं, उनका भी मैं आज यहां स्वागत करता हूं। चार महीने कन्याकुमारी से श्रीनगर तक भारत जोड़ो यात्रा हमने की। वीडियो में आपने मेरा चेहरा देखा, मगर हमारे साथ लाखों लोग चले थे। हर स्टेट में चले, बारिश में, गर्मी में, बर्फ में, एक साथ हम सब चले। बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। अभी जब मैं वीडियो देख रहा था, मुझे बातें याद आ रही थी। वीडियो में आपने देखा होगा, पंजाब में एक मैकेनिक आकर मुझसे मिला। मैंने उसके हाथ पकड़े और सालों की जो तपस्या थी उसकी, सालों का जो दर्द था, जो खुशी, जो दुख, जैसे ही मैंने उसके हाथ पकड़े, हाथों से मैंने बात पहचानी। वैसे ही लाखों किसानों के साथ जैसे ही हाथ पकड़ते थे, जैसे ही हाथ मिलाते थे, गले लगते थे, एक ट्रांसमिशन सा हो जाता था। शुरुआत में बोलने की जरूरत होती थी, क्या करते हो, कितने बच्चे हैं, क्या मुश्किलें हैं। ये एक डेढ़ महीना चला, उसके बाद बोलने की जरूरत नहीं होती थी। जैसे ही हाथ पकड़ा, गले लगे, सन्नाटे में एक शब्द नहीं बोला जाता था, मगर जो उनका दर्द था, जो उनकी मेहनत थी, एक सेकंड में मुझे समझ आ जाती थी। और जो मैं उनसे कहना चाहता था, बिना कुछ बोले वो समझ जाते थे। अभी मैंने देखा, आपने वो बोट रेस देखी होगी केरल में। उस समय जब मैं बोट में बैठा था, पूरी टीम के साथ मैं रोइंग कर रहा था, मेरे पैर में भयंकर दर्द था। मैं उस फोटो में मुस्कुरा रहा हूं, मगर मेरे दिल के अंदर रोना आ रहा था। इतना दर्द था। मैंने यात्रा शुरू की, काफी फिट आदमी हूं, 10-12 किलोमीटर ऐसे ही दौड़ लेता हूं। घमंड था, मैंने सोचा था 10-12 किलोमीटर चल लेता हूं तो 20-25 किलोमीटर चलने में क्या बड़ी बात। मेरी माइंड में यह था। पुरानी इंजरी थी, कॉलेज में चोट लगी थी फुटबॉल खेलते हुए, मुझे याद है। मैं दौड़ रहा था, मेरे दोस्त ने पीछे से अड़ंगी मार दी और घुटने में चोट लगी। दर्द गायब हो गया था, सालों के लिए दर्द गायब था। और अचानक जैसे ही मैंने यात्रा शुरू की, दर्द वापस आ गया। आप मेरे परिवार हो तो मैं कह सकता हूं आपसे, सुबह उठता था, सोचता था कैसे चला जाए, और फिर उसके बाद सोचता था कि भाई 25 किलोमीटर नहीं, 3500 चलने, केरला की बात है, 3500 किलोमीटर चलने हैं, कैसे चलूंगा। और फिर कंटेनर से उतरता था, चलना शुरू करता था, लोगों से मिलता। तो पिछले पहले 10-15 दिन में जिसको आप अहंकार कह सकते हो, घमंड कह सकते हो, वो सारा गायब हो गया। क्यों गायब हुआ? क्योंकि भारत माता ने मुझे मैसेज दिया, देखो तुम अगर निकले हो, अगर कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर चलने निकले हो, तो अपने दिल से अहंकार मिटाओ, घमंड मिटाओ, नहीं तो मत चलो। और मुझे ये बात सुननी पड़ी, मुझे ये बात सुननी पड़ी। मुझ में उतनी शक्ति नहीं थी कि मैं इस बात को ना सुनूं। और आस्ते आस्ते मैंने नोटिस किया, मेरी आवाज चुप होती गई। पहले किसान से मिलता था, मैं उसको अपना ज्ञान समझाने की कोशिश करता था। थोड़ी जो मुझ में जानकारी है खेती के बारे में, मनरेगा के बारे में, फर्टिलाइजर के बारे में, मैं कहने की कोशिश करता था। आस्ते आस्ते ये सब बंद हो गया। शांति सी आ गई। और सन्नाटे में मैं सुनने लगा। ये आस्ते 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 ये बदलाव आया। और जब मैं जम्मू कश्मीर पहुंचा, वो भी अजीब सी बात थी। जब मैं जम्मू कश्मीर पहुंचा, मैं बिल्कुल चुप हो गया। कह लो जैसे मेडिटेशन करता है, प्रियंका और मैं विपासना करते हैं, वैसी बात हो गई कि बिल्कुल चुप हो गया मैं। मां बैठी हैं, मैं छोटा सा था, 1977 की बात है। चुनाव आया, मुझे चुनाव के बारे में कुछ मालूम नहीं था, 6 साल का था मैं। एक दिन घर में अजीब सा माहौल था। मैं मां के पास गया, बैठी हुई हैं, इधर नहीं देख रही हैं। मां के पास गया, मैंने मां से पूछा मम्मी क्या हुआ? और मां कहती हैं हम घर छोड़ रहे हैं। तब तक मैं सोचता था कि वो घर हमारा था। तो मैंने मां से पूछा, मां हम अपने घर को क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं? और पहली बार मां ने मुझे बताया कि राहुल ये हमारा घर नहीं है, ये सरकार का घर है और अब हमें यहां से जाना है। मैंने मां से पूछा, मां कहां जाना है? कहती है नहीं मालूम। नहीं मालूम कहां जाना है। मैं हैरान हो गया। मैंने सोचा था कि वो हमारा घर था। बावन साल हो गए, मेरे पास घर नहीं है, आज तक घर नहीं है। और हमारे परिवार का जो घर है वो इलाहाबाद में है, वो भी हमारा घर नहीं है। तो जो घर होता है उसके साथ मेरा बड़ा अजीब सा रिश्ता है। मैं 12 तुगलक लेन में रहता हूं, मगर मेरे लिए वो घर नहीं है। तो जब मैं निकला, कन्याकुमारी से निकला, मैंने अपने आप से पूछा कि भाई मेरी जिम्मेदारी क्या बनती है।
11th, when a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years.
Welcome to our special show, Let's Talk Infertility. I'm Priyanshi Sharma. Did you know that infertility affects approximately 15% of Indian couples? Yet, it is seldom talked about because of the stigma associated with it. Due to a lack of awareness of what causes infertility, thousands suffer silently and do not seek help. For infertility to be treated, we have to understand how prevalent it is, why it occurs, and what we can do to resolve it. And that is exactly what we aim to do through this campaign, Let's Talk Infertility. Over the next few weeks, we hope to create awareness around a widespread issue, clear some of the myths associated with infertility, and answer your questions about how to treat it. You can visit our website, ndtv.com/Let's Talk Infertility for more information, but also to ask your questions and concerns about IVF treatment. The questions you leave on our website will be answered by specialists from Art Fertility Clinics. Joining us today are Dr. Richa Jagtap, Co-Medical Director at Art Fertility Clinics India. We also have Dr. Dakshayani Ravikumar from Art Fertility Clinics Chennai. Dr. Neena Malhotra also joining us, who's a professor at the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at AIIMS. We also have Prashant Sinha, the co-founder and COO at Moms Presso. And we also have Rinku Shah, the founder at Fitness to Flash. Thanks very much to all of you for joining us. My first question to you, Dr. Richa Jagtap. What causes infertility and what is the size and scale of this condition in India? And is this a women-only problem?
Priyanshi, thank you so much for this question and such an important topic that we have. Like you said, it's 15% of the population, but probably we fail to realize it means 1 in 6. We are 6 of us here on this show, and probably one of us could have had some issues with subfertility. That's how close it is to us. And we do talk about India being a country with the largest population. When we have the largest population, by definition, it means we also have a subgroup of infertile people who are also in the largest amount in our country. So this is the issue which is facing us. And when we say infertility, it does not only mean women. It will encompass both of the couple, the men and the women. And that's why it's important that we tackle it head on. We look at it holistically and we try to address all the issues that can happen. But we will talk about it only when we know that we have a safe space to open up, to address our concerns, and to find the right and the scientific answers from an empathetic doctor.
Right, of course, that's something that all of us should know. And Dr. Ravi Kumar, if I can come to you with my next question. As I understand it, reproductive medicine is a very young science. What role does research play in this evolution? And is enough happening across the world and in India as well?
Yes, there is lots of research going ahead. In Art Fertility Clinics, we are prolific in publishing many research works we are doing within the center, where our clinicians, embryologists, and the geneticists are involved. We have about almost, we are actually publishing it in best international journals of the human, in the field of human reproduction, like human fertility, sterility, such journals. And it has been like in our centers within a brief time of its organization of Art Fertility Clinics across the globe and in India, we have about 72 research papers and articles published in journals like Fertility and Sterility. And these are being peer reviewed by the senior most fertility specialists across the globe, and they have endorsed the work done by the clinicians, researchers, embryologists, and the geneticists in India in our Art Fertility Clinics.
Right, and adding on to that, Prashant Sinha, you're from India's largest parenting platform and content platform for women, and you engage with women in multiple Indian languages. How openly do women really talk about their infertility issues? And this is just for us to understand how common the problem really is.
So, by running the largest platform in the country of women, so there are 25 million women on the platform, what we've seen is the awareness level of infertility has gone up in the last few years, thanks to all the fertility centers talking about it openly. So it's gone up. But we are, just to give you a sense, we are only 10% English platform and 90% language platform. What has come through we see is, while the fertility understanding is high, infertility understanding is high, the quality is not understood well. That means when people are talking, they don't know how expensive is it, or how lengthy the process is, how complicated would it be, okay? So there are people who are asking questions to each other, and then there are brands and experts who are coming and answering. Though the process is not very well understood, infertility issues are understood now.
Right, and while we talk about the people's awareness, let's just take a look at what are the barriers to understanding and treating the infertility issue. It is a common problem, yet there's not enough information, not enough conversation, and certainly not enough awareness. Take a look.
Do you know what IVF stands for?
When the woman is not able to conceive the child, they undergo such processes, medical processes, where I guess there are many ways to conceive.
The baby is not fertilized inside the body of the female. Rather, the egg and the sperm is collected and it's been fertilized inside a artificial lab.
It's like if you can't conceive, there's a process where you can, there's a sperm thing that...
Babies are being born, they're being fertilized out of the woman's body.
Getting a child outside by using ways of test tube babies, for example.
If मतलब कि अगर जो मेल और फीमेल अगर वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं बेबी इन नेचुरल वेज, तो उनके पास एक जरिया है करने के लिए IVF.
It's the test tube babies. I just know about that.
Is there a difference between IVF and surrogacy?
I don't know about it.
No, not really.
I have no idea.
Surrogacy is when both of the parents give their genes, right? But in IVF, if the male is infertile, they can have a sperm donor.
You are taking a worm outside the natural mother.
Is infertility only a woman's issue?
In India, of course, everybody blames the women.
The stereotypical way in which we look at infertility is that it's the woman's problem.
I would believe a male issue, ma'am. Yes, because I've never heard, not mostly heard, female being infertile.
So you heard that. Now if I come to Mr. Prashant Sinha on that, how much do women understand their infertility issues? For that matter, what is the level of awareness that you have seen in dealing with both women and men? For example, are fertility issues often confused with surrogacy?
So I think surrogacy is still a distant piece where people think it's still for affluent and very few people understand. The largest issue that we see on a platform is there is around infertility. While the incidence of infertility is 50% with males as well, the women are to be blamed. And that's where the biggest issue lies. So I think one of the big platforms like us, what we drive is, giving her care and assurance that, okay, that other people have already gone through this journey. And then there are huge amount of success rates out there, so you can possibly go and try. Amongst the males, they are only responsible to arrange for the finances and possibly you be more rational than being emotional around it. So the support that they can give to the wives is all about, being there around.
Right. And on that note, Dr. Malhotra, you also deal with many kinds of patients. In your experience, what stops infertile couples from seeking treatment? What are the barriers, really?
Thank you very much for having me here. I think, as Dr. Richard pointed out, it's a couple problem. It's not a problem. And Prashant also said it's not a female problem. But certainly, I think I would put them as social factors. There's economic factors. That's more. And of course, again, there are personal issues, which again relates to socioeconomic. So socially, yes, as it's still considered as a taboo and it's considered a female problem. So perhaps that's one reason why they delay. Of course, those are factors where women in the present day, I'm talking of metros, I'm not talking of the small B or C towns or the tier 2, tier 3, or maybe the villages. But women and men are too much focused on their career. And therefore, we are realizing, is it subfertility, which is, self-driven by the motivation to reach up and scale their, opportunities in jobs, which is, I think, a real impediment for them to come earlier than they actually reach us.
Right, so several factors that can turn out to be barriers actually. And Rinku Shah, you're a health and fitness coach. Your community, Fitness to Flash, helps women be confident and live a healthy lifestyle. Now, you also have conversations about fertility. In your experience, how open are women to talking about fertility and infertility? And how do we bring this confidence in them?
What I've realized over 6 years of building this community, earlier people were not aware, or it was, as everyone mentioned, it is like a taboo of even coming open saying that, I have this issue, but now things are changing. One, it is changing because it's a private and safe place. So it's not like still publicly people are going to, and I'm here talking mainly about women because that's what my community is. It's only for women and where they talk about. So to break the taboo, we are encouraging them more and more, sharing our successes, sharing our failures, or sharing that empathy towards them that, they can come and talk. Because sometimes what happens, it can, like this whole treatment can bog them down. They feel alone. They don't know where to seek help, usually as social norms are, maybe not very comfortable to talk with their partners or family friends. And then they come and be part of this community. So what we have seen is the more we encourage, the more people are coming together.
Right, of course, that's important if we want to create more awareness around this issue. And Dr. Richa Jagtap, if infertility is such an issue in India, how should fertility clinics be responding to this issue? What's your opinion on that?
So Priyanshi, I believe that we are always scared of what we do not know. So the first step, of course, is creating awareness so that people know that one, they are not alone in this. Two, these kind of problems exist. Three, that they can overcome it. So that is the first thing, awareness through these programs like this, through multiple platforms, that we make people realize that infertility is existing between us. Second is that we try to individualize their treatment, see what is right for them, what is the right options for them, how they can tackle it, what is their body's problem, and then overcome those problems. Third is we always worry about IVF being fraught with risk and consequences. So we are trying to have a good amalgamation of science and nature. What we are trying is making sure that IVF takes the risk out and gives back the success that the patients are coming to us for, which means like we transfer now embryos in natural cycle so that the patients can avoid too much of medication, so that they are not worried about taking a lot of medication throughout their life. And it's known that when they take a lot of medication during the pregnancy, they can have hypertension, they can have other issues. Making natural cycle a way of norm, it is going to be really helpful for them. So holistically approaching it from all the sides is how we will be able to improve these things.
Right, of course, a holistic approach is really necessary in this issue. And Dr. Ravi Kumar, as we've talked about this, that there's also a gender bias in understanding fertility issues. Tell us what male infertility is about and what is its instance, and how does India compare with the rest of the world on this?
Yeah, infertility is always thought to be a female issue, especially so in India. Although in the cities, there is a little bit of understanding that both can be the reason. But what we see in our clinics and in the society is, I feel, the tip of the iceberg. There is so much of infertility patients down there in our population across the globe, who are not able to reach clinics. Maybe in India, it is the cost which is also stopping them from coming. In male infertility, whatever patients we are seeing here, about 40 to 50% of them are male infertility patients also. Some of them coming with erectile dysfunctions, some of them sort of into what we call as impotent also sometimes. And many of them are having sperm factors being abnormal. Like it could be the count, it could be the motility of the sperm, it could be the morphology of the sperm, which is all very important for a healthy embryo to be formed.
Right. So while we've talked about the issue and the awareness part as well, let's now talk about solutions. Dr. Richa Jagtap, let's start by understanding what ART is. And within that, what is IVF? Is IVF the only treatment for infertility?
So if I break open that short term, ART, it is Assisted Reproductive Technologies, ART, which means we are trying them to have reproduction, to conceive, but we are helping them, assisting them. When we talk about ART, it's always thought that we are talking about IVF, but it's not so. Like Dr. Dakshayani mentioned, that assisted reproduction could be a simple thing like doing an intrauterine insemination, where the sperm motility is low and we take the sperm sample, concentrate it, wash it and put it back in the uterus, and rest of the things happen naturally in the body. It could be IVF, where its full form is in vitro fertilization, where we take the eggs and we fertilize them with the sperms from the husband and let the embryos grow in a culture system and then transfer them in the womb. For patients who have a very severe male factor, which means, as Dr. Dakshani mentioned, the sperm count is very low, we can use ICSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection, in which we select the best sperms and inject them in the best eggs to let them fertilize, form an embryo in the culture system, and then we can put this embryo back in the uterus. This is whole array of or armamentarium of treatments that we have, which is what we call as assisted reproductive technologies with us.
Right, of course, that's very important to point out. And if I can come to you, Dr. Neena Malhotra, now. We will talk about IVF treatments and how they work in greater detail in our next shows as well. But could you clear another common confusion for us? What is the difference between IVF treatment, IVF surrogacy and adoption?
So essentially, as the layperson call it, a test tube baby, when we do an IVF, we may do just culturing that egg around with the normal sperms, or injecting the egg with a sperm. We essentially creating an embryo in the lab, and that embryo, which is a good quality, tested by the way we look at it, or we have some techniques like embryoscope or do whatever things. We put the idle embryo back into the lady's womb, i.e., she is the one who has the egg. With her partner or husband, she creates the embryo, and this embryo goes back to her womb. Now, that is what is called the conventional way. Now, when we talk of surrogacy, it is a gestational surrogate, i.e., the embryos which are created from the genetic parents is the female and the husband create and give their eggs, and then that is what creates an embryo. But that is being put into somebody else's womb. That is what essentially means a surrogate or a surrogacy, which by the law would only be indicated if the woman who is a potential or is the biological mother does not or is deprived because of any reasons which could be depriving the womb to carry this pregnancy forward. Right. And there are very many medical indications. So that is surrogacy. And by the law, surrogacy has got many, ifs and buts. The surrogacy law is in place. And essentially, that's what we have to understand, rather than somebody who reads a celebrity, baby coming, and that's a surrogate. And that's absolutely no for all of us who are from the science and the medical fraternity. So that is what is essential. And surrogacy does not connote to IVF. That's something that's important. Coming to adoption, yes, there are some situations where we think we cannot offer the couple an IVF because there could be medical reasons, there could be financial reasons, and they are not fit, i.e. because they feel that they would by choice not like to take a donor egg because she's age advanced, or they would not like to take a donor sperm because of the reasons that are better understood socially,
right?
Or for all the factors. In those cases, they adopt a child. And I think, again, by the law, legally, we know what the adoption rules are and what are the ifs and buts there as well. So this is a bit that needs clarity.
Right, so those distinctions are, of course, important to note. And Rinku Shah, if I can come to you now, we leave the last word with you. This is an awareness campaign. You're a trained fitness and nutrition guide, and you talk about balancing one's body, hormones, and fertility through fitness. If you could tell us how fitness plays a role in a woman's fertility, and what message would you leave with all the women watching us today who may have fertility issues?
Yeah, one thing to associate, people say that, when you work out more, or when you are putting a lot of stress in your body, the IVF don't work, or, you get into the infertility zone. So one message is that is a myth. The only thing we say, and the reason we tell them that, maintain a healthy lifestyle. When we say healthy lifestyle, I'm not saying like you go into extreme of any kind of fitness or a diet. We are mainly saying that, you are stress-free. You have the real hormones which are working for you and which needs to work for you when you are even undergoing a treatment. And that's what I have been through my own IVF, so I know it. And that's what I usually tell to my community as well, that stress is one. Second is balancing your, get that oxytocin coming in and, making sure that the hormones are working for you. And third is have that kind of community support wherever you can find support, because that is super, super important. And we always say it's not about the weight. It's always about the health. So don't go extreme or drastic on losing your weight just because you want to undergo a treatment. I know it is associated, but whatever you do with a positive mindset is going to really, really work for you.
With that, it's a wrap on the show. Thanks very much to all our guests for joining us. And as we said earlier, over the next few weeks, we will be answering all your questions about infertility, what causes it, how to treat it, and much more through our shows and through our website. You can visit our website, ndtv.com/letstalkinfertility for more information and to leave us your questions, which will be answered by specialists from Art Fertility clinics over our next few shows. To end the show, let's hear from couples for whom IVF has worked as a solution.
Dr. Dakshayani was the one who did my fertility treatment, and she was the one who delivered my twin baby boys also. She also took care of my delivery and bringing up my kids and all that. So that is besides the issue. The thing about fertility is that Dr. Dakshayani is one person who was very, very thorough in explaining what exactly the concept is.
IVF and all, I am not aware of this IVF and all. But later on, when I explained it by Dr. Dakshan, it's very, very comfortable for me and for my wife also to proceed. And I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Dakshan. She's one of the best doctors I can say.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 2 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
In Jammu and Kashmir, in Pulwama, one targeted killing. A civilian is killed, shot dead by terrorists. The first killing of a Kashmiri Hindu in the last 4 months. The CBI questions Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Aam Aadmi Party puts up a show of strength ahead of the question. Sisodia said, "If I go to jail, be proud, not sorry." Addressing the Congress conclave, Rahul Gandhi hits out at the Prime Minister, says the Yatra got greater support in Kashmir than the Prime Minister. And ahead of Meghalaya voting, central forces are deployed. The poll panel's focus is to stop cash for votes. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is currently being questioned at the CBI headquarters. He arrived there this morning at around 11:10 for questioning in the liquor policy case after a massive send-off by Aam Aadmi Party supporters. You can see it turned into a show of strength as Mr. Sisodia first left his home around 10 o'clock and there he was standing out of the sunroof of his car waving at supporters. He then went to the Gandhi Memorial at Delhi's Rajghat and sat in front of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial for a little while, after which he emerged again at Rajghat and addressed his supporters ahead of heading for the CBI headquarters. AAP has also claimed that many of its leaders have been put under house arrest and that there was a huge police deployment outside their houses as well and not allowing them to leave. Manish Sisodia, addressing the gathering, said, "I will be in jail for 7-8 months. Don't feel sorry for me. Be proud." He also invoked Bhagat Singh and said, "We are the followers of Bhagat Singh."
ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है। अच्छी जिंदगी चल रही थी, लेकिन मैं सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आ गया, उनके साथ में जाके झुग्गियों में काम करने लगा। उस वक्त मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा सबसे ज्यादा साथ दिया। आपको और सबको और दिल्ली के बच्चों को मैं कहना चाहता हूँ दूसरी चीज, स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे बच्चों से मुझको बहुत प्यार है। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये मत समझना कि आपके शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया, आपके मनीष चाचा अगर जेल चले गए तो बस छुट्टी हो गई। अभी छुट्टी नहीं होने वाली। ये लोग जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? ये मुझको जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? झूठा आरोप लगा क्यों रहे हैं? ये सीबीआई की ईडी की इंक्वायरी हो क्यों रही है? इनको भी पता हमने कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं की, लेकिन इसलिए कर रहे हैं। ये सारी जेल की साजिशें, ये सारी सीबीआई और ईडी की साजिशें रची इसलिए जा रही हैं क्योंकि इनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से डर लगता है। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी जी से डर नहीं लगता, देश के किसी और नेता से डर नहीं लगता, उनको केवल और केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर लगता है। उनको आम आदमी पार्टी से डर लगता है, उनको आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से डर लगता है, उनको किसी से डर नहीं लगता। तो जैसे जैसे आपकी पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है वैसे वैसे आप तैयार रहिए। अभी मेरे ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे और आपके ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे, तैयार रहिए बिल्कुल। बहुत मुकदमे होने वाले सबके ऊपर। जैसे जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे बढ़ेगी वैसे वैसे बीजेपी डरती रहेगी और डर डर के मुकदमे करवाती रहेगी। आप तय मानो और मुकदमे होंगे। एक लेकिन चीज है, हम नहीं डरते। ये डरते हमसे, हम इनसे नहीं डरते। ना इनकी पुलिस से डरते, ना इनकी सीबीआई से डरते, ना इनकी ईडी से डरते, ना इनकी जेलों से डरते। हम नहीं डरते इनसे। ये हमसे डरते हैं, केजरीवाल जी से डरते हैं, आपसे डरते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से डरते हैं, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, सही बात, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी के अत्याचार से देश को मुक्ति तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही दिलवाएगी। आने वाले समय में देश को नंबर 1 बनाने का काम तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही करेगी। ये सब जुमलेबाजी पार्टियों से नहीं होगा, आम आदमी पार्टी आगे लेके जाएगी। तो डरना नहीं है, घबराना नहीं है। पिछली बार भी मैं कह के गया था, मैं जेल चला जाऊं तो अफसोस मत करना, गर्व करना इस बात पे। जेल चला जाऊं तो गर्व करना इस बात पे कि हम में से एक जेल गया है, हजारों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे, देखे मोदी जी कितना को रोकते हैं। लाखों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे, देखे ये बीजेपी वाले कितना को रोकते हैं। भारत माता की
So that was Manish Sisodia earlier this morning. Let's go across to where Raghav Chadda is speaking.
अरविंद केजरीवाल को खत्म करो, आम आदमी पार्टी को बर्बाद करो और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास जितने लोग हैं उन सारे लोगों को एक एक करके जेल में डालो। यह घोटाला क्या है, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं बीजेपी से। यह घोटाला कुछ नहीं है, यह घोटाला सिर्फ बीजेपी के मन का घोटाला है। यह बीजेपी के लोगों का मन की बीमारी है, जिसके चलते आज वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करने जा रहे हैं। कई दर्जनों रेड हुई, लगातार जांच हुई, लेकिन रत्ती भर सबूत मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ इन एजेंसियों को नहीं मिला, क्योंकि सबूत है ही नहीं, कोई घोटाला हुआ ही नहीं। ये फर्जी आरोप लगाकर, फैब्रिकेट कर कर इस पूरे केस को आज मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करने जा रहे हैं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं बीजेपी से, ऐसा कौन सा घोटालेबाज है इस दुनिया का, ऐसा कौन सा रिश्वतखोर है इस दुनिया का, ऐसा कौन सा भ्रष्टाचारी है इस दुनिया का जो 10,000 करोड़ कमाता है, लेकिन रोज सुबह 6 बजे उठकर दिल्ली के स्कूल की इमारतें देखने जाता है, स्कूल दुरुस्त कराने जाता है, क्लासरूम में डेस्क लगवाता है, बच्चों के हाथ में पुस्तक, पेंसिल, पेन पकड़ाता है। ऐसा कौन सा भ्रष्टाचारी है जो सुबह 6 बजे घर से निकल जाता है और पूरा दिन एक स्कूल से दूसरी स्कूल जाकर स्कूल की व्यवस्था बेहतर से बेहतर करने के लिए मेहनत करता है, खून पसीना एक करता है। ऐसा कौन सा भ्रष्टाचारी? भ्रष्टाचारी तो अय्याशी करते हैं, न जाने क्या क्या करते हैं। आप मनीष सिसोदिया जी पर आरोप लगाते हैं। इन लोगों का मकसद बड़ा साफ है, अरविंद केजरीवाल को खत्म करो, अरविंद केजरीवाल के आसपास एक एक शख्स को बर्बाद करो, पकड़ के जेल में डालो। और ये क्यों है? ये आज के इस इंपेंडिंग अरेस्ट का सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। ये इसलिए है क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर किसी से डरती है तो शख्स का नाम अरविंद केजरीवाल है। किसी पार्टी से डरती है तो उस पार्टी का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी है। सपने में भूत बनकर आम आदमी पार्टी, अरविंद केजरीवाल और हम सब लोग भाजपा के बड़े बड़े नेताओं के रात में आते हैं और ये सक पका के उठ जाते हैं। इतना डर, इतना खौफ भाजपा के नेताओं को आम आदमी पार्टी से और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से। और ये इसलिए है क्योंकि बीजेपी ये भली भांति जानती है कि अगर कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी इस देश में है या कोई नेता अगर इस देश में है जो आंख से आंख मिलाकर चुनावी रण के मैदान में बीजेपी से लोहा लेता है और बीजेपी को हराता है, उस शख्स का नाम अरविंद केजरीवाल है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी राहुल गांधी से नहीं डरते, कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं डरते, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी से अवश्य डरते। जितना अत्याचार बीजेपी के लोगों ने हम पे करना है आप कीजिए। हम भी आंदोलन से निकली हुई पार्टी है। दिल्ली की और देश की इन्हीं सड़कों पे, इन्हीं गली मोहल्लों में इनकलाब के नारों की जब गूंज उठी थी, उस गूंज से, उस आंदोलन की गर्द से पैदा हुई पार्टी है आम आदमी पार्टी। संघर्षों से, आपकी ईडी सीबीआई से और आपकी जेल से डरने वाली पार्टी नहीं है आम आदमी पार्टी। लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करने वाली बीजेपी से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज केवल दिल्ली के नहीं, दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर के नाम से जाने जाते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया। आप हिंदुस्तान में किसी आम आदमी से पूछेंगे ना कि केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री का नाम बताओ, तो कोई नहीं बता पाएगा। यहां बैठे कई पत्रकारों से मैं पूछूंगा, आपको भी सोचने में 3-4 मिनट लग जाएंगे, शायद गूगल करके पता करना पड़े कि केंद्रीय शिक्षा मंत्री का नाम क्या है। लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछूंगा या देश के आम आदमी से पूछूंगा कि दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री का नाम बताओ, तो फट से आप कहेंगे मनीष सिसोदिया। ये है मनीष सिसोदिया जी की असली कमाई। 25 जून 1975 को जब देश में आपातकाल घोषित किया गया, इंदिरा गांधी ने इमरजेंसी लागू करी, एक सत्तानशी सरकार ने देश में आपातकाल लागू किया, तब एक कानून लाया गया था मीसा, मेंटेनेंस ऑफ इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी एक्ट, जिसके तहत तमाम लोगों को, विपक्ष के नेताओं को, आर्टिस्ट को, कलाकारों को, सबको पकड़ के जेल में डाल दिया था। आज सीबीआई, ईडी और इनकम टैक्स भी वही काम करते हैं। ये कहने में मुझे रत्ती भर भी गुरेज नहीं है that CBI, ED and income tax are the new MISA.
Right, Aam Aadmi Party's Rajghat Chadda, they're addressing a press conference over Manish Sisodia being summoned for questioning by the CBI. I remember it was a big show of strength. Manish Sisodia also addressing the crowd. The BJP, however, hit back saying, why make this drama out of it? Why an event management? That he should just answer the questions to him.
भाइयों बहनों, केजरीवाल मंडली की एक और नौटंकी। पंजाब के अंदर जिन्होंने महात्मा गांधी जी की तस्वीर को सरकारी दफ्तरों में से हटा दिया, आज वो चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका राजघाट पर महात्मा गांधी जी की शरण में जा रहे हैं चोरी करने के बाद कि कहीं ना उनकी गिरफ्तारी ना हो जाए। इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि वो जो बार बार आग लाते हैं गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा, वो दे नो वेरी वेल कि वो चोर हैं, इन्होंने करप्शन किया है, भ्रष्टाचार किया है। महात्मा गांधी श्रद्धांजलि आज 26 फरवरी, मैंने तो सोचा सुबह उठकर क्या 30 जनवरी आज, 2 अक्टूबर है आज, लेकिन एक तरफ महात्मा गांधी जी को पंजाब से राष्ट्रीय पिता की मूर्ति को हटा दिया गया अवसरवादिता के कारण, और दूसरी तरफ आज महात्मा गांधी जी के शरण में जा रहे हैं। चरित्र देखिए इन लोगों का कैसा है। बाहर डिप्टी सीएम मनीष सिसोदिया जी, अब ये देश और दिल्ली आपको जान चुकी है।
Let's go across to Arvind now for more. So Arvind, Manish Sisodia there at the CBI headquarters behind you. He's being questioned once again in the liquor policy case. And are we sure that he will be arrested? That is what Aam Aadmi Party claims. They feel that he will be arrested after the questioning today.
Gargi, the questioning of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case is currently underway here at the CBI headquarters. So we are right outside the CBI headquarters. Manish Sisodia joined the investigation sometime post 11 a.m. and then it's almost 3 hours and the questioning is still underway. So what we are being told by our sources that there won't be any lunch break and then the questioning session will continue. Sisodia will be provided lunch inside the CBI headquarters itself. So the questioning that started sometime post 11 is expected to go on at least till 5 to 6 p.m. and that's when the agency will take a call whether to take Manish Sisodia into custody or whether to call him again for further questioning, because the agency has to make a ground. Even if they want to take him into custody, the agency has to make some grounds for taking him to custody. So that's why the agency first has to question him, and that particular process is currently underway. So only after the completion of this particular questioning session, we'll get to know whether the agency takes him into custody or whether the agency will let him go and then call him again tomorrow for further questioning. But CBI headquarters here is heavily barricaded. Even we have been asked to go out of this entire premises. CBI headquarters is almost 50 meters from here, but both the sides of the road that leads to CBI have been heavily barricaded. In fact, what we could see on a screen now was this 144 CRPC that has been invoked in this particular premise, the premise in and around the CBI, ensuring that no untoward incident happens here. Because when we spoke to our top sources in Delhi police, they did tell us that as a measure of contingency, they have deployed a huge police personnel across this particular area, the road that leads to CBI headquarters, to ensure that if at all Aam Aadmi Party decides to carry out some kind of a protest, then the situation has to be controlled, and that seems to be the idea behind invoking 144 CRPC here. But coming to CBI's point of view, what we are learning is that the agency first wants to question Manish Sisodia. They have prepared a detailed, lengthy questionnaire for Manish Sisodia. They will record his statement, and then what we are being told is that sometime at around 6 p.m. The agency, after going through the answers, whether if Manish Sisodia is forthcoming with all the true facts of the case, if the agency feels that Manish Sisodia is not forthcoming with true facts, if he is concealing some information, then the agency might take a call to take him into custody for custodial interrogation. But all depends on kind of answers that Manish Sisodia give for now. But again, we all will get to know only at around 6 p.m. Gargi.
All right, so we'll only get to know after 6 p.m. Thanks so much, Arvind, for joining us with those details. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia being questioned now by the CBI. Well, moving on to news from Jammu and Kashmir, and tragic news coming in. A man has died after he was shot by terrorists in Pulwama. It was another targeted attack. Terrorists killed a civilian, a Kashmiri Hindu. The police terrorists fired at Sanjay Sharma, a resident of Achan in Pulwama, and he was critically injured and shifted to hospital, where he was declared dead. The police say an armed guard is deployed in the village for protection of the minority. And this is the first attack and killing of a Kashmiri Hindu in the last 4 months. Sharma was working as a bank guard and now killed in this targeted attack. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, already there's this sense of fear among many of the Pandits and Hindus living in the valley, and now this attack coming after 4 months.
Yeah, exactly. An innocent man who was living here, who never left the valley for last 30 years. Sanjay, Sharma, who was working as a bank guard and was killed outside his home when he was going to buy some, grocery at a grocery shop, and he was killed there. And he was fired upon. He received several bullets. He was shifted to hospital where doctors declared him dead on arrival. Soon after that, police launched a coordinated search operation, but it appears that the attackers have managed to escape. Senior police official DIG South Kashmir Rais Bhatt said that they're going to track down the attackers and eliminate them very soon. But it has happened before. Whenever there have been targeted attacks, police have said they have eliminated all those who are behind those attacks, but it has not actually stopped the killings and given sense of security to Kashmiri Pandits or anybody who have been on the target list of militants. This is the second target attack in last 2 days. On Friday evening, a Kashmiri Muslim man, Asif Ali Ganai, was shot at and injured in Anantnag. He was shifted to hospital in critical condition while he was still being treated by doctors. His father was also killed a year ago. He was a police head constable. So this is the second target attack in last 2 days. But it is the first target attack on Kashmiri Pandits or the Kashmiri Hindus in last 4 months. Earlier, last year, we have seen series of attacks in the valley, but most of the attackers have been killed. And we see now, renewal of kind of a resurgence of these target attacks in the valley where innocent people are paying a price. They lose their lives just because who they are.
Right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us. With that, let's just listen into what Mehbooba Mufti had to say.
हम क्या कहूँ मैं, मजम्मत कर कर के हम थक गए. ये तो जो हुआ है इसकी जितनी मजम्मत हो वो कम है. मैं उनसे कहना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने ये किलिंग की कि अभी कुछ दिन पहले हरियाणा में उनको दहशतगर्दी कहा जा सकता है, उन्होंने 2 मुसलमानों को जिंदा जला दिया. आज आपने यहाँ पर हमारा एक बहुत थोड़े बचे कुचे हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित, हमारे सरदार भाई, हमारे जो कश्मीरी स्पीकिंग हिंदू, ये जो बचा हुआ था इतने सालों से ये रहा, कश्मीर छोड़ के चला नहीं गया, यहीं पर रहा हमारे साथ जीने मरने के लिए. आज आपने इसको मार दिया तो फ़र्क क्या है? ऐसी हरकतें चाहे वो हरियाणा में हुई हो चाहे यहाँ हो रही हो, इससे एक पार्टी को के जो एजेंडा है उसको फ़ायदा होता है, क्योंकि जो बीजेपी की सरकार है वो यहाँ नाकाम हो गई. यहाँ की जो माइनॉरिटीज़ बची कुची थी पिछले 30 साल से, उनकी जान को हिफाजत देने में वो नाकाम हो गई और उनका इस्तेमाल करती है वो जम्मू कश्मीर में नॉर्मलसी दिखाने के लिए. उनको कुर्बान कर रही है वो नॉर्मलसी दिखाने के लिए. और जब ऐसे हादसात होते हैं तो वो लोग इसका नाजायज़ फ़ायदा उठाते हैं. पूरे मुल्क के अंदर मुसलमानों को बदनाम करके देखो जी मुसलमान कैसे हैं. तो मेरा यही कहना ये बहुत बुरा है और मेरी जो तमाम हमदर्दियाँ हैं इस ख़ानदान के साथ हैं. और अल्लाह ताला सबको अक्ल बख्शे. और जिन्होंने ये किया है, मैं इस एक्शन को पूरी तरह से इसकी मजम्मत करती हूँ. ये हमारा कश्मीरी कल्चर नहीं है. हमारे पास अब बचे कुछ लोग बचे हैं, कशीर बाटकस.
यहाँ पे जो है ये कम्युनिटी के जो मेंबर हैं संजय शर्मा जी, इनके ऊपर कुछ नामालूम बंदूक बाजारों में जो है दहशतगर्दों ने ये प्लान करके ये अटैक किया है। और इसमें हमारे पास जो अभी तक इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है उसको हम सिफ्ट कर रहे हैं और जो टेररिस्ट इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं उनको हम ट्रैक डाउन कर लेंगे जल्दी और उनको न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर भी हमारे पास जो है सिक्योरिटी के इंतजाम थे और ये किस सर्कमस्टेंसेस में और किस हिसाब से हुआ वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे ही सामने आती है अनरिवील होती है उसी के हिसाब से हम जो है जमात पता करेंगे।
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth.
It's the last day of the crucial Congress conclave taking place in Raipur in Chhattisgarh, and today Rahul Gandhi addressed the gathering. He hit out at Prime Minister Modi and he spoke on his Bharat Jodo Yatra. He said got more support in Kashmir than the Prime Minister did. He also slammed the ideology of cowardice.
We are going to discuss various subjects.
पार्लियामेंट में मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी का भाषण सुना। कहते हैं कि मैंने भी जाके लाल चौक में तिरंगा फहराया था। मैं सुन रहा था, मैंने सोचा देखिए हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को बात समझ नहीं आई, बात समझ नहीं आई। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बीजेपी के 15-20 लोगों के साथ जाकर लाल चौक पे तिरंगा फहराया। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा ने लाखों कश्मीरी युवाओं के हाथ से तिरंगा फहराया। कुछ दिन पहले इंटरव्यू में एक मंत्री ने कहा कि चाइना की इकोनॉमी हिंदुस्तान की इकोनॉमी से बड़ी है, तो हम उनसे कैसे लड़ सकते हैं। चाइना की इकोनॉमी हिंदुस्तान की इकोनॉमी से बड़ी है तो हम उनसे कैसे लड़ सकते हैं। जब अंग्रेज हम पर राज करते थे, क्या उनकी इकोनॉमी हमारी इकोनॉमी से छोटी थी? लड़ाई इसका मतलब जो आपसे शक्तिमान है उससे आप लड़ो ही मत, जो आपसे कमजोर है उसी से लड़ो। इसको कायरता कहा जाता है।
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain compromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some Gadget Love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave
Hello and welcome to the Car and Bike Show here on the NDTV network. My name is Girish Karkera, and as usual I've got you some exciting news and reviews and views from the world of automobiles in India. We are going to start off with Yamaha. Well, the brand, although it hasn't hit the big league yet, but slowly and steadily it has been working on its models and making them state-of-the-art. Recently, they have revamped the entire lineup of its motorcycles, and we have Kingshuk Datta, who had a chance to sample the updated FZX in Rajasthan. Let's find out.
It was the first crossover attempt from Yamaha in the premium commuter segment. It had its quirks, especially with regards to its design, and it has been updated for 2023. We are talking about the Yamaha FZX, which now gets few extra features and a new color. We are here in the majestic and royal city of Jaipur, and right now I'm with the updated 2023 Yamaha FZX in the beautiful Amer Fort. Now, by the look of it, the motorcycle doesn't seem to get too many updates. That's because most of the updates are under the skin. So we'll tell you how the motorcycle rides and what are the updates. So let us quickly tell you about the changes that the 2023 Yamaha FZX gets. To begin with, the color that you see here, dark matte blue with gold rims, it is brand new and it definitely stands out. Plus, the indicator lamps are now LED, which means the bike gets full LED lighting. Lastly, there's also switchable traction control offered as standard. The big question is whether a 150cc motorcycle needs traction control or not. For such a bike with a frugal power and torque output, which will be mostly used as a daily runabout on city roads, it may be an overkill. A better option would have been to provide dual-channel ABS instead. The traction control system itself is rudimentary, considering there is no ride-by-wire. It works with the help of a sensor that looks very similar to an ABS sensor on the rear wheel. As far as its handling is concerned, the FZX feels light and nimble and can be easily navigated in all sorts of situations. Right from people coming at you from the wrong side to elephants on the road as well. The engine on the motorcycle is RDE compliant, so it meets the latest emission norms. And the urban chaos, that's where the FZX thrives. The specs may not make for the best of reading, it may not be the best in the segment, but the urban chaos, your intra-city dashes, your daily commutes, the FZX takes care all of that really nicely. The ergonomics are really comfortable. There is enough performance, enough juice in the engine for daily commutes, for tackling all that heavy duty traffic, and most importantly, like we said, the ride quality is really comfortable even over broken patches of road. There are a couple of negatives. Firstly, the instrument cluster does not have gear position indicator, and secondly, the sweet spot of this motorcycle is between 75 to 80 kilometers per hour. After that, the engine starts getting really vibey. That means the motorcycle is perfect for urban commute, but if you want to take the motorcycle on long highway rides, it's not the best idea that you'll have. At 1,37,000 rupees ex-showroom Delhi, the FZX with its price sits between 150 and 200cc models, with the former being more affordable and the latter being more performance-oriented. So, the FZX may not be the first option you look at when you are considering a 150 to 200cc bike. But having said that, if you're looking for a good, solid commuter with a bit of character and uniqueness, look no further than the Yamaha FZX.
When you think electric scooters, which is the flavor of the season, we think of startups. Well, traditional bike makers are finally getting their act together. Companies like TVS and Bajaj now have their two-wheelers in the market for us. But how good are they? And more importantly, how good are they against each other? We have Kingshuk Datta answering this very interesting question.
Two electric scooters, two legacy manufacturers, the Bajaj Chetak and the TVS iQube. Both these scooters have been in the market for 3 years now. And this is the first time we are pitting them against each other, because these two scooters are traditional rivals in the real sense, as they have always been. Bajaj and TVS, two storied brands with rich history and heritage, stepped into the electric two-wheeler segment almost at the same time. And today, it is time for them once again to go head-to-head. The iQube and the Chetak are poles apart in terms of design and yet look quite handsome. The Bajaj carries a quintessential neo-retro design with the round LED headlight, curved front apron and the Vespa-esque silhouette and a shapely rear section. The fit and finish on the Chetak is excellent all around, and the scooter looks quite proportionate. The single-sided swing arm at the rear and the trailing link suspension show off the lovely 12-inch alloys. The iQube, on the other hand, is more conventional in its design. Solidly built, the design on the iQube has universal appeal, having a fine balance of form and function. There's a 7-inch color TFT display on the iQube, which is nice and easy to read. The theme changes depending on the mode you ride in. Plus, the display also shows when the scooter goes into regen mode. The controls can be accessed via a 5-way joystick on the left switch cube, which feels intuitive to use. The centerpiece on the Chetak is the circular negative LCD display, which shows a decent bit of information but is not the easiest to read, especially in bright daylight. Both scooters get Bluetooth and app connectivity with call alerts, geofencing, USB charging port as standard, along with full LED lighting and a low-speed reverse gear. The TVS iQube gets turn-by-turn navigation additionally. The Chetak and the iQube get 18 and 17 liters of underseat storage. The Chetak also has an additional cubby hole on the inside of the front apron. In terms of features, the iQube S edges ahead, and in terms of practicality, the Chetak takes the win. The Chetak makes more power, but the iQube makes more torque. The Chetak has a rated top speed of just 63 km per hour, which may be little too less for commuting duties, especially in bigger cities. But it makes up in other departments. If it is performance that you're looking for straight up, then the TVS iQube is a better bet. It has a higher top speed of 78 km per hour. It handles better thanks to the telescopic front fork, and it is lighter at 119 kgs. But if it is comfort that you're looking for, practicality, then the Chetak scores marginally higher in terms of ride quality and comfier ergonomics, yes. Plus, thanks to its metal body, the Chetak weighs in at 133 kilograms, significantly heavier than the iQube. The iQube feels more planted at higher speeds and feels lighter on its feet. Both scooters offer decent braking performance in terms of feel and bite. Both scooters have two riding modes. The Chetak has Eco and Sports, while the iQube has eco and power. As far as charging times are concerned, the Chetak takes less time to charge than the iQube. From zero, the Chetak takes about 4 hours to charge fully, while the TVS takes up to 4 hours 30 minutes to charge fully with a 650 watt charger. Bajaj says that the Chetak is doing really well in semi-urban and rural areas. That's because the brand, the name Chetak still has a lot of pull. It's a beautifully crafted scooter, it looks really good, is well finished, is proportionate and is comfortable and practical as well. But the footprint of the Chetak is not as widespread as the TVS iQube. So the winner of this comparison has to be the TVS iQube, because if you're looking for performance, if you're looking for features, the TVS iQube makes a lot of sense. Plus, the big deciding factor was the fact that this is priced at 1,10,000 rupees on road Delhi, while that is priced at 1,58,000 rupees on road Delhi. So there's a huge price difference, and yes, the TVS iQube comes across as a more well-rounded package.
Chhattisgarh, the emerging leader with a unique governance model.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन.
Welcome back, and from 2 wheels we now move into 4. I'm talking about the BMW 3 Series now. BMW has recently launched an updated 3 Series, but in a grand limo avatar. So what is new here? We sent Pratik Rajghat to find out. Let's have a look.
The name BMW is synonymous with performance. And one name in the brand's lineup has always been the benchmark in its class.
And talking about benchmarks, there's none better than the BMW 3 Series. It's the ideal driver's car, and we proved it even in a comprehensive review with the new C-Class, the S60 and the Audi A4. Now in its 2023 avatar, the car comes with a comprehensive upgrades both to its exterior and interior, but the only constant is the powertrains. Hi, my name is Pratik Rajghat, and today with us is the 2023 BMW 3 Series Grand Limousine in its petrol avatar.
With the 2023 model, BMW has left no stone unturned in improving the styling. But these changes are very subtle and will take a keen eye to spot the difference. The headlamps are now slimmer, shorter, and flatter. It looks meaner than before and more contemporary. Even the signature BMW grille is not obnoxiously large, but in fact looks quite refreshing in the flesh. The slightly tweaked front bumpers receive a gloss black finish, while the short overhangs, a long bonnet, horizontal lines, and flared rear wheel arches add to the superior dimensions of the car while maintaining its sporty intent. And that's all the changes you'll see on the outside. While the exterior receives subtle changes, the cabin receives some updates too.
Now, the biggest issue I had with the previous generation of the 3 Series was that it did not have a very premium looking cabin. So now with the 2023 avatar, BMW has made sure that you get this huge display that is very similar to what we've seen on the flagship electric SUV of BMW as well as on the 7 Series. So now you get a 12.3-inch instrument panel right behind the steering wheel, which is an extremely good looking, very sophisticated looking, clean looking panel, as well as a 14.9-inch display at the center, which is now compatible with iDrive 8. The previous model had the 7 version, this one has the 8, and with it you also get all the latest updates that BMW offers. Lower down, if you see, the aircon vents have slimmered down. They look more sophisticated, they look more clean, and even the center dashboard where you get to keep your cup holders also gets a new pattern, which also looks very clean and has that very minimum vibe going for it. If you remember, in the previous model of the 3 Series, the car used to get a gear selector, so that is now replaced by a toggle switch. You also get your parking mode, which is constant. At the side, of course, you get your rotary knob with your usual settings, and this also doubles up as your selector for whatever runs on the screen.
Cabin space remains unaltered with ample space for 4 adults, since the transmission tunnel hampers space for the middle seat. There's more than decent headroom and more than ample knee room, even the front seats backed up to the max. Flick your foot at the rear and the electric tailgate pops open, revealing 480 liters of boot space. Fold the back seats down and you get a useful 1500 liters more to play with. The seats are nicely dressed in Vernasca leather upholstery, making an elegant statement, while those at the back receive individual AC vents and controls along with 2 Type-C charging slots. And that's where the changes with the 2023 BMW 3 Series Grand Limousine end. Because the engine and transmission options are retained from the earlier model.
And since there's no change mechanically, even the driving mannerisms of the car hasn't changed. It's still authoritative, it's still quick off the mark, and it's still the quickest in the segment. And I'm in love with the performance of this car, and never do you feel that it's underpowered. Sports mode and the paddle shifters alter the genes of the car altogether and makes it even more enjoyable to drive.
But what binds them together is the 8-speed Steptronic automatic transmission that is such a mind reader when it comes to shifts. The 50-50 weight distribution is effective at corners. The steering is precise, the body control is excellent, and the grip is plentiful, which makes the 3 Series great fun to throw around. With the stiffer suspension, the car takes care of potholes comfortably. What slightly deters the overall experience are the tires. A better set would have worked wonders. The 3 Series Grand Limousine is loaded with heaps of safety equipment to keep the occupants safe. Alongside the usual array of 6 airbags and emergency braking systems, the 3 Series also comes with front and rear parking sensors as standard, cruise control, auto hold, as well as 3-point seat belts for all passengers at the back. So, what's our verdict then? The 2023 3 Series takes things to the next level. BMW has improved key elements of the car, making it an even more exciting prospect in its new avatar. A newer and much improved cabin helps things keep fresh in the segment. Bolder looks keep things interesting on the outside. And that engine-transmission combination, what do we even say about it? The 2-liter turbo unit is possibly the best in the business and has enough character in it to rival the C-Class and even the Audi A4. The Volvo S60 is no longer listed on the company's website, so expect a facelift soon. If you want my 2 cents, there is no beating the 3 Series in its own game, and the car ups the ante in its latest avatar. The 330 Li M Sport trim hasn't received a substantial price bump, but it's the 330 LD M Sport that is dearer by 3 lakh rupees compared to the earlier prices, that is. That being said, the 2023 BMW 3 Series Grand Limousine is the most practical sports sedan out there right now.
So that's all we have time for this week. We'll be back next week with some more exciting stuff, including this lovely BMW M3 Ti. Until next time, drive safely, ride patiently, and follow traffic rules. Thanks for watching.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
Good evening and welcome to this special presentation on NDTV, which is coming to you right outside the CBI headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, this has become now the center of action in the national capital, where Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, was called in for questioning again today, just behind me. And while we were coming here, you can see the CBI headquarters is just about a few hundred meters away, in fact, from where I'm standing right now. But this entire area, and if I may say, the entire area of the radius of about 5 kilometers has been turned into a complete fortress by the central agencies and the Delhi police. Massive deployment of the Delhi police, and it all started with Manish Sisodia's the political messaging that he tried to do before he came for the questioning here at the CBI headquarters. The Aam Aadmi Party trying to milk this politically. Meanwhile, the agency is saying that there are some new revelations which have come into the alleged liquor scam, for which Manish Sisodia, the questioning of Manish Sisodia, becomes necessary. What the latest information that we are getting right now is that Manish Sisodia will not be coming out for lunch. Our sources telling us that lunch will be provided to him inside. Let me very quickly at this moment go across to Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Sanjay Singh, who is joining us at this moment on the phone line. I will request my producers to play those visuals of when Sanjay Singh was detained today, picked up by 4 to 5 policemen and taken into custody. संजय जी, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, सुबह हमने देखा कि आप प्रोटेस्ट जब कर रहे थे तो पुलिस आपको अरेस्ट करके ले गई. अभी आप कहां पर हैं? डिटेन करा हुआ है आपको. अभी आप किस जगह पर हैं?
देखिए, मुझे फतेहपुर बेरी थाने में रखा गया है. ये छतरपुर इलाके में आता है. जौनापुर गांव है, वहां के थाने में रखा गया है. सवाल ये नहीं है, सवाल तो ये है कि आज जिस तरीके से पूरी दिल्ली को छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया, ऐसा लग रहा था कि किसी बहुत बड़े अपराधी या आतंकवादी की गिरफ्तारी होनी है. आज पूरे दिल्ली में जगह जगह हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया, हमारे पार्षदों को, एमएलए को हाउस अरेस्ट किया गया और मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करके सीबीआई के दफ्तर में लेके जाया गया. मेरा सवाल ये है कि आज जो व्यक्ति लाखों बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने के लिए काम कर रहा है, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रहा है, आप उसको अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं, आप उसको जेल में डाल रहे हैं. जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों के लिए बिजली, पानी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य पे काम कर रही है, आज उस सरकार की सराहना करने के बजाय आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बदनाम करने में लगे हुए हैं. मोदी जी को इतना डर क्यों लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी को? मनीष सिसोदिया का गुनाह क्या है? उनके यहाँ सीबीआई का छापा मारा आपने, कुछ नहीं मिला. उनके गांव में छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं मिला. उनके दफ्तर पे छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं मिला. बैंक के लॉकर में छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं मिला. और जो व्यक्ति लाखों करोड़ का घोटाला किया हुआ है, मोदी जी का दोस्त अडानी, आप उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करते? उसमें कोई सीबीआई, सेबी, कोई ईडी, कोई इनकम
आम आदमी पार्टी या आप थोड़ी तय कर सकते हैं कि संजय सिंह जी बिल्कुल पाक साफ है. कोर्ट का काम है, इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही हैं. वो कह रही हैं उनके पास कुछ नए सबूत हाथ लगे हैं, उनका पूछताछ जरूरी है. उन्होंने तो नहीं कहा कि अरेस्ट करने वाले हैं. तो आम आदमी पार्टी उसको इस तरीके से क्यों प्रस्तुत कर रही है कि एक देखिए हमारे साथ ज्यादती हो रही है? अभी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है सर, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने दीजिए.
तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया के लिए इनकी जांच एजेंसियां बनी हुई हैं. येदियुरप्पा के खिलाफ क्या कार्रवाई हुई? शिवराज सिंह के व्यापक घोटाले में क्या कार्रवाई हुई? हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के वाटर घोटाले में क्या कार्रवाई हुई? मुकुल राय के शारदा स्कैम में, शुभेंदु अधिकारी के शारदा स्कैम में क्या कार्रवाई हुई? इनकी पूरी की पूरी जांच एजेंसी सिर्फ विपक्ष के लोगों के लिए बनी हुई है, सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया के लिए. जिस मनीष सिसोदिया के घर से लेकर दफ्तर तक आपने छापेमारी कर ली, कुछ नहीं मिला आपको. तो ये तो एक जबरन एक कार्रवाई है.
संजय जी, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, आपने खुद, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद ये बात कही, मनीष सिसोदिया ने खुद ये बात कही कि देखिए मैं इनसे डरता नहीं हूं और मैं जाके इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पूरा सहयोग करूंगा. तो अगर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात है तो आम आदमी पार्टी इसको एक, जैसे विपक्ष कह रहा है, बीजेपी कह रही है, आप एक पॉलिटिकल तमाशा क्यों बना रहे हैं? क्यों सड़कों पर आपके कार्यकर्ता उतर रहे हैं? आप क्यों प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? मनीष सिसोदिया ने कुछ नहीं करा अगर, तो वो पाक साफ है, बच जाएंगे, निकल जाएंगे.
अरे भाई, तमाशा बना रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और मोदी जी की सरकार. मुझे आप बताइए ना, जिस व्यक्ति के कंपनी में 42,000 करोड़ रुपए मॉरिशस से काला धन आया, उसके खिलाफ जांच कितनी हुई मुझे बताइए. मोदी जी के पूंजीपति मित्रों के खिलाफ कितनी कार्रवाई होती है? क्या करते हैं ये?
तो सर, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि बाकी केसेस में जांच बंद कर दी जाए.
करेंगे, आप पूछताछ करेंगे, आप आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को फांसी पे चढ़ा देंगे, चढ़ाइए आप, लेकिन क्या पूरा देश इस बात को नहीं देख रहा है कि आपकी जांच एजेंसियां सिर्फ और सिर्फ विपक्ष के लिए बनी हुई है? अडानी के पोर्ट पे 20,000 करोड़ की ड्रग्स पकड़ी जाती है, उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती। लाखों करोड़ का घोटाला करने वालों पे कार्रवाई नहीं होती, लाखों बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने वाले पे कार्रवाई हो रही है।
तो क्या आप कहीं ये कह रहे हैं कि बाकी लोगों पे कार्रवाई नहीं होती इसलिए हमारे ऊपर भी कोई कार्रवाई ना हो?
ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे खिलाफ कुछ भी गलत है तो कार्रवाई करो, लेकिन झूठी, फर्जी, बेबुनियाद बदनाम करने की कार्रवाई से कुछ हासिल नहीं होगा मोदी जी को। मैं ये कहने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। और ये पूरी की पूरी
सर, मैं अंत में आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, आज जिस तरीके का इंतजाम दिल्ली पुलिस का दिखाई पड़ा,
आधार नहीं है,
जिस तरीके का इंतजाम आज दिल्ली पुलिस का दिखाई पड़ा, आप लोगों को प्रदर्शन करने से रोका गया, आपके कार्यकर्ताओं को घर से बाहर नहीं कई जगह पर निकलने दिया गया, और सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर्स पे भी बहुत जबरदस्त लोगों को आने नहीं दिया जा रहा है।
हाँ, किसी को ना आने दिया जा रहा है, ना जाने दिया जा रहा है, कार्रवाई हो रही है।
संजय जी, आप मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी हैं, कब तक पुलिस आपको डिटेन करके रखेगी वहां पे?
अभी पुलिस वालों से पूछिए, हम तो डिटेन है, वही बता पाएंगे।
क्या प्रदर्शन और आगे बढ़ेंगे आप लोगों के, अगर मनीष सिसोदिया अरेस्ट होते हैं तो?
देखिए, शाम तक पता चलेगा क्या करते हैं, शाम तक आने दीजिए, शाम तक।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया संजय सिंह जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज द मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑफ द आम आदमी पार्टी, मिस्टर संजय सिंह, हु इज इन डिटेंशन राइट नाउ एट द फतेहपुर बेरी पुलिस स्टेशन. He was part of the protest, in fact, which was taking place from the side of the Aam Aadmi Party. But let's just keep the politics aside for a moment, and let me also bring you down to what the agencies are doing at this moment. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar is joining us at this moment. Tanushree is also joining us to give us perspective from the Aam Aadmi Party, how they are, taking this escalation ladder of protest as the hours, continue to pile up in Manish Sisodia's questioning. Arvind, coming to you first. What is the latest that you are hearing from your sources? The Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that he's going to be arrested. What's your sense as far as this investigation is concerned? And what are the specific charges that Manish Sisodia is facing that he has been called back again for questioning?
Ankit, as you very well know, that it's a political statement by Aam Aadmi Party which is claiming that Manish Sisodia will be arrested today. But CBI is tight-lipped. Any professional agency will not let their plan out, because what we are being told is that the questioning is still underway and the agency will take a call based on his answers. Because even if the agency decides to arrest him, there has to be some ground that the agency has to come up with in order to make his arrest or go for custodial interrogation. So even for that, the agency has to question him in detail, and that's why what we are witnessing now is that agency currently questioning Manish Sisodia in its headquarters. So the questioning that began at around post 11 a.m. is still underway. The agency did give him a lunch break, but he was provided lunch inside the agency itself, and the questioning is still underway. So what we are being told is that this questioning will go on at least till 5 to 6 p.m. and only after that the agency will take a call whether to take him into custodial interrogation or not. Because what we are being told is that as of this moment, the agency is still examining the answers that are being given by Manish Sisodia, and then if the agency finds that he is not forthcoming with the facts, true facts of the case, then the agency might go for custodial interrogation. But keeping that aside, coming to your second part of the question regarding the charges based on which the agency is currently grilling Manish Sisodia, what we are being told is that though Manish Sisodia was named as accused number 1 in the affair that was registered on August 17th, and the agency did question him once on October 17th, but after that, what we are being told is that there have been several developments in this particular case. Let it be the arrest of Buchi Babu, who is the auditor of Kavita. According to CBI, the South cartel, the South group that comprises of Kavita, of BRS, YSR Congress, Lok Sabha MP Makuntal Srinivas Reddy, and also Sharath Reddy. According to CBI sources, all these three people making the South cartel, that particular group benefited out of this Delhi liquor policy, and then they allegedly gave 20 to 30 crore to Aam Aadmi Party through Vijay Nair. That's CBI allegation, whereas Enforcement Directorate is pegging this kickback to somewhere around 100 crore. But keeping everything aside, there has been one very important development that has happened in the last few days, and that's very important in connection with the questioning of Manish Sisodia. That is the statement that the CBI recorded from a DANIX officer. One of the officers who was working under Manish Sisodia in the excise department department who has now been shunted out of Delhi to Andaman. His statement has been recorded by CBI under section 164 of CRPC. So that particular statement, according to our sources, did implicate the role of Manish Sisodia, and based on that particular statement only, now the agency has called Manish Sisodia for further questioning. So we'll get to know at around 5 to 6 p.m. what will be the decision of the CBI, whether to take him into custody or whether to call him again.
So it's another 3 hours, to say the least, in fact, before there is more clarity on whether Mr. Sisodia is going to be formally arrested. And then, of course, the fears of the Aam Aadmi Party does come true. But what I'll do right now, I request Tanushree and Arvind to stay on with me. Let's go across to Shelley Oberoi, the newly elected mayor of Delhi, is holding a press conference. Let's listen in.
अगर आपकी कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं. None of the question. Thank you. उनके दफ्तर पर, घर में, बैंक में, यहां तक कि गांव तक जांच कर ली, पर एक भी सबूत या एविडेंस नहीं मिला. भारतीय जनता पार्टी डरी हुई है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की लोकप्रियता से डरी हुई है. उसका बढ़ता हुआ ग्राफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बौखलाहट ला रहा है. मैं अपील करती हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, ऐसे झूठे केस बनाकर हमारे नेताओं को फंसाकर वो क्या सोचते हैं, हमारे नेता डर जाएंगे. मैं बताना चाहूंगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी से, आम आदमी पार्टी के समस्त नेता इन झूठे केसों से नहीं डरते, जेल जाने से नहीं डरते, क्योंकि हमारी आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता बाबा साहेब और भगत सिंह जी के फॉलोअर्स हैं. साथ ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये चिंता सता रही है कि एक आम आदमी पार्टी ही ऐसी सरकार है जो पूरे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हरा सकती.
Let me, in fact, we are cutting out of that press conference and I'm going across to Mr. Ramesh Biduri, the member of parliament from Delhi of the Bharatiya Janata Party. बिदूरी साहब, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए. मैं सबसे पहले आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, संजय सिंह जो आम आदमी पार्टी के सांसद हैं, उनसे अभी बात कर रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि देखिए एजेंसीज जो हैं वो सिर्फ मनीष सिसोदिया जिन्होंने दिल्ली के लिए काम कर रहे हैं उनको परेशान करने के लिए इस्तेमाल हो रहा है. बीजेपी के नेताओं के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं करती एजेंसीज.
मनीष सिसोदिया जी क्या काम कर रहे हैं दिल्ली के लिए? सरकारी स्कूलों में 1 लाख बच्चे, कंपेयर करिए 2013 से 19 तक सरकारी स्कूलों में 1 लाख बच्चे कम हो गए हैं. लोग प्राइवेट स्कूलों में प्रेफर अपने बच्चों को पढ़ने के लिए कर रहे हैं. एक ऐसा परसेप्शन बनाने का बार बार करोड़ों रुपया प्रचार प्रसार में टीवी के माध्यम से इधर ये लोगों को बताने की कोशिश करते हैं. और जो प्रेडिक्शंस लोग कर रहे हैं, ओपिनियन मेकर हैं, उनके किसी के भी बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में नहीं पढ़ते हैं. वो समझते होंगे सरकारी स्कूलों में बहुत बढ़िया पढ़ाई हो रही है. जो इस बात को बोलता है कि सरकारी स्कूलों में बहुत अच्छी पढ़ाई हो रही है, उनसे पूछिए कि उनके बच्चे क्या पढ़ते हैं सरकारी स्कूलों में. तो इसीलिए वो काम कर रहे हैं. बहुत बढ़िया शराब नीति लाए थे और उनको वापस लेनी पड़ी क्योंकि उसमें इन्होंने करप्शन, भ्रष्टाचार किया. जेल जा सकते थे, इनको मालूम है. और अब पर्याप्त सबूत मिल गए हैं. जहां तक बात करते हैं, हम देश के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमसे बीजेपी डर रही है. अभी एक लेडी बोल रही थी, मुझे पता नहीं कौन बोल रही थी, कि आप ही टक्कर बीजेपी को दे सकती है. अगर इनको देश की सिस्टम के ऊपर, देश के संविधान बाबा भीमराव अंबेडकर पर भरोसा है तो भारत के संविधान पर भरोसा करें. अदालतें हैं, अगर ये बेकसूर होंगे तो अदालत से बेल मिल जाएगी. सीबीआई गलत अरेस्ट करेगी तो अदालतें सबूत और साक्ष्य के आधार पर काम करती हैं. सब अदालतें किसी के इमोशंस पर आकर
सर, लेकिन ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता ना कि एजेंसीज का इस्तेमाल किया जाए और फिर कह दिया जाए अदालत से जाके बेल ले लेना, अगर कुछ गलत कराओ तो बेल मिल जाएगी. वो कह रहे हैं कि हमारे काम को रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है यहाँ पे.
अरे भाई, काम कौन सा है? काम तो गिनवा दो. 500 स्कूल बनाने की बात कही थी, कहा है साल में कहा नए स्कूल बने? पूछिए इनसे. ये एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं. इन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल साहब ने 20 कॉलेज खोलूंगा. एक कॉलेज बताया 8 साल में दिल्ली में कहा एक कॉलेज खुला है? कौन सा काम है इनका? इन्होंने कहा था सबको परमानेंट करेंगे जितने एम्प्लॉय हैं.
बिदूरी साहब, आज सुबह यहाँ पर सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर्स में आने से पहले मनीष सिसोदिया आज गांधी जी की समाधि पर भी गए. जो आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता हैं उनके ऊपर हमने देखा कि भारी पुलिस का दबाव था। संजय सिंह को डिटेन किया गया, बाकी नेताओं को डिटेन किया गया। इतनी ज्यादा जो पुलिस का इस्तेमाल क्यों किया जा रहा है? अगर उन्हें अरेस्ट करना है तो अरेस्ट करें, प्रदर्शन करना चाहते हैं तो उन्हें प्रदर्शन करने में क्यों रोका जा रहा है?
प्रदर्शन करें, कौन मना कर रहे हैं? प्रदर्शन करें। सीबीआई के हेडक्वार्टर में प्रदर्शन होते हैं क्या? जंतर मंतर एक जगह बना रखी है ना प्रदर्शन करने के लिए, और डिटेन करना किसी को अनारकी कराने के लिए। और महात्मा गांधी की मूर्ति पर, समाधि पर जाने वालों से पूछिए, एक बार मेरा निवेदन है आपसे कि पंजाब के अंदर सरकार बनने के बाद सरकारी दफ्तरों में से सबसे पहले महात्मा गांधी जी की फोटो राष्ट्रपिता की किसने हटाई थी? अहिंसा के प्रतीक महात्मा गांधी का अपमान किसने किया है? इन्हीं लोगों ने किया है। और अगर भगत सिंह के अनुयायी बताते हैं तो क्या भगत सिंह गिड़गिड़ाए थे? मेरे परिवार की चिंता करना, मेरे माँ बाप की, मेरी पत्नी की चिंता करना, भगत सिंह गिड़गिड़ाए थे क्या? और जब भगत सिंह जी जेल गए थे तब देश में कानून नहीं था। आज देश में कानून है, अदालतें काम कर रही हैं, आज देश आजाद है। तो भगत सिंह के अनुयायियों से ये पूछिए,
बिद्युरी साहब,
भगत सिंह जी ने जेल जाने से पहले कहा था
ऑपोजिशन जो है वो चाहे आम आदमी पार्टी हो, चाहे कांग्रेस हो और चाहे बीआरएस हो, वो लगातार ये कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप लोग जो करते हैं, बीजेपी के जो नेता होते हैं उनके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई होती नहीं है। अगर वो बीजेपी में आ जाएं तो उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी बंद हो जाती है, ऑपोजिशन में रहें तो उनके ऊपर सिर्फ कार्रवाई होती है। आरोप लगा रहे हैं आपके ऊपर।
अरे भाई, बीजेपी के रमेश बिधूड़ी हैं सांसद, क्या कार्रवाई करें? कौन सी रमेश बिधूड़ी ने पॉलिसी बनाकर चोरी की है? कौन सी रिश्वत ली है? कौन से घोटाले किए
सर? लेकिन
बनाकर लोगों की स्नूपिंग कराने के लिए
येदुरप्पा साहब हो, चाहे हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा साहब हो, उनके खिलाफ तो ईडी के बड़ी सारी केसेस खुले हुए थे। अब वो क्योंकि बीजेपी में है तो उनके खिलाफ कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा, कार्रवाई रोक ली गई।
क्या है येदुरप्पा के खिलाफ? जिसके खिलाफ साक्ष्य होते हैं
वो तो ईडी और सीबीआई को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना होगा ना सर।
अरे भाई, ये सब आरोप यही केजरीवाल लगाता था और इन्हीं केजरीवाल साहब ने माफी मांगी गडकरी साहब से, माफी मांगी कांग्रेस के नेता कपिल सिब्बल से, माफी मांगी अरुण जेटली जी से। यही केजरीवाल थे ना, दुनिया को चोर, दुनिया को भ्रष्ट बताते थे और बाद में माफी मांगी। तो ये किसी पर आरोप लगा दें और सीबीआई गिरफ्तार कर ले उसको। सीबीआई हमेशा एक्शन लेती है सबूतों के पर्याप्त मात्रा में होने पर। सबूत अगर हैं तो उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी, चाहे बीजेपी का हो, चाहे कांग्रेस का हो, चाहे कम्युनिस्ट हो, चाहे आम आदमी पार्टी का हो। सबूत है इनके खिलाफ तो कार्रवाई हो रही है।
ठीक है,
और अगर
बहुत
सबूत नहीं है तो कोर्ट से अदालत मिल जाएगी, वो जमानत मिल जाएगी।
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया रमेश बिधूरी जी हमसे बात करने के लिए, हमसे अपना रिएक्शन देने के लिए। दैट वाज द बीजेपी's member of parliament in Delhi, Mr. Ramesh Biduri, in fact speaking about saying that there is no political vendetta and the CBI is doing its job. Manish Sisodia is in fact, he has not done anything, then of course he's going to get bail, or he'll come out after the courts in fact let him go. Now let me very quickly play out a few reactions which we have been getting since morning. Manish Sisodia, the man in the eye of the storm, had also spoken before he was in fact brought in here at the CBI headquarters. Let's listen in to few reactions on this story.
मैंने जीवन में ईमानदारी से काम किया है, मेहनत से काम किया है और इस ईमानदारी और मेहनत की बदौलत आप सबने प्यार सम्मान देके मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है। अच्छी जिंदगी चल रही थी, लेकिन मैं सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ आ गया, उनके साथ में जाके झुग्गियों में काम करने लगा। उस वक्त मेरी वाइफ ने मेरा सबसे ज्यादा साथ दिया। आपको और सबको और दिल्ली के बच्चों को मैं कहना चाहता हूँ दूसरी चीज, स्कूलों में पढ़ रहे बच्चों से मुझको बहुत प्यार है। मैं बच्चों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये मत समझना कि आपके शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया, आपके मनीष चाचा अगर जेल चले गए तो बस छुट्टी हो गई। अभी छुट्टी नहीं होने वाली। ये लोग जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? ये मुझको जेल भेज क्यों रहे हैं? झूठा आरोप लगा क्यों रहे हैं? ये सीबीआई की ईडी की इंक्वायरी हो क्यों रही है? इनको भी पता हमने कुछ गड़बड़ी नहीं की, लेकिन इसलिए कर रहे हैं। ये सारी जेल की साजिशें, ये सारी सीबीआई और ईडी की साजिशें रची इसलिए जा रही हैं क्योंकि इनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से डर लगता है। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी को राहुल गांधी जी से डर नहीं लगता, देश के किसी और नेता से डर नहीं लगता, उनको केवल और केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल से डर लगता है। उनको आम आदमी पार्टी से डर लगता है, उनको आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं से डर लगता है, उनको किसी से डर नहीं लगता। तो जैसे जैसे आपकी पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है वैसे वैसे आप तैयार रहिए। अभी मेरे ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे और आपके ऊपर भी बहुत मुकदमे होंगे, तैयार रहिए बिल्कुल। जैसे जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे बढ़ेगी वैसे वैसे बीजेपी डरती रहेगी और डर डर के मुकदमे करवाती रहेगी। आप तय मानो और मुकदमे होंगे। एक लेकिन चीज है, हम नहीं डरते। ये डरते हमसे, हम इनसे नहीं डरते। ना इनकी पुलिस से डरते, ना इनकी सीबीआई से डरते, ना इनकी ईडी से डरते, ना इनकी जेलों से डरते। हम नहीं डरते इनसे। ये हमसे डरते हैं, केजरीवाल जी से डरते हैं, आपसे डरते हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी से डरते हैं, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। झूठे मुकदमे लगाते हैं, सही बात, लेकिन हम नहीं डरते। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है। आज कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक एक ही आवाज है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी का काल तो आम आदमी पार्टी बनेगी। आने वाले समय में बीजेपी के अत्याचार से देश को मुक्ति तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही दिलवाएगी। आने वाले समय में देश को नंबर 1 बनाने का काम तो आम आदमी पार्टी ही करेगी। ये सब जुड़ने वाली पार्टियों से नहीं होगा, आम आदमी पार्टी आगे लेके जाएगी। तो डरना नहीं है, घबराना नहीं है। पिछली बार भी मैं कह के गया था, मैं जेल चला जाऊं तो अफसोस मत करना, गर्व करना इस बात पे। जेल चला जाऊं तो गर्व करना इस बात पे कि हम में से एक जेल गया है, हजारों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे। देखे मोदी जी कितना को रोकते हैं, लाखों मनीष सिसोदिया पैदा होंगे। देखे ये बीजेपी वाले कितना को रोकते हैं। भारत माता की जय।
So on one hand, the Aam Aadmi Party trying to, in fact, make sure that they at least get some political attention, optics as they are called in politics, before Manish Sisodia, in fact, comes here for questioning, despite saying that he's not afraid, a full show of strength by the Aam Aadmi Party. But let's just keep the focus back on, does the CBI really have enough ground? My colleague Arvind joining us with more details. Arvind, I just want to understand from you, a lot of people are questioning and saying, like you were earlier telling us, that Manish Sisodia, though he was accused number 1 in the FIR, he was not named as far as the charge sheet is concerned. And now he's again being questioned. Does the CBI has some new, grounds to question Manish Sisodia? And is he in serious trouble?
Ankit, if you could see the first charge sheet that has been filed by CBI, that particular charge sheet was filed against those people they were arrested by CBI, because there is a statutory time limit. The moment you get arrested within 30 to 60 days, the agency has to file a charge sheet against you. And if the agency fails to file the charge sheet, then you get default bail. That's the statutory limit under the Prevention of Corruption Act, only to ensure those people who have been arrested by CBI, they don't get bail, they don't come out of jail. Only for that particular limited point, CBI filed that first charge sheet, though that particular first charge was only against those people, those who were arrested by CBI, along with 2 to 3 government servants. Apart from that, the agency, even in its first charge sheet, had made it very clear that the further investigation was kept open. So that's very clear, and that is the usual procedure of any of the agency, because once an FIR is filed, the agency can file any number of charge sheet, like supplementary charge sheet can file, any number of supplementary charge sheets can be filed. And that's the same route that the agency has taken up even in this particular case also. After a few people were arrested, including Vijay Nair, Abhishek Bonapalli and others, CBI filed the first charge sheet against them, and then they kept the further investigation open. They are conducting the further investigation now, and very soon we can expect the agency to file charge sheet against Buchi Babu and other people. Regarding Manish Sisodia, we have to wait and watch whether he will be arrested today. If at all, if the agency decides to arrest him today, then the agency has to file the charge sheet within 30 days.
Arvind, just one more question before I let you go. The Enforcement Directorate, in fact, in the charge sheet had also, in a way, named the Chief Minister. His name has been mentioned, though it has been mentioned regarding a phone call which took place. And his PS was just recently, the day before, was also called in for questioning. Is it somewhere moving towards the Chief Minister of Delhi, this investigation?
Ankit, that seems to be very premature for now because the investigation by CBI and ED are on two different grounds. CBI has invoked a Prevention of Corruption Act and CBI gets the strength from IPC to conduct its investigation, and then based on several sections that have been invoked like corruption, cheating, etc., CBI is conducting investigation purely on IPC and Prevention of Corruption Act. Whereas Enforcement Directorate is conducting investigation only on the money laundering aspect, which is a secondary investigation taking cognizance of the schedule of offence that has been registered by CBI. Coming to your point, there is one difference that we have to highlight here. Ankit, if you could read the CBI charge sheet, CBI is saying that Aam Aadmi Party through Vijay Nair allegedly received almost 20 to 30 crore as advance kickback from South Group. That seems to be the allegation of CBI as part of their investigation. Whereas Enforcement Directorate has said that their investigation has revealed that Vijay Nair received almost 100 crore as advance kickbacks from the South Group. CBI is saying 20 to 30 crore, whereas Enforcement Directorate is saying 100 crore. So investigation per se or on two different grounds or on two different spheres also. Enforcement Directorate is conducting their own investigation. Enforcement Directorate gets its strength from the PMLA Act. So under the PMLA Act, the agency, the mere statement by one of the accused or one of the witnesses can be construed as an evidence before court of law. So a statement that has been given by Samir Mahindra that Vijay Nair helped him to speak to Delhi Chief Minister via FaceTime call is something, a kind of an evidence that the Enforcement Directorate has. But a similar kind of a statement by Samir Mahindra before CBI is not an admissible evidence. CBI has to come up with an evidence to substantiate that particular claim, but whereas Enforcement Directorate can merely go ahead with the statement of Samir Mahindra or someone else, and that seems to be the difference in the investigation also. Coming to your specific question, whether Arvind Kejriwal can also be brought under the investigation, if the Enforcement Directorate finds that the statement given by Vaibhav, who is the PA of Arvind Kejriwal, seems to be revealing the role of Arvind Kejriwal, then the Enforcement Directorate can summon Arvind Kejriwal also in this particular case.
Arvind, thank you so much for giving us all these details and the lowdown from both the two agencies which are turning the heat as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. The CBI today questioning Manish Sisodia just about before 12 o'clock. He reached the CBI headquarters, and as Arvind was telling us earlier, about 5 to 6 p.m. possibly we'll have a little more clarity on what's going to be the fate of Mr. Sisodia, whether he's arrested or not. A quick break at this moment on the broadcast. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
11,000 placements last year.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
You too can get some Gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity.
Breaking news just coming in another hit and drag case. A 6-year-old child was killed after being dragged under a truck for over 2 kilometers in Uttar Pradesh's Mahoba. Another person was also killed in this accident, we're being told. Police said that Udit Narayan Chansoria and his grandson were on their way to the market when their scooter was hit by a speeding dumper truck. While Udit died on the spot, his grandson and the two-wheeler were actually dragged, as you can see on your screens at the moment, for over 2 kilometers. This incident occurred on the Kanpur-Sagar Highway, NH86. This video on your screens is now viral. In this video, several bikes near the truck can be seen. trying to alert the truck driver. The truck finally stopped after bystanders put stones and boulders on the road, and the truck driver was beaten up by the locals. Let's go across to my colleague Ajay Singh, who joins us with the latest updates. Ajay ji, आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं अभी?
अभी देखिए जी, क्या है कि वहां पर जिस तरीके की ये घटना, ये कल शाम की घटना है, तकरीबन 4-5 बजे के आसपास की। और उसके बाद आज जब ये वीडियो वायरल हुआ तब लोगों के संज्ञान में आया। हालांकि पुलिस ने उस ट्रक वाले को पकड़ लिया है और उसको लेकर के उसको हिरासत में कर करके वहां भेज रहे हैं। और जो इनकी डेड बॉडी वगैरह, इनकी पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह हो रही है और उसमें पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह कराया जा रहा है। लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि जिस तरीके से उस वीडियो में अगर आप देख रही होंगी कि स्कूटी पे हिट होता है, 6 साल का बच्चा उससे फंस जाता है, उसके दादाजी हैं वो झटक कर दूर हो जाते हैं, जिनकी डेथ हो जाती है, और वो लोगों के रोकने से भी नहीं रुकता है। और बाद में जाकर के उसे बहुत दूर जाकर के लोगों ने रोका है, उस ट्रक ड्राइवर को, उसके बाद उसे पकड़ा है, उसके हवाले किया है। अब कानून अपना काम कर रही है, उसमें ये कर रही है, लेकिन इस तरीके की घटना से जो है वो इलाके में बहुत आक्रोश और रोष है।
Thank you so much, Ajay ji, for joining us with the latest update. In another hit and drag case, a 6-year-old child was killed in UP's Mahoba, as Ajay ji just shared the information. And it's the last day of the crucial Congress conclave. Rahul Gandhi, just a short while ago, hit out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi and said he had more support in Kashmir than the Prime Minister did. He's also slammed the ideology of cowardice. Meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge has raised the issue of jobs and the income divide. He has also said the rich are getting richer while the poor are getting poorer. He says the Congress is focusing on unemployment currently and the marginalized communities. This focus is on right before the 2024 elections. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
पार्लियामेंट में बने प्रधानमंत्री जी का भाषण सुना। कहते हैं कि मैंने भी जाके लाल चौक में तिरंगा फहराया था। मैं सुन रहा था, मैंने सोचा देखिए, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को बात समझ नहीं आई, बात समझ नहीं आई। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बीजेपी के 15-20 लोगों के साथ जाकर लाल चौक पे तिरंगा फहराया। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा ने लाखों कश्मीरी युवाओं के हाथ से तिरंगा फहराया।
Right, the BJP currently is addressing a press conference. I'm told Sambit Patra is currently speaking. Let's listen into what he has to say.
में प्रवेश करने का मौका दिया और जम्मू कश्मीर में अशांत वातावरण पैदा करने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार था तो वो पाकिस्तान है। इसलिए ये कहना कि कमजोर देशों को मारना, ये मानसिकता दिखाता है राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी का कि क्या कारण रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी का। उन्होंने पीछे भी इन द यस्टर मंथ्स एंड इयर्स उन्होंने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के विरोध में कहा था और आज भी कहा कि कमजोर देशों को मारना। और जहां तक शक्तिशाली देशों के आगे झुकने का सवाल है, झुकते हुए तो हमने AK एंटोनी साहब को पार्लियामेंट में 2013 में अपने वक्तव्य, अपने स्पीच के दौरान देखा था। 2013 में जब AK एंटोनी ने बतौर रक्षा मंत्री पार्लियामेंट के पटल पर अपने स्पीच को रखा था, तो आप देख सकते हैं आज भी इंटरनेट पे, आज भी लोग गूगल में ये मौजूद है। AK एंटोनी कहते हैं कि आई विल नॉट बी हेजिटेंट टू एक्सेप्ट द ट्रुथ। For 70 long years, the policy of India had been underdeveloped border are the safest places because China is powerful. चाइना को भारत में डेवलप्ड बॉर्डर पसंद नहीं है, इसलिए 70 वर्षों तक हमने अपने बॉर्डर को डेवलप नहीं किया, उसे अंडर डेवलप्ड रखा। इसको मानने से मैं हिचकिचाता नहीं हूं। यह भारत के रक्षा मंत्री A.K. एंटनी ने 2013 में सदन के पटल में अपने वक्तव्य में रखा था। इससे बड़ा एक्नॉलेजमेंट कावड़ाइज का तो और हो नहीं सकता है। इससे बड़ा एक्नॉलेजमेंट कि हम डेवलपमेंट नहीं चाहते हैं क्योंकि इससे चाइना नाराज हो जाएगा, यह तो राहुल गांधी जी के सरकार के समय उनके मंत्री ने कहा था। मगर आज मैं सैल्यूट करता हूं इंडिया की आर्मी को और हिंदुस्तान की सरकार के जज्बे को कि दोनों ने मिलकर जिस प्रकार से, चाहे वो डोकलाम स्टैंड ऑफ हो या चाहे उसके बाद की कोई भी परिस्थिति हो, हिंदुस्तान ने अपने संप्रभुता की रक्षा जिस प्रकार से किया है, उसके लिए आर्मी, हमारे जवान और जो शहीद हुए हैं उनको बहुत बहुत सलाम है। डोकलाम के समय जब हमारे जवान अड़े हुए थे, जब स्टैंड ऑफ चल रहा था, उस समय ये गांधी परिवार पूरा का पूरा कुनबा टेंट के नीचे चाइनीज ऑफिशियल्स से मिल रहा था, जिसमें राहुल गांधी भी सम्मिलित थे। केवल इतना ही नहीं, 2008 में सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी जी ने जाकर शी जिनपिंग के साथ, चाइना के कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के साथ जिस प्रकार का करार किया था, जिस प्रकार का मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग किया था, यह भी हम सब ने सचित्र देखा है। वी हैव सीन दिस विद पिक्चर्स। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन, जो इनके परिवार का फाउंडेशन है, उस फाउंडेशन में करोड़ों रुपए चंदा चाइना से लेने का काम गांधी परिवार ने किया है। यह सब भी हमने देखा है। इसलिए कौन कमजोर है और कौन शक्तिशाली है, यह राहुल गांधी बताना बंद करे। जहां तक द इंटरेस्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया इज कंसर्न, जहां तक भारत की संप्रभुता और भारत का विषय है, आज हिंदुस्तान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री काल में एक सक्षम देश है जिसने अपने आर्मी को फ्री हैंड दिया हुआ है। बंधुगण, वैसे कभी कभी तो राहुल गांधी के मुख से भी सत्य निकल ही जाता है। आज उन्होंने सत्याग्रह को मरोड़ करके सत्याग्रह किया, और पहले तो सत्याग्रह क्या होता है उन्होंने खुद ही बता दिया कि सत्याग्रह मतलब हम सत्ता के लिए आग्रहित हैं, और खुद ही कांग्रेस पार्टी की पॉलिसी को उन्होंने हमारे सामने रखा। बाद में शायद किसी ने बगल से इशारा किया कि अरे राहुल जी आपने गलती किया है, तो तुरंत उन्होंने उसे अमेंड करने की कोशिश की, मगर एक पल के लिए तो सत्य उनके मुख से निकल ही गया था। कौन 70 वर्षों तक सत्ता के लिए आग्रहित था और सत्ता में बने रहने के लिए कुछ भी कर गुजरने के लिए तैयार था, यह राहुल गांधी और गांधी परिवार से बेहतर कोई नहीं समझ सकता। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि उन्होंने बहुत सोचा यात्रा के दौरान कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी क्या है। यह सोचने में राहुल गांधी जी ने बहुत देरी कर दी। 52 इयर्स के होने के बाद, 52 साल के होने के पश्चात उन्होंने सोचा कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी क्या होनी चाहिए। कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष रह चुके राहुल गांधी ने अध्यक्ष पद को त्यागने के पश्चात सोचा कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी क्या होनी चाहिए। मैं बताता हूं राहुल जी, जहां तक जिम्मेदारी अर्थात रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का सवाल है, कांग्रेस का एक ही मोटो है, गांधी परिवार का एक ही मोटो है, और वही आपका भी मोटो है, पावर विदाउट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। सत्ता जिम्मेदारी के बिना, जिम्मेदारी लेंगे नहीं और सत्ता चाहिए। आप सोच के देखिए, इस प्लेनरी सेशन में भी कहने को तो खड़गे जी अध्यक्ष हैं, किंतु पूरा का पूरा प्लेनरी सेशन लगता है मानो गांधी परिवार के इर्द गिर्द ही चल रहा है। कमल की पंखुड़ियां बिछाए जा रहे हैं किलोमीटर किलोमीटर तक, ताकि गांधी परिवार उस पर चल सके। तो रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी विदाउट पावर, यही आपकी जिम्मेदारी थी और यही आपकी जिम्मेदारी है राहुल जी। राहुल जी ने कहानी सुनाया। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं तो कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक के सफर के बारे में सोच रहा था, और उस समय मेरे 25 फीट इस तरफ, 25 फीट इस तरफ, 25 फीट इस तरफ और 25 फीट पीछे ये मेरा घर बन गया, और मैं इसी घर के साथ चला। राहुल जी, हमारी भाषा में इसे प्रचारक कहते हैं। आपने इस देश को समझने के लिए, भारतवर्ष को जानने में 52 साल के बाद आपने एक छोटी सी यात्रा की. You came out to understand this beautiful country, the sentiment of India. You came out to understand what India is, what is defining structure of India after 52 years of your life. Our leaders left everything in the very beginning of their life. हमारे नेताओं ने अपने जीवन के शुरुआत में ही सब कुछ छोड़ा. और ये 25-25 फीट के घर लेके नहीं चलते थे हमारे नेता. हमारे नेताओं ने प्रचारक के रूप में हिंदुस्तान का भ्रमण पूरे जीवन किया, हिंदुस्तान को समझा, इस माटी को जाना. तब जाके हमारे दोनों प्रधानमंत्री, चाहे वो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी हो, चाहे नरेंद्र मोदी जी हो, दोनों प्रधानमंत्री प्रचारक रहे. They knew what India is. They knew the sentiment of India. राहुल जी, आप इंडिया को, भारत को जानने से पहले आप प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते थे. यही परेशानी है. राहुल जी को बचपन से लगता था कि ये जितने घरों में वो लोग रहते थे, ये सारे घर उनके थे, ये सारी गाड़ियां उनकी थी. इसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं सेंस ऑफ एंटाइटलमेंट. यही तो एंटाइटलमेंट है. जब आपको सरकारी प्रॉपर्टी, जब आपको हिंदुस्तान के सरकार का घर अपना घर लगने लगे, आपको लगने लगे कि यही तो मेरा घर है, हमें कौन निकाल सकता है, तब उसे अंग्रेजी में सेंस ऑफ एंटाइटलमेंट कहते हैं. और अंत में राहुल जी, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा, हिंदुस्तान आज एक उभरता हुआ सितारा है. इंडिया टुडे इज अ ब्राइट स्पॉट. आप कितना भी नकारात्मक राजनीति करने का प्रयास करें, द वर्ल्ड हैज रियलाइज्ड व्हाट पोटेंशियल इंडिया हैज. आज विश्व जानता है कि भारत का पोटेंशियल क्या है. इसलिए आपको भारत के विषय में चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए. आपको भारत क्या है और जानने की आवश्यकता है. दूसरा विषय मैं आपको जो बता रहा था मैं, कि आज एक तरफ तो कांग्रेस का प्लेनरी सेशन है और दूसरे तरफ जो नौटंकी मनीष सिसोदिया और आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया है, उसके विषय में मैं आपको बता दूं. बड़े आश्चर्य का विषय है. ये कोई पहला प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस एक्साइज पॉलिसी और शराब के घोटाले पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही हो, ऐसा नहीं है. आज से पहले कई बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पॉइंटेड सवाल, we have raised certain pointed questions of Mr. Manish Sisodia and Aam Aadmi Party regarding the excise policy. We have asked them why Manish Sisodia allowed cartelization. हमने कुछ 5-6 सवाल मनीष सिसोदिया जी से पूछा है. हमने पूछा था कि आपने एक्साइज पॉलिसी में कार्टेलाइजेशन क्यों अलाउ किया, जबकि ये कानून के अंतर्गत अलाउड नहीं है. उत्तर नहीं आया. हमने मनीष सिसोदिया जी और आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछा था कि आखिर क्या कारण था कि कानून को ताक पे रख के आपने मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को रिटेल के सेक्टर में उतारा और जिसके कारण इतना बड़ा घोटाला हुआ. कोई उत्तर नहीं था. हमने आपसे सवाल पूछा कि आनन फानन देखे बिना, अगल बगल देखे बिना, आनन फानन में आपने एक्साइज पॉलिसी को कैबिनेट के स्वीकार के बावजूद क्यों लॉन्च किया और बाद में इसे क्यों वापस लेना पड़ा. अगर इतनी अच्छी पॉलिसी थी तो इस पॉलिसी को आपको वापस क्यों लेना पड़ा. कोई उत्तर नहीं है. हमने आपसे सवाल पूछा कि आपने अपने मित्रों का 144 करोड़ ये माफ क्यों किया लाइसेंस फी. कोई उत्तर नहीं है. इन सब पॉइंटेड सवालों का कोई उत्तर नहीं है. जो उत्तर दिया जा रहा है, मोदी जी ऐसे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बदला लेना चाहती है, हम तो जेल जाने के लिए तैयार हैं जी, आपको गर्व होना चाहिए, हमने स्कूल खोल दिया. इवेंट मैनेजमेंट इज नॉट अ सब्स्टिट्यूट टू आंसर्स इन करप्शन केसेस. आप इवेंट मैनेजमेंट करके भ्रष्टाचार के ऊपर चादर ढक देंगे, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. और जश्ने भ्रष्टाचार, जीप के ऊपर खड़े होकर रोड शो करने से भ्रष्टाचार नहीं छुप सकता है. ये दुनिया में जो संदेश आप भेज रहे हैं कि हमने करोड़ों का भ्रष्टाचार किया और अब हम हाथ हिलाते हुए जेल जाएंगे और हमें किसी की परवाह नहीं है, हमें कानून का परवाह नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट व्हाट इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अलाउज. यह भारत का संविधान नहीं है. भारत का संविधान है कि आप हो भी सकते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री हो, आप हो सकते हैं मुख्यमंत्री हो, आप हो सकते हैं उप मुख्यमंत्री हो। कानून सबके लिए एक समान है। सबको कानून के कटघरे में खड़ा होना पड़ेगा और उत्तर देना पड़ेगा। इसलिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी, आपसे केवल इतना कहना चाहते हैं कि जो प्रश्न भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जनता ने आपसे पूछा है, उन प्रश्नों का उत्तर आप सटीक रूप में सीबीआई को देंगे, ये हम आशा करते हैं। क्योंकि ये उत्तर ऐसे हैं कि आप कंप्लीटली एक्सपोज्ड हो जाएंगे। आपने हमें नहीं बताया, मगर ये उत्तर आप सीबीआई को बंद दरवाजे के अंदर देंगे, ये आशा हम करते हैं। और आज मुझे बहुत ही तकलीफ हुआ जब आम आदमी पार्टी ने मोदी जी के बारे में जो बोला है, ये बहुत ही घृणक है, बहुत ही चिंताजनक है। कांग्रेस वाले कुछ दिन पहले कह रहे थे मोदी तेरा कब्र खुदेगा। अभी मैं टीवी पे देख के आ रहा हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी वाले नारे दे रहे थे मर जा मोदी, मर जा मोदी। ये किस प्रकार का भाषा है? अपने देश के चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए इस प्रकार के भाषा का प्रयोग करना, क्या ऐसे भाषा का प्रयोग करने से सच्चाई छुप जाएगी? आप करोड़ों का भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे और उसके ऊपर आपसे सवाल पूछा जाएगा तो आप कहेंगे मर जा मोदी। ये स्वीकार योग्य नहीं है, ये भाषा उचित नहीं है। अपने प्रधानमंत्री के लिए ऐसे भाषा का प्रयोग करना ये बहुत ही दुखद है, बहुत ही चिंताजनक है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मित्रों। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछिए। देखिए, आजकल राहुल गांधी जी में तपस्वी बनने का एक शौक है। बीच बीच में उनको शौक आता है खाट यात्रा करना, लॉन्च होने के नए नए तरीके हैं। घर नहीं है, गाड़ी नहीं है, किसने कहा घर नहीं?
Patra there hitting out at Rahul Gandhi and his remarks made earlier today. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu to contextualize the matter for us. Sunil, now Rahul Gandhi earlier hit out at the Prime Minister and said he had more support in Kashmir than Prime Minister Modi. He also slammed the ideology of cowardice. What can you share with us currently?
Well, that was a very important statement. What they were trying to send across, Rahul Gandhi, is the thinking of the present government, saying that how can you say that you are fighting, you're not ready to fight China, and saying that it is a much bigger economy. What would have happened in the case of the East India Company, which when we fought for our independence? How can we take that position? And it's in that backdrop that they were saying that there has been no real discussion on the incursions that have taken place. There have been either in Parliament or elsewhere. And clearly the Prime Minister's position that no land has been taken or given to China is something that the Congress party was trying to rake.
Sunil, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest update. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. We're back in a moment with much more. Do stay with us.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.